Hello, hello everyone, and welcome to the 45th FIDE World Chess Olympiad. I'm very happy to be here, woman grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich, in the great company of two grandmasters and great chess experts, Peter Svidler and Cristian Chirila. Before we start the day 3, I think it's a great idea to remember what happened yesterday. Cristian, what really attracted your attention?
I have to say, yesterday was pretty much a regular day at the office for the favorites for the most part. But we did have a big surprise. And you don't see it on the screen right now, but the big match of the day was this one, Canada versus Norway. Norway obviously coming in as big favorites in this one. On board one, I think they had something along the lines of 150 rating points differential in favor of Christensen. But as you can see, after starting with a dominating 2-0, Tari Arian and Urkedal won their respective matches. Ammar Elham and Christensen unfortunately fell to the sharp sword of Rodrigue Lemieux-Sean and Preotu Răzvan. Just an incredible match for Canada, which will definitely give them a boost of confidence. But we do have a big legend joining Norway. Tell us a bit about that, Peter. Yeah. You are the legend in this house.
Well, we were discussing this yesterday. The feeling was that if Norway wins, they probably play a very strong team today, and Magnus definitely plays board one. But if Norway doesn't win, which ended up happening, we were not entirely sure if Magnus will decide to sit out one more game. But no, he does play today, and yeah, it's fantastic that we have Magnus finally at the board in this Olympiad. This is maybe the one final ingredient that we were missing. And will be very exciting to see him do well, because he's had a kind of a patchy record in Olympiads. He's had some absolutely stellar Olympiads. Mm-hmm. He's also had really, really poor performances. I think even a player as strong and as experienced as Magnus is not entirely impervious to the pressures of playing for the national team. Perhaps also combining it with the social element of this festival. So we'll see how he does here.
Yeah, it's really interesting also that 3 teams still keep 100%. They won all 8 games out of for 2 days. India, Georgia, and Slovenia are 3 teams who have 100% for the moment. Let's see how they'll go. How will they play today? Looking forward for it. And also we have Vincent Keimer joining Germany, another star.
And we actually talked with their coach and captain, Jan Gustafsson, this morning. We caught him for coffee, and he was mentioning that Vincent was not necessarily feeling the best in the first couple of days. That's why he took an extended rest, but now he's back at the board. And speaking and building up on your point about Magnus, you mentioned also that once he starts playing, generally he never gets out of the team.
I think betting on him playing 9 out of the remaining 9 games is maybe a bit risky. It shouldn't go below 8. I haven't really seen him take more than 1 rest day once he actually gets to the board. So yeah, I'm expecting him to play the vast majority of the remaining games. And this year, I have a feeling he'll do well. I don't know what I'm basing it on, apart from it being Magnus, but I have a feeling he'll do well.
You remember I think the best result for Norwegian team was in Baku, if I'm not mistaken. I think once they came 5th, right?
Yes,
so it was the best result for the team. And this year they're seeded 6, which is also seems to be like a great number.
I would say it's their best team.
Yes.
Their best ranking in a very long time, mostly because the other players outside of Magnus has been obviously 2,800 plus for a very long time, but the other players have also risen through the rankings, especially Johan Christensen. He's at 2660 something right now, so that's quite high. Obviously, Arian Tari was high for a long time, 2650.
Been around for a long time. Yes, he played in many top events and
gaining
experience.
But they're missing one player. They're missing Hammer, who has been a mainstay in their team for a long time.
What happened to our friend Hammer, actually? Maybe he decided to be a full-time commentator. The last time I saw him was during the Norway.
He's our colleague from the other side.
Yes.
I think a lot of federations, they have this selection criteria that if you're not active, if you don't play enough games over the span of the previous year, then you're not going to, you're basically disqualified from joining the team. And I think that's the case in Norway.
We can see now Gukesh D on our screens, the challenger of the future World Championship match. It's really nice to follow him. He's playing on the top board of the Indian national team, and of course, all chess fans will check what's happening in his game. Yesterday, he managed to win, actually in a good style. We were following it until the end.
That was an impressive game by him, where he just maintained pressure, did not allow for the position to simplify, and exploited inaccuracies from his opponent really, really expertly. Another person who won a very nice game yesterday is on your screen right now. Well, his back, the back of his head is still on your screen right now.
Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, Fabiano Caruana playing against Ivan Cheparinov. A very interesting matchup there on the top board, with Bulgaria playing the US. On paper, of course, the US is vastly superior in terms of rating, playing experience, and all those things. But Bulgaria, in my experience, is a very dangerous team.
Yes.
They tend to play a lot better than their ratings suggest. Ivan is a tremendously experienced player and very, very good theoretician. Plays with still works with a lot of very strong players. Is now traveling the circuit, I think, with Alireza quite a bit.
Yes, and we can see Judith Polgar also right now. She is about to make the first move of the round 3, and in the game between Ivan Cheparinov and Fabiano Caruana.
But what I'm seeing is a very surprising name on board too for Bulgaria.
Yeah,
Arkady Naidich. I think the last time we've seen him play for Germany. Right now he's representing Bulgaria.
Yes, it's a big surprise for us. We were discussing it just before we came on the air, and nice to see our old friend Arkady.
It's a serious improvement for the team. This is a former 2700 level player. So
yeah, and we before going on air, we tried to figure out exactly how many countries did Arkady represent in his distinguished career, and we did not really come to any definitive conclusions.
Yes.
It's at least 4 is the best we can do, I think.
And we also remembered a few countries he was living. There are more countries he moved also.
He's a globetrotter.
Oh,
yes,
absolutely.
A true globetrotter.
Yeah,
there he is on the right playing against Wesley.
Really interesting. Yeah, with some players, it's possible to change the federation. The process is not so simple, but it's still the case. And some players, they do it. And even Ivan Cheparinov once played for the Georgian team. There were some troubles with Bulgarian Chess Federation. Now he came back. We don't see Veselin Topalov, unfortunately, the former world champion. He's not joining his team this year. Still waiting for the start of the round.
And we see right now Lenier taking a break from Team USA for this round, despite grinding out very difficult endgame yesterday, which was clearly a draw. His opponent was making the right decisions until the final decision, which was a mistaken one, and he lost that game instantaneously.
Yeah, but the good thing about having a squad as strong as the American squad is here is that you can make these decisions very, very easily, knowing that the person coming in place of Lenier is going to be a 2700 player anyway, and you're not really weakening your team very much by by deciding to rest whoever you want to rest on the day.
Cristian, are you happy about the fact that Fabi joins again the club 2800?
Oh, for sure.
Yes, he gained very important points yesterday by winning his game.
I think everybody else except Fabi actually cares about this.
What about Fabi?
He doesn't really care. No.
How is it possible?
I think 2800. The thing is, he's oscillating between 2800, 2795, 2801, so many times going back and forth. You cannot really rely on any emotions when you do those type of jobs.
Yeah, I think you really care about the first time you cross that barrier.
Yes.
That is a very emotional moment, because that is an extremely select list of players.
Were you one of them?
No. I've gotten to a nice number, but it's not that as nice as that. Yeah.
Maybe the only person who really cares is maybe Hikaru, who's just waiting for Fabi. Maybe Fabi will gain extra 10 points during this event, and he will regret the fact he's not playing.
As we're still waiting for Judith to make the first move. Now that we mentioned Hikaru published a tweet yesterday touching on the idea of 2800, because I'm assuming there was some kind of a glitch on the 2700.com website, and he said that he is playing a secret match against Magnus, and the result of the first game, it was implied, was his victory. But since Magnus is here, I rolled doubt.
We see Richie Rapport with a convincing victory, actually, yesterday against a difficult opponent, Corey, signaling the fact that he's in tremendous shape.
Yeah, exactly. Leading Hungarian team
against
in this
Austria.
Olympiad.
I think that's Austria.
Yes, the neighbors, his neighbors. Still waiting for the start of the round. Let's not forget today it's a rainy day in Budapest. What do you think about the weather, guys? Yesterday we had such a sunny day, and today it's collapsing.
I think good weather will return, but we are about to have maybe 1 or 2 days of this kind of drizzly weather I'm very, very familiar with. It feels like home. And because of that, the official transportation is maybe running a bit late. And of course, players cannot be penalized for being late to the round when they are using official transfer buses. So the round will start when everybody gets there, which explains a slight delay.
Slight delay, yes.
It's possible. Yes. During such days, all these delays are a very, very common thing.
By the way, really cool jackets for Team USA. As you can see, they're sporting US chess, but also the St. Louis Chess Club. And I believe if you move to the other shoulder, you will see the Kasparov Chess Foundation.
Yes, that's great. They have lots of support.
Yes.
Over the years, and we know that how many players live in St. Louis out of 5? We have Linier, Fabi, and Levon.
Yes.
And Ray also.
And Ray as well.
Yes, Ray as well.
4 players
out
from
of
St.
5.
Louis.
Yes.
And Wesley used to live in St. Louis. Right now, he's enjoying a more peaceful lifestyle.
He's in Minnetonka.
Yes, with his cats.
Yeah. Now we move to women's section. Indian team is playing really well so far. I think out of 8 games, they made only 1 draw.
By the way, playing against Switzerland. This is a newly improved team because they have Kostyuk.
Absolutely.
Alexandra Kostyuk changed federations right now, representing for the first time at the Olympiad Team Switzerland. So this is a much improved version of the Swiss team.
You're absolutely right. And then on the last board, they also have 1 player who switched federation from Ukraine.
Maria.
Yes, from Ukraine, yes. I know her. Also quite promising young Ukrainian player. She was also a student of Kasparov Chess Foundation camp, so that's how I know her as well.
No, the future for Team Switzerland in the ladies section is bright.
Yeah, having such a strong player on the first board, and also really great teammates as Alexandra Kostyuk, who is so supportive, and also we know that Alexandra basically won everything what you can imagine in chess, and she is also always gives positive vibes to all the members, and I'm sure she will inspire all girls during this event.
And Peter, I want you to talk about this because you have so much experience. I feel as a team captain, it's so important to have a good leader and an importantly in shape leader during that competition. I think it inspires the other players.
Yeah, it's very good to have someone you can rely on to consistently win games. And generally, I mean, the teams I played for, when we were successful, when we played well, those players could be on board 1, they could be on board 4. But I think generally, and you see it in some team compositions as well. I wanted to maybe bring up Azerbaijan specifically in that context. Azerbaijan is playing Shahryar Mamedov as a kind of a floating forward. He's playing board 3 today. I don't know if he can actually reach board 4.
I think I'm sorry to interrupt. I think finally we have the first move because I saw that Ivan said something to Judith at this moment.
Possibly the most famous person ever out of Hungary. They're making the first move on this board, e2, e4, best by test.
Absolutely. And Judith Polgar, the strongest women chess player in the history of chess, just made the first move on the first board. And the day number 3 of the 45th World Chess Olympiad just started for all players.
Here we go. Day 3 is on.
Yes. So Peter,
what do we
I'm
expect,
sorry,
guys?
you were telling.
Yeah, returning to my somewhat tenuous point. The idea of playing Shah on board 3 and some youngsters who are clearly, I mean, they might become tremendous chess players, but they aren't as strong as Shah right now, and I don't think anybody is making that argument even, is of course to let Shah play a lot of whites lower down the order and hopefully score a lot of points. And if you have a board where you can reliably expect to win, you kind of start start the match in a good mood. You start the match with this kind of a point in mind.
Exactly. Yes.
Very few teams actually go to such length as Azerbaijan. And this is not the first time they've done it either. I think it's an established strategy with the Azeri team where they, specifically Shah, I think, very often plays this exact role. He plays board 3. Sometimes I think he maybe even played board 4 so that he could get a lot of whites and just try to start the match on +1 for his team. And yeah, if this pays off, if this actually works as intended, it gives such a boost to the team as well, because you feel that you have a reliable, high-scoring player somewhere on the roster.
Yeah, and just to give a shout out to one of my players, and I was mentioning just the importance of having a leader, Grigory Oparin, who played for my university. Out of 28 games during the Pan Ams and Final Four, no losses. So
Everybody's waiting for Magnus, it seems. Yes, I
That-
saw the empty
that
board.
was
Yes.
not Norwegian team, but Magnus is not
He's
there yet.
missed, right?
He's not there
I
yet.
see that's the first board,
Yeah.
right? Everybody's waiting for him. Yes.
I wonder, this is something I probably should know, but this probably implies that there is no zero tolerance rules
No, there is no.
in this tournament, and that allows Magnus to do the thing, I guess, that Garry Kasparov used to do in his
Yes.
pomp, where
First 10 minutes. yes.
it was never really 10 minutes, but he was always like 3 to 5 minutes late to minimize the amount of time he would get swarmed by photographers, and it costs you a little bit on the clock, but it does perhaps. I mean, I've never been in a situation where people were so interested in me coming to the board, so I can't really speak to it, but you can sort of see the logic.
Yeah.
No, but the difference is at least that nowadays people don't use flash. At that times, I can imagine you are also affected with all these lights. But these days it's a little bit easier, I think, for
the lights
Magnus,
and the shutter noise when there's like 20 people taking a picture at the same
And
time.
to be honest,
different,
this is what I'm hearing as being the most impactful thing that new players to the World Championship match experience the first time they play. Fabiano as well in 2018. The first 10 minutes of the first 10 of the first game, because you have all these photographers, all this attention, and it all happens inside this bubble. So it's a very distracting feeling.
It's lots of pressure, and I even have the picture of it, and like 50 photographers around those two players. And actually, these are first 10 minutes of the match where you still have to make moves and remember your preparation, and you're actually inside of the game. And wow,
there must
really
be some
hard.
sort of an adrenaline dump.
Yes.
After that is over, more or less. You're like tense like that, super nervous, and then finally you have to play chess.
Yes, and then Woody Harrelson also comes and drops your king, you know. All this happened. It was a really amazing moment, you remember?
Big
in
fan of
London,
chess,
yes.
yes.
Yeah, so we see also Gukesh now on our screen. And
by the way, he played a tremendous game yesterday. Very focused.
That was a
clinical
execution. Very nice game to watch, and I think a very good example of how you play. I mean, it's maybe not correct to call it exactly a must-win, but of course he wants to win every single game. Famously, he began by winning the first, I want to say, 8 in Chennai.
Yes.
Or maybe they both Nordebek and he won an unbelievable amount of games in a row. Maybe Nordebek started with 8 out of 8, and Gukesh started with 7 out of 7.
No, it was
a big competition. It was a big competition between them. Yes, who will win more? Yes.
And the way you win games against slightly weaker opposition is by doing exactly what he did yesterday, maintaining pressure, not giving any kind of easy outs, and pouncing when you see any kind of weakness. Very, very nice game, and I encourage our viewers, if you haven't seen it yesterday, go and take a look. Just a very nicely played game by the challenger.
Another game was actually a great one. We missed it. It was a game of Ivanchuk. People were also discussing it, and we have also a fantastic interview with Vasily in our YouTube channel. Go and find it, please, if you missed it yesterday from our broadcast.
Some shots fired in that interview.
I mean, it's crazy. It's really crazy to think about the fact that his first Olympiad was in 1988. I tried to count, and it took me some time.
It's a long way.
And he's still enjoying playing chess. That's what he said.
Yes, and he also made very good points. I think he was asked about opportunities for his team, and he said, look, opportunities will come, will show over the chessboard. It's all about us taking those opportunities and managing to win those games.
I was really happy to hear that he enjoys playing chess, not checkers, because sometimes his focus can change and you never know. Anyway.
He gets excited. He gets excited by new projects.
Exactly. Yes. Well, we'll keep an eye, of course, later and check what's happening in his game. Actually, India plays today against Hungary B, which also good news for all chess fans, local chess fans. Maybe we can check a couple of.
Yeah, let's take a look
see,
at the
actually,
pairings,
yes, some pairings. Yes, Bulgaria is playing against United States. We mentioned it before. Austria plays with Hungary, the strongest Hungarian team. Then India plays with Hungary B. Slovenia against China, also quite strong match.
Oh, yes.
Uzbekistan, Croatia, not an easy walk at all. Italy, Netherlands.
And by the way, I do believe that for the Italy squad, we don't have their top board, Vocaturo, playing. Taking a rest, this is a big surprise because this could be a very competitive match.
Yeah, Netherlands is top 5 team.
But Italy is no joke. I mean,
Yes.
they have very strong players on all boards.
Yeah, you generally don't see your absolute, like in a squad like Italy, where Vocaturo is, I think, very clearly their strongest player. In a team like the US, board one can take a
Yes.
break whenever, because as we mentioned, it doesn't really weaken the squad in any real way. But to have your strongest player rest in round 3 of the Olympiad, nobody should be really tired yet. I would assume.
Only if he's ill or something.
Yeah,
There's
maybe
a big
That's
reason for that.
always a
Yes.
possibility. Yes.
Yeah, we can see now the lineup. It's we don't see Vocaturo here. You're absolutely right.
So who's taking a rest? It's Benjamin Bach, who drew
Mhm.
his
Yes.
game yesterday, and Lamy is joining the squad. Good friend of everybody, pretty much. Obviously, a very
Second of Anish for
friend
many
of
years
Anish,
as well.
yes.
We were laughing the other day that maybe Jan Smits one day will join the team. Now he's a trainer of the team, but who knows? Maybe one day Anish will decide to to have some rest, and he will actually continue his chess career. You never know. These guys, they're very strong, and everything is possible.
Magnus is still missing.
I hope he knows that he's playing today.
Yeah.
Like
Maybe he is playing that secret match against Nakamura somewhere.
You never know.
He did tweet about it. He did tweet about it, so
Yes.
he's aware of the fact that he's playing.
Ah,
Or
he
it
did
could be
tweet.
his media manager, and he actually doesn't know. Who knows?
Everything is possible. It's a rainy day, you're sleepy, and
Yeah, it seems like there's a very sharp Najdorf on board too. There's, judging by the queen on b2 by move 7-ish, there's a very sharp Najdorf in Johann Sebastian's game.
I just wonder if we have like a time for delay. Like, for example, you cannot be late for 1 hour, right? Maybe it's half
Yeah,
an
normally
hour.
there is still a cutoff. It should be around
Should
15
be
minutes, I
Fif-
assume.
Normally,
So he
yes.
is-
I'm shocked. Maybe actually they're coming to do. You know, normally they stop clock and it's over,
Well,
right?
15 minutes. We had a delayed start today, so 15 minutes hasn't really passed yet.
Yeah, and also maybe if we have some if he has some technical issues, for example, if the official bus didn't come, maybe they can take it into account. Some drama.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Also, I very much like the suggestion that Magnus is taking the official bus.
And perhaps this is why there's some delay.
I will leave it at that. But I'm enjoying the idea that Magnus is on the official bus.
At least it's some kind of an excuse. By the way, today I met Vladimir Kramnik when I was leaving the hotel, and he was asking me what is the time for the official bus, and he asked me like, is it 2:10? And I'm like, I'm sorry, Vladimir, I'm taking Uber, so I have no idea. So some people, some former world champions, they take official bus.
Yes.
So
Well, the
this we
thing
know.
is, obviously, he has to stay with the team as a captain, as a coach for this one. He has to
Team
stay
is
with
here.
and the team usually goes with the bus. I would assume.
Yeah.
The Uzbek team, not the Norwegian.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, my guess is that everybody else from Norway goes on the official bus. Magnus probably.
Yeah, I mean,
Has his own
if they travel together, but he is refusing to come to the board, that's a kind of a weirder version
Yeah.
of events than the one I'm suggesting. So I'm sticking with mine.
in any case, we will try to find out what's happening here.
Sure.
By the way, the fact that we are actually located right now in Budapest.
There he is.
Here he comes. Actually, remember all the stories also in Astana when he was running from the mountain to come on time. Yes. So who knows what he was doing? Now we can.
But he is here.
Actually, think about
so
it.
we can.
He is here.
We can rejoice and see what he does
Team
against
is-
24.
Imagine what his teammates are thinking at this moment. All
And
of them,
it's-
I'm sure, they were very nervous, and they were like, "Where is Magnus? Actually, what's happening?" Like you play your game, but on the back of your mind, you keep thinking about it. Yes, and his opponent is coming. We see the handshake. Of course, all focus is on Magnus. We know that normally media is allowed to be at the venue for first 25 minutes, so definitely everyone was waiting and hoping he will appear before the time will be over. Yeah, so
And
he
of
keeps
course, Norway
writing.
is facing Colombia, board 18.
So he gave this
Today's round.
20 minutes to his opponent. Let's see if he will make anything out of
And you
it.
can see the excitement on the face of his opponent.
Yes,
I'm
you
playing
can-
Magnus Carlsen right now.
Yeah, it's a good day. It's a
Yes.
good day for his opponent because
Yes. E4 C5, he got 20 extra
Mhm.
minutes. Not
Look
bad.
at that smile.
Yeah, we can see media. We can also see social media expert Nikki Riga recording carefully.
Seeing some familiar faces.
Yes, he's
Chess
a little
Base
bit smiling,
India
yes.
representative as well, of course. Something happened.
Some
Something
emotions,
definitely
yes,
happened.
you can see some emotions, yes.
You can see a bit
Yeah.
of sweat on Magnus's forehead. I think he had a good run.
He had a good run,
He-
of course,
he
and
had probably a good run.
no, we remembered, yes, the story in Astana when he was in mountains and then he had to run. And that time he played with different time control. He had only 3 minutes. Now he could afford to be late.
Yeah, and for all joking aside, he even in individual competitions he doesn't really do that. Like he might be a
Yes.
minute late somewhere, but he's not going to be 20 minutes late. And in team
Yes.
competitions, this definitely was not intended. Something must have happened somewhere.
Let's try to think what you could do in Budapest these days. Like when you have such a weather, normally you go to thermal sauna, right?
Yes,
That's
yes.
that's a good choice. Like
And then you lose track of time.
absolutely, like normally we don't have time there, right? So
Okay, probably.
Should we look
Probably.
at this game actually, or perhaps see?
keep
Well, it's
See what
it's,
Magnus
it's
is
there a
still
little bit.
2 moves older. I mean, 4 moves old now. That it's going to be
We do see
a
a Sicilian.
Sicilian of some sort. Not as I mean, he might still suggest a Sveshnikov, but he clearly played knight of 3 6. Let me try and locate it. While one obvious feature of the Olympiad is the sheer amount of games is such that it's very difficult to concentrate on any one game for any length of time. But
absolutely, yes. But in any case, it's a big news for all chess fans. The top-rated player of the world participating in the Olympiad takes it seriously. He tries to help his team,
yeah,
and
he will. Yeah.
that's important, of course. And it makes this event very special. His participation is very important. His
Yes.
participation, world champion, all the other top players. Everybody knows that it's a very important event for every country, every chess player.
He's actually playing a pure Paulsen.
Paulsen, yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
That's my opening. I've analyzed it. I had a coach who we were basically only doing model games in the Paulsen for like about 3 to 4 years. Absolutely useless because it's a terrible opening. It's the most passive opening you can
It's
play
not-
as black.
No, I will not stand for this.
You will not
slander.
stand for
for this
for
slander.
the Paulsen
No.
slander.
Yeah,
Look, I've had decent results. Don't take me wrong, but still, it's a very, very passive opening. And at the end of my Paulsen career, I was quite depressed about it.
Honestly, I would sort of disagree, but the issue is sort of exactly what is happening in Magnus's game right now. And I've been, if we are to talk about chess for a second there, as we watch Peter Leko there on top of the Hungarian team, this is Magnus's position. He's playing against Roberto Garcia Pantoja, and the way they got here is obviously e4, c5 has been played, and then Magnus played e6, and here he was at some point a very, very serious Sveshnikov player, probably still is. But in the must-win game, Sveshnikov is not a very good idea. There's a bunch of really forcing lines which lead to equalities, and in some cases just force draws. So he goes a6, and this is something I've been playing for a very long time and actually enjoying quite a bit. But the reason you these days enjoy it a bit less is specifically this move c4, because if you don't play c4, the two other main options here are bishop d3, after which there's a bunch of things you can do with black, which you often do play very risky positions. You play positions where if you go wrong, you get mated. But I think you generally tend to have fun in as much as Sicilians are fun.
Related with bishop c5.
Yeah, that's the line I was playing. And now bishop a7 might actually be a healthier move, but I always loved these positions with bishop e7 where you have to play g7, g6, and then you do this kind of a tightrope walk where you really need to know what you're doing or you will be in trouble, but you do get to play a very sharp position. And the other line, of course, is a very simple move, knight c3, against which these days I think they just play b5, bishop b7, and they get a very sensible-looking Sicilian-type position. But c4, I think there are ways to try to equalize out of the opening immediately, but those will, once again, he is not looking to equalize today. He is looking to play a game of chess. And if you have to play something like queen c7 here instead of, for instance, bishop b4, which is a lot more forcing, and probably actually does equalize if you play correctly.
Yes.
If you play queen c7, you are committing yourself in most cases to playing some kind of a hedgehog. And yeah, hedgehogs, I will sort of condition my statement by saying I'm completely useless at them, so this very much colors my impression. I tried playing them with black. I'm horrible at it. I have horrible results.
That's basically what I was playing.
Yeah.
It got me depressed.
Yeah. Hedgehogs, I don't understand
You have
and
to keep
and
this
don't
position,
like.
yes,
But,
forever.
But Magnus is a very good hedgehog player, I think, from both colors. So for him, it makes sense. And for our viewers who are maybe not familiar with what a hedgehog is, it's a structure where I can put some moves on the board. Black does this. Let's say white goes f3. And black goes d6, and then probably in some order, you put the bishop on e7, you put the knight on d7, you castle. Let's make some more moves just to show like typical types of development black aims for. And the reason it's called the hedgehog is that it's very difficult for black to achieve any kind of pawn breaks in the center immediately, but you do have this
d5 and d5.
kind of a defensive row. Which resembles the spines of the spines of the hedgehog, which prevent white from also achieving any kind of breaks in the center.
And sometimes you even add another spike with g6.
Yeah,
g6.
You can imagine going g6 and then playing rook e8, bishop f8, bishop g7.
Yes.
It's a very slow maneuvering type position. Magnus, I think, is also very good on the white side of it. I think he understands really well how to take this apart. So he will be by far the more experienced player of the two if we talk about these types of positions. And the good thing about the hedgehog is it's very, very difficult for white to force matters. You just have to play a position where you know you're better, but there is no immediate way to simplify, no immediate way to define the position and make it more easier to understand. So what you get is a game of chess where, yes, you were given a bit of a handicap. Like, I don't think even the most fanatical hedgehog players will claim it equalizes.
Yeah.
Because it just doesn't.
It does.
But
it keeps the tension.
Yes.
Right? It keeps the tension.
But you get a game of chess, and this is obviously what Magnus is looking for today.
Is it also like a psychological thing? Like you sometimes go through positions of your opponent, your future opponent, and you kind of think that he might not like this type of position, or he's not so good in this type of position, and you decide to go for it?
I'm not really familiar with the player playing the white pieces here. He's rating 2550. He must be a very well-established, strong player.
Absolutely, but I mean, maybe this is what Magnus, this is his way of thinking, or I mean, how you make this choice? Let's go for this opening or the other one.
Well, Sicilian is a kind of a universally accepted way to play for a win with black. And the Paulsen is, if you, let's say, in this position, d6 allows bishop b5 check, which is a massive problem if you want to play for a win, because against pretty much all of your replies here. There's a lot of theory, which
Mhm.
you will either be quite a bit worse, or you will have to allow massive simplifications and maybe even force draws once again. Similar things apply to the position after knight c6, bishop b5. Once again, there's a lot of ways for white to simplify. So I think e6 followed by a6 is, I think, designed to maybe not equalize, but to keep pieces on the board and get the game. So it's not really, he's not doing something that is, very novel.
To build up on that point, and we've been discussing about the psychology between top level players and the 25-50s that are coming in and have the opportunity to actually play against these incredible players. And usually the 27 plus are afraid of the draws, the forced draws. But as a 2500 level player, as a 2200 level player, you have an opportunity of a lifetime to play a game of chess against a player of this magnitude. Do you just go for a drawing line, a forced drawing line that everybody has seen thousands of times, or do you actually try to play a game of chess?
This is a particular bugbear of mine, and my answer is you absolutely should play a game of chess, but people kind of don't. Not every single person. I don't want to lump everybody in together, but in my experience, I've been in this situation quite a lot with black, where you play somebody who kind of, I might be the strongest opponent this person has ever faced.
So he's happy with the draw, right? More or less.
Oh,
but they should play, right?
And it should be interesting.
Yes.
From like if I think of it from the other side, when I was a kid growing up, like a promising chess player growing up, and I began playing grandmasters. It was incredibly exciting for me to play grandmasters, and every new game against a grandmaster, it was a different time. This was allowed, and also this was kind of drilled into us. So I did have a period where, like, I would equalize with black, and I would offer a draw on move 15, but I would just offer it. I wasn't playing for a draw. It's just that it was told to me, it was explained to me by my coaches that if you equalize with black and you're playing against a stronger opponent, it's a good thing to float the idea. But I wasn't really like trying to make a draw. It was just the offer that was, I needed to be beaten out of me at some point. But I was very excited about an opportunity to play against grandmasters. And I wish this was how people treated it. And we've already had in this tournament examples of people treating it exactly like this. That player who was playing against Yakuboyev in round 1, who just from move 6 just said, okay, I'm giving mate to you today. I'm not interested in any of that, trading pieces and trying to make a draw. And it's just so better to watch, so much more interesting to watch. And it's also, I think it yields better results.
Yes.
It's a good approach if you want to grow as a player, right? If you are like curious, if you are excited about the fact that you play with a stronger opponent and you want to try actually to just have a real game, yes, and I think that's the approach everybody should have.
As a player that's looking to improve, and especially for the youngsters, you should take every opportunity you have and actually play a game of chess, test the waters against the best chess players on the planet, and try to improve yourself. That's basically the plan. Let's go to the ladies section for just a second, see what we have in the opening. We are just seeing actually Harika, Ronavali. That's a big clash.
Yeah.
Yes.
Versus
for round 3, this
That's
is a
huge
massive game on board 1 there between Switzerland and India. This is they played each other dozens.
Actually, maybe we can see
times.
the results between them. It's really great.
They're head to head.
I'm sure that they played so many games before.
Even only classical, the number has to be quite impressive.
They played in Grand Prix events, definitely.
Yeah.
In
We'll have it a bit later, but for now we can tell our viewers that these two know each other really, really well, and this is the full lineup of this match.
Yes, Kostyniuk plays against Harika, as we said.
Ghazal Hakim Fard plays Vaishali,
Yes,
Sofia Khryslova against Divya, and Maria Manko against Vantika.
Sofia is also a very young player, promising player. I do believe that she's also of Ukrainian descent, if I'm not mistaken, right now living in Switzerland.
Yes.
I've seen her at the World Juniors, and she's
maybe we can take a look
impressive.
at the pairings of the top boards of the women, just to, because there are some very close matchups already. By round 3, we get very strong teams playing against each other. And there you have it. Yeah.
Of course. and Georgia against Romania.
Ooh.
Yeah, Greece, Poland.
Greece,
That's a big
Poland,
one.
of course.
Yeah.
China, Italy, Israel, Ukraine.
these
Israeli
are
team is
all-
very experienced, for
Yeah,
example.
these are all very strong teams playing, clashing against each other by round 3, and it will only get closer as the tournament progresses. It does become a little bit of a round robin at the top there.
Yes.
From a
At
certain
one
moment
point,
on.
yes.
Yeah.
Mhm. We
Yes.
don't see here in this list a Bulgarian team, but we know that there are many strong teams like Bulgarian, Armenian team. We don't see them right now, but
Bulgaria is the European team champion. So
Yes.
obviously coming in with a lot of ambition.
yes, Stefanova is playing there, and also
Radeva, Beloslava Krasteva, and Nurgul
Nurgul
Salimova,
Salimova.
who
Yes,
is
Salimova,
obviously,
exactly. Yes.
let's say, the leader of the new generation of Bulgarian players. She's a candidate. She's a
She was
tremendous
playing
player.
in the FIDE Candidates tournament. Yes.
Absolutely tremendous
Maybe
player.
not that well, but it was her first
Her first
ever
time.
event
Mm.
as the candidate. So what else is happening?
So let's see what's happening in the games. What do we have?
Sure.
Kostyanyuk versus Harika.
Kostyanyuk against Harika, this is arguably maybe the most topical line of the Italian these days. The main line from here starts, I think, with the move Queen B8, and now White has a few potential choices. It used to be that people were discussing very, very seriously this extremely messy line that begins with from somewhere around here. There were, I think, Jinglieren in particular was playing this consistently, so you could prepare and aim for a position by move 25, more or less, in this line against him. I think he eventually started doing something else, but
He was religiously choosing
Yeah,
this line
he-
for a long
yeah.
time.
I think he analyzed it really, really deeply, and he thought, okay, I've invested so much time and effort into understanding what's happening here. Why wouldn't I just play it time and time again? And this is a very, very messy position. Obviously, White is now a piece up, but this bishop is hanging, and also the pawn on f2 is hanging. So what ends up happening is
Yes.
Black gets to win the rook on e1, and then we get these types of positions where
How many
materially,
pawns? Like two
I think it's
pawns and
3.
Three.
If you take on b2, it's
yes,
3.
it's 3.
But if you take on b2, you give White
You
this
activate the
really,
bishop.
really promising diagonal
Yeah.
for the bishop on b2.
And
So
queen
I have a
g3.
feeling they weren't actually taking on b2 here.
No,
I think they
no.
were giving up the pawn on c3 just to do something more proactive and not to give this attack to
I
White.
don't think you can take on b2.
Yeah, I think this is
bishop
very,
is just
very
simply
risky.
too strong.
So this is game 1. Obviously, this hasn't been played yet. Knight f1 is on, actually queen b8, knight f1 is on the board. But there is a number of potential off-ramps for both sides after queen a7. d4 is not forced. You can play bishop e3, you can play rook e2. Queen a7, though, is kind of forced. Having played queen b8, I think not playing queen a7 would have been a bit...
What queen
A
is
bit
doing
strange,
there? Yes.
yeah.
First of all, you have to contend with d4.
Yeah.
d4 is a
Mhm.
serious threat right now. You have to stop it somehow.
So we are headed towards these very, very familiar waters. We've had a number of games starting from there. On board 2, Vaishali is playing the London. This is kind of similar to that game that Arjun Erigaisi won in the previous round. What White is doing on the, at least, is very, very similar.
When he started to push pawns
Mhm.
at a certain point. I paid attention that Tanya is not playing today. She made a draw yesterday, so
Okay.
probably resting. But again, the team is so strong that they could actually change it without that much of harm.
Yeah, interesting approach by Black, by the way. I don't think I've seen Black try to play c5, c4 this early in these types of positions, but without the bishop on d3, the mating attack on the king side, of course, doesn't look as threatening.
Can you attack it immediately?
Yeah,
Or B3?
I'm curious why we're not playing b3 here with White.
Obviously,
B5,
the idea,
A4?
A4.
Yes, this-
Yeah,
There's no
maybe,
more aces.
maybe Black is pretending this somehow
Oh.
works out, but
Has to be it. Yes.
yeah,
interesting.
because otherwise, in purely positional terms, if you are if you have to follow up c4 with taking,
Yes, it's
this
good
is
for
this is
White.
obviously
Mhm.
immediately very, very good for White, getting a pawn closer to the center and removing a pretty central pawn from the Black structure is generally just very, very good for White. So you would assume it has to be b5, and if
And
a4,
B4.
you are now absolutely forced to play b5 before and hope that this works out, all the tactics work out.
So continue here. What can
Well, the
White
point,
do?
the point, of course, is
Yes,
that if
if
you
you
take
take
you,
C3.
c3 followed by bishop takes before, this
Yeah.
does look very
No,
nice for
not
Black.
good for White.
Yeah, so I'm
Does it,
guessing.
though? I guess it does because you go
Yes.
a5 next. Yeah.
What did you want
I
to?
was going to go queen c2 and then knight d3, but you just go
So we
a5.
do this and then this. Yeah, I mean, if it
Like,
gets
how do you defend the pawn? I
if
guess
it gets
94?
taken off the board immediately, of course, we are in some trouble with black. But there should be a way to deal with it. Let me start by. Yeah, I don't know.
94, bishop d3, perhaps.
I don't know.
Or maybe f3. I'm not sure which one is.
No,
No, I like
B3,
bishop
maybe
d3.
maybe I play bishop a6 and because there's the king is still in the center, so you have to contend. Like if you probably cannot immediately start taking stuff without castling. I would probably castle here, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But now things are finally becoming quite threatening, I guess.
It's something that needs to be calculated.
Yeah, my initial reaction was this cannot possibly be good, and we will be able to find something for black straight away. But maybe it's not that obvious, yeah. But this wasn't played anyway because I think Vaishali had just a different plan for the game. Yeah, she wants to play on the king side, and now after queen c7, knight bd7, you have a very, I think, well-defined choice. You either take on d7, take the pressure off in the center and play that way, or you go knight df3, trying to keep the knight on e5, but that allows knight e4, of course.
Can you start with h6 first?
Yeah, I think we can probably throw in h6, although, honestly, are we getting mated?
Sure.
Oh, okay, I can't
also
play
go bishop
that,
h6, yeah.
I can't play that. I have to play rook e8.
Now the question is...
Just to show why I said I
Bishop
cannot
h6.
yet. Blundering this exchange is probably ill-advised.
Now the question is, do I go g3 and try to keep that bishop there, or
maybe just simply bishop h6, because it's actually awkward to try and take the pawn on g7 away, and we can play knight f3 later. And yeah, this looks, yeah, maybe h6 is quite unpleasant and needs to be addressed with g6.
Cool. All right, let's move on to the next game. So,
yeah, so
far India is looking fairly good.
On board 3, this is a game between Sofia Khrizlova and Divya Desmukh. Seems like white is maybe a... Hang on, 95 looks good, yeah.
This is some theory. This is definitely...
I'm sure this is some kind of theory, but...
Just because Divya hasn't spent any time so far.
Let's take a look. So this was a Nimzo. White played e3, knight e2. Black immediately attacked the center with everything. a3, bishop a5, d takes c, d takes c, knight d4, knight bd7. And this is actually an interesting turning point, because you can play bishop takes c4. You're not going to be better, probably, with white, but you're definitely never going to be worse. Or you can play c6, and now after knight e5, the stakes have been raised quite a bit, because this pawn is hanging, and we also have this idea of playing 93 check. And the position becomes immeasurably more concrete and a lot more complex compared to the very, very symmetrical position which resembles, you know, every single Queen's Gambit accepted we've seen in our lives. And sometimes white is maybe even a little bit better. You can make some kind of a claim. I will play, I don't know, f3. I will follow it up with b4, e4, bishop e3, and I will have more space and a tiny, tiny bit of advantage. But the most important bit, as I said, is that you run zero risks.
Anastasiya, you were watching some interesting matchups in the open section. Yes. Anything good?
Actually, Canada, United States is a kind of interesting match, you know.
That's
you went all this way to Budapest, yes, to play
the women's section.
Yeah,
with the team from your continent, right?
Yeah,
I'm just was checking, and I was laughing a little bit inside of myself.
Yeah.
So actually, I see that the lineup today, Carissa is playing, Alice Lee is playing from youngsters, and Begim also. Saw this interview of Alice yesterday, and it was funny that she missed the first day because she had some commitments with school, and she spent the day, you know, doing some stuff online. I think it's
totally
really funny.
Understandable.
She's been, I want to say,
I have no idea, because she can probably be in university right now. She was taking some university classes already 2 years ago when she was 12.
Yeah.
So it could be that she's already trying to get to university.
Do something. I mean, I mean, everybody has this kind of commitments, and we know that in US it's very serious,
Oh,
right?
yes.
I mean, I remember Jennifer, you starting during the US Championship and saying
Harvard,
that
yes.
I'm running
Mhm.
after every game, and I continue
And Carissa
reading
is.
my books. Same for the
She's
other
studying
members.
at
Yes.
Stanford,
Yes.
which is Ivy League. Obviously, it's a very difficult school to attend and play
Absolutely,
chess
yes.
for 2 weeks.
Yes. So it was actually the first game yesterday for Alisa to play for the team, and for Alice to play for the team, and she managed to win it.
Yes.
Let's see what happens today. She's on the
So
board
just
4,
to
but
briefly show the positions, this looks
Yes.
like it must have been some kind of a Nimzo in a game between Begim on the black side against Miley Jade Uye. And on board 2, we have Carissa. This is a nice little advantage for white. You would, of course, have preferred this bishop to already be on d3 to launch some kind of an attack against the black king, because the way white wins these types of structures is by direct attack on the king side. And the bishop on g2 is not very well equipped for that, but you can actually transfer it over to d3 eventually. So nice, stable position for Carissa to build on. On board 3, Irina Krush is doing some kind of a freestyle. Yeah, this is. I mean, I know
How
how.
this
I know how
really
they.
here.
Yes.
Yeah, and this is actually a very serious
Yes.
move. Yeah, g3 b5 is one of the better moves, I
Yes.
think, for black, in particular if you want to get a fight, because you're trying to for the future. Like if white continues playing some sort of a fianchetto, eventually maybe white wants to play c4, but it's already kind of prevented. A very good move. I remember the first time I saw, I think Kramnik played e2, e3 in this position once. And my first reaction was, the mad scientist, era of Kramnik has finally begun. And then I thought about it some more, and I thought, yeah, this makes some sense, because
b5 is hanging right
yeah,
now.
b5,
Yes.
b5 is hanging. You're doing it while the bishop is still on f1.
Yes.
You don't particularly want to play b5 before. You probably spend a tempo on a7, a6.
And then,
We switch to our own plans, and it ends up, probably in most cases, you will find that e3 is a more useful move than a6.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I thought, my first reaction was, you just played g3.
It
Why
looks
would you,
ugly,
yeah,
right?
why would you ever play e3 in this position? But no, nothing Kramnik does in openings is ever stupid, is my impression.
First of all, Kramnik analyzes, even right now, a lot of chess, perhaps even more than when he was active. But one thing that I've heard about Kramnik, and maybe you know more than I do, is that every single day he was checking very quickly, browsing through the games that were played in the thousands.
Yeah.
And just like going through the moves, not actually analyzing, but just going through the moves.
I'm not sure if he
game.
still does it as religiously as he used to, but there is a word chess players use which doesn't stand for very much for amateurs, I suspect. But a shout out to Mark Krauser, who I've been talking to for decades.
Twix,
Yeah,
yes,
the
Twix,
Twix,
yes.
yeah. And the Weekend Chess is a website which provides weekly databases of basically all the chess played in the last week. And Mark has been doing God's work for, I think, 30 years now. Mark is one of the quietly most important people in the world of chess. And yeah, and once again, yeah, go check it out. Mark has been doing this. Basically, it's his hobby project, which has been used by chess professionals for, I think, by this point, 3 decades.
Yes.
The website survives on donations, and if you find it useful, do something good for Mark, because Mark is doing so much good for chess.
It's religious. Every single Tuesday it comes.
It comes, yes. Like no matter what's happening. And I know actually that many professional chess players, they really go through thousands of games. Like I know that Anna Muzyczuk is doing it. I know that for sure Boris Gelfand is doing it, and Vasily Ivanchuk, I don't know what's going on right now. I know it 100% because once I played one tournament in 10 years, they immediately told me that all the games I played, and I was like so ashamed that they even checked them and saw all the mistakes I've made.
But returning to Cristian's point, and yeah, for somebody like Kramnik, the routine is you download the newest tweak and you go through the entirety of it. At absolutely lightning speed. You're not really stopping for anything unless you're watching some very strong tournament, which for some reason you haven't seen live. So all of the, I don't know, Switzerland under 12 girl championships are probably not going to, he's not going to dedicate too much of his time or boys, or that was not a slight on the girls' championship. But he still goes through every game of every tournament, and yeah, it's
Why is that? Is it because of patterns? He wants to just like go through whatever patterns, new patterns,
I think so.
for
That's what
opening
he said.
ideas. Like, what
Mhm.
is it? Because again, it's lighting speed. Like
He
it
said
doesn't
about
stop
patterns.
at all.
Yeah.
In one interview, I think he said about it that he really wants to see some new ideas and like have something fresh, and more he sees, more ideas come
Yeah.
also to his mind. And this is what I heard. I don't know, maybe Vidar, you know something more.
Yeah,
About
and
it.
there he is
Yes.
on our screen.
Yes, Vladimir
Speaking.
Kramnik, captain of the team.
Yeah.
And actually, I have some insights that he was even asking for some advices because it's his first appearance as a captain. He didn't know some rules. What is it to be a captain? Well, maybe I should
even
speak
people who
about
have
it.
been doing this job for a while. We had dinner yesterday with Jan
Mhm.
Gustafsson, who is captaining Germany here, and this is absolutely not his first time. But rules kind of subtly change from Olympiad to Olympiad,
Yes.
and he wasn't entirely sure what the current state of him, being able to answer even one-word questions about like three-move repetitions and things.
Yes.
He was slightly at a loss as
No, but
to.
we should explain
what the
maybe a
rules are.
little bit. We can talk about it because it's a big part of Olympiad. I mean, what captain is actually doing there. Before, I think the role of captain was more active. Captain could interfere more in
Oh, yeah.
sense that, for example, during the match, if somebody offers you a draw, you could come to the captain and ask his opinion, and actually, if you should accept this draw or
Yeah,
you refuse.
you could have a short conversation where,
according to
like,
the situation.
he was not allowed to tell you moves,
Yes.
but short of telling you moves, you could actually have a conversation. Arbiter should be present, and arbiter was
Yeah, of
always
course.
present, but it wasn't a yes-no conversation even. And I mean, the first Olympiad I ever played, and I mean, I'm very happy this is gone, but just to give you an example of the power of captains in those years,
Yes.
we had a match where captain basically offered 4 draws. We didn't even offer them ourselves. 4 draws, like draws on every single board, were offered and accepted by two team captains.
Yeah.
And we were just told to kind of get up and go
away.
It's done.
Yeah,
Yes.
like,
It's a done deal.
Match is over. Yeah,
How
just
did it feel?
Go prepare.
How did it feel?
Yeah. So
Interesting.
I'm very much in favor of this not being allowed.
Yeah.
But removing absolutely everything from captain's purview, like not as things stand right now, I think all you can do there is perhaps bring drinks.
Yes.
And read a book.
Yes.
Not bad.
We did find out which book he's reading. He is claiming he's on page 300.
That's Jan.
Yes,
Yeah.
Jan
So
Gustafsson. Yes,
returning to Gusti. He is apparently reading an actual very good book. So kudos to him.
You can even mention.
I think yeah, he's reading Demon Copperhead, which is a very depressing book about some of the Rust Belt in the States. Very on point, I think. Gusti reading a not particularly cheerful book is very on brand. Yes.
Imagine your players thinking like, what's wrong with my captain? Why he's so depressed? Maybe I'm doing something wrong. My position is very bad.
And it's just a book.
He's just reading
It's
a book,
just a
and the book
book,
is
yeah.
quite depressing. Or the opposite, he's reading something funny and he starts laughing, and again everybody is confused.
That's maybe even worse. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, you have to be very careful which book you're reading. You think it's easy, it's not. And the role of the captain shouldn't be underestimated in this sense.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but really, like the fact that, for example, as a player, you are focused on your game, and you maybe sometimes you don't know what happened on the other board. Like, what is the score? What's the situation in the match? Can you make a draw? Do you need to play for victory? So this was actually useful. You could come to your captain and ask, like, shall I make a draw? And he would tell you, like, no, keep playing. You have to win. And now you have to do it on your own. You have to check what's going on.
It's because of the engines.
Yes, that
Just
it's fair
because
play.
the captains
Fair
could
play,
be
yes.
having any sort of idea of what the engine is saying, and then they have a huge advantage over the players. Before, that wasn't the case, right? So you didn't know the truth, let's say, of the position, so you could only speculate, oh yes, sure. It seems like you probably should accept the draw, or you should not take the draw, keep on playing. But yeah, right now, with the emergence of the engines, you just simply have too much information.
But they're not allowed to have mobile phones.
They're not allowed.
They're not
yes.
allowed. They're
But
not
it's
allowed
another
to
layer
get
of
out
protection
from the
players.
playing hall. But still, yes, maybe sometimes the organizers are overreacting, but sometimes it's better to overreact these
Yeah,
days
I think,
because fair play is one of the most important things nowadays in the chess world.
It's for the players, you know, to give them the right mindset. Nothing shady is going to happen in this competition. So just play your game.
Do you remember the last Olympiad? It was allowed to speak to the captain, like when these rules applied, the new ones. Maybe I still remember that in 2014. Maybe it was still possible. In
Yeah,
Tromsø, right?
I wouldn't be able to name
would
the
say
exact
Chennai.
year.
Quite early.
Yeah.
2022, Chennai.
Not allowed. Yes, 2018. It probably was still possible.
So maybe 2020 was the change.
But 2020 we didn't have
yeah,
Olympiad.
okay,
That's the
so
point.
from
Probably it
Chennai.
was this big
2020.
gap,
Yeah.
Yep.
and many things happened during this period of
Yes.
time, right? This COVID killed the captains, yes, completely.
Right now, the role of the captain is much more outside of the playing hall.
Yeah.
You have to make sure that everything goes according to plan. You submit the lineups. Nobody else has to worry about that. You choose the restaurants where the players are going to eat. What food the players do like to eat.
Yes.
This type of situations.
You bring pills to players if they're
Tickets,
ill.
pills
Yes.
if they're ill. Exactly. Everything else outside of the chess, the actual chess part, the captain should be responsible for.
Yeah, and
it's-
mood of the players, right? I mean,
Yeah,
how
it's
important
a kind
to
of
have
it's a kind of a
good energy.
managerial role, and also you are absolutely in charge of maintaining the mental well-being of
Yeah.
your team.
Team spirit.
Yeah, you're trying to take care that like there are no internal conflicts, that everybody is happy with, you know, the amount of rest they're getting. And like in some teams, once again, you would hope that it's not really a topic, but sometimes like people start complaining that they play too many blacks in a row.
Yep.
And balancing the colors and balancing workloads becomes a bit of an issue. So there is a lot of work that happens behind the scenes. But yeah, when we see captains on our screens here, they aren't really doing very much. All of their work is outside of the
playing hall. You're the mediator. You're also choosing the lineup so that the responsibility falls on your shoulders. The players, look, it's the captain that made that decision. Of course, after talks with the players as well.
Let's imagine the last thing I want to ask you.
Yes.
The worst captain you can imagine.
Oh,
the
no.
worst. I mean, just
Don't put us on the
you're
spot.
the captain. Yes.
Don't put
Maybe
us on
you
the
you
spot like
heard
that.
something like the worst story about the captain.
I'll defer to
Yes,
Peter.
like
on this
you are the team of
Yeah, I mean,
completely
there
idiots.
are
This is what
there's
captain can
obviously
say,
some
yes.
stories, but
Yes, there are some stories
I
we've
don't
heard.
think this is the time for them. Maybe if we
Maybe it's in chat people can share some stories they heard.
That's not for us to.
yeah, we absolutely
divulge.
invite if there are some viewers out there who have their
still.
own horror stories about being captained by people of
Yes. But we
special
still hope-
skills.
Yeah, we still hope most of the stories will be positive. Yes, but
I want to see.
things happen.
I want to go to China, Slovenia because we have a big clash. Ding versus Fedosev.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. We have been sort of neglecting the actual positions on board, so maybe we can
Yes.
finally get to that part of our job. And yeah, it's one of the matches where a player who would formally represent Russia is playing on board one for Slovenia. Vladimir Fedoseev, obviously,
Very huge match.
a player I know quite well, and he is now heading that team. Very strong player. They probably played a bunch online.
Head to head. Maybe we
Yeah.
have it. Yes. If
This is also London.
Oh, we have it.
And there we are.
No
yeah.
games.
I cannot believe it.
Is this actually true? No games.
Maybe
that's not
classical
exactly
games.
no games with Fedoseev
Oh, I
playing the
see.
white
Yes.
pieces. Yeah, but
Yes.
Fedoseev is actually ahead. He won one. You have to assume with black.
With
if
black.
there,
With black.
if there are no games with white, and
One
one
draw.
draw. And I'm sure they played a great deal online. And also, interestingly,
and rapid
it's
and
disappeared off your screen now.
Mhm.
But this is Fedosev's first game of the Olympiad. He skipped the first two rounds. Whereas for Ding played yesterday, he made a draw in a very sharp Sicilian with the white pieces and is playing black today. But Fedoseev, yeah, took a bit of a break
Rest.
and
Yes.
And is now playing the world champion. So this was clearly a London, where I think this line with Queen B6 followed by Bishop D6 is something that they do quite seriously these days. The point, I think, being, as I understand it, is that it's much harder against specifically this combination of moves. It's much harder to preserve this structure. And if you play c3, I think black takes on d4, right? This is maybe the point.
I think
And
so,
if you
yes.
take on d6,
Then you can take on a3.
d3
Yeah.
might be very strong.
Yeah.
So for white, I think generally white often tries to force black to trade specifically on f4. But because of the inclusion of queen b6 and rook b1, it's difficult to achieve. So instead, Vladimir takes on c5, goes bishop g5, bishop b7. Already an interesting point to me, because I thought the move to make here would be knight bd7, developing an additional piece. The bishop on d6 doesn't seem like it's a target necessarily, so I'm not sure why we're moving it again, but maybe Ding feels that the knight belongs on c6 in this structure.
And he is spending some time,
Yeah.
so definitely he's out of book.
Fedosiev played bishop d3, black castled, castles, h6, b4 here, queen b6, and the bishop returned to f4. And then a5, a3, 8 takes, 8 takes have been added. What do we think about this position?
I like the way Fedosiev has approached this one. He's basically using all of the pieces that have been developed so far, including the rook on b1, which was more or less forced to be there to defend the pawn on b2. But right now, with the inclusion of b4, I feel it's doing an active job, which is definitely something that helps white. And c4 is coming. c4 is coming. The structure will change. And right now, as black, you're still underdeveloped, slightly.
Yes, this bishop on c8, yes, it's my concern for black. Yes.
Yeah, I think if it's white to move, white goes c4 in a heartbeat. And we probably would like to stop it with black, which is why the move I currently would like to try to make work is the move knight b8, c6. If you still play c4, my feeling is there is not enough pieces for you to attack this pinned knight, and I will probably escape the pin.
Anymore, yes.
So it doesn't threaten knight takes before yet, but it's stopping c4. I'm more or less doing this as a kind of a defensive move, or more than anything else. And if you play b4, b5, which is an obvious reaction to knight c6, because, well, you can attack a piece and move it away from seemingly good square. I'm wondering about knight b4.
You're trying to go to a2.
Yes. And if bishop e2, maybe even immediately knight a2. I don't know if it's needed. There's also maybe knight e4 as a kind of...
Okay, yeah.
Because we obviously...
You should take that, but
threaten
now you get knight d5.
Yeah, and I'm getting a very, very good square for
So knight
this
d2?
wayward knight.
Do you have
Maybe
enough
even the
compensations,
immediate
question?
knight d5. Yeah, knight d5, knight
Knight
d4.
d4.
Yeah. If this bishop was on a good square, I'd be quite happy, but it's not, yeah?
You also have
Could
f5.
you f5, yes,
as
knight
an
c3.
option.
I also thought about it.
Ah,
Why do you
Yeah,
take
this
the
I
bishop?
didn't. This I
Maybe
didn't see.
maybe f5 and
I
knight
just
c3.
did not
Because,
see that.
c4, I think you just simply take on f4, and I don't have anything in
Yeah.
that position.
Yeah, I just missed this.
I mean,
yeah, this
good
looks
for
good
black,
good
yes.
for black. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
if the knight has to go, well, anywhere really, we will win this exchange, and then we will find a way to develop. I mean, we still have the slight problem of developing the bishop on c8, but it will come out eventually.
So maybe b5 is not the best move in this position. Maybe white should do something else and not force things.
But then the
this
question
moment.
is, what do you
What
play?
to do? That's a
Do you play
I don't
c3?
know. Yes, like protecting this pawn. Like you said, it's not really hanging, but at the
Yeah.
same time, what is your next move?
Exactly.
Like, can you wait? Can you just play a
There
random move? Like
there aren't that
rook e1?
many options.
Just
yeah.
as an example.
Maybe
what
we can
black will
play
do?
e4. That would be another way to try and change the structure here. I think we would very much welcome a chance to put this pawn on e5.
So black should
If black
take.
takes, we take with the knight. Seems like whenever you take on b4, I still have the pin, and there's no tactical way to solve the...
But I worry about knight d5 and maybe then again knight c3 after f5.
We do have
maybe
d2.
should do-
We do have d2.
Now c4 is coming,
Yeah.
Okay,
With the
it's not that
tempo.
bad. Yes.
or b5, c4.
Yeah, b5, c4 I think is a massive, massive threat here. And also, now my pieces kind of look more harmonious. I'm a bit, well, worried is maybe strong, but I think black needs to play f5.
Knight.
Honestly, I can still play b5 even here if I want. Just to drive that knight to a worse square. Because if you take on e4, I take on c6, and very importantly, the queen is now attacked. And I think I will have time to take on e4 next move, because let's say queen takes c6, bishop takes
Dick is
e4.
about to make a move, yes? And he didn't play knight c6.
No, he
I
played
see, like,
rook d8.
d8,
Yeah,
yes.
he played rook d8.
He's on the
Okay,
board, yes.
okay. Let's take a look at.
Rook d8.
No, he actually played knight c6.
Knight
Waited
c6.
for c3, and
Immediately
Protasevich played
c3.
c3 very quickly. Yeah, and now
And
rook
now
d8.
rook d8.
Okay, so this is a new position for us to discuss. Rook d8 stops e3, e4 for the time being, first of all, because obviously the X-ray on the g file will cost us white material you cannot take twice.
So probably you have to start with
Queen e2.
Queen e2.
Yeah, Queen e2 is the most obvious move in the position. And now I'm guessing he wants to play bishop d6.
Yes.
e6, e5 is now a very serious threat. So the position
Okay,
to
queen
analyze
d6.
would be takes, and now we. But I am less convinced.
That's a big hope.
I am less convinced, because this is now this involves a lot more risk than the
Like
previous
rook
version.
c1.
Rook c1
with
or
c5 idea,
yeah,
yes.
rook c1. It feels like maybe I have to play queen a5. I currently do not see how this loses, but
Yes.
I am worried. I am very worried.
Do we have to go rook c1 though?
No.
Maybe not. It's just like.
Just because queen
Because I
a5
like
seems to be
c5.
some sort of a
Yes,
threat
it's a
to
good-
try to
Queen
defend
a5 and queen
everything.
c5 are the moves I am trying to make next move. Yeah.
Yeah. You might actually survive, even this.
Yeah. I don't see how it's refuted, but it's scary. Maybe we go e4? It looks a bit weird to combine those two in this fashion, but we're threatening e5. And if you have to play rook d8, I think I'm happy to include e4 and rook d8. Maybe I will go e5.
So let's take.
Yeah, we should take.
You
c5
take, I
as a
want to
threat.
take. Now, importantly, something to note is that rook d3 loses material to queen takes d3, once again using the spin. So you
Which, by the way,
Mhm.
it still goes on, right? Because I have queen takes f2.
Ah, yeah, I missed that.
Oops.
And perhaps.
But I have rook d8 check in the end, right?
Yes, yes. I think
This is
rook
very
a-
important, because if black gets to play bishop d7 here, black is maybe even slightly better.
Fine,
Definitely
yeah, more
not
than
worse.
fine, yeah.
But with the rook on d8, this feels like a worrisome position for black.
Probably losing.
'Cause,
Probably
yeah,
losing.
with this pin is
that pin is going to be very,
unpleasant.
very annoying.
Some sort of an eternal pin, and you don't have b6, bishop b7 because you lose
Yeah.
that.
So I assume we go knight takes e4, and my plan was to play
Take with
queen,
queen
takes
because
e4.
rook d3 again, same idea.
Yeah, same idea, and I'm threatening queen h7 check, but you do
But
have
it's-
f5. And here I got slightly stuck, because I was kind of hoping to make queen e1 work. But the issue with queen e1 is not knight takes d3, because in the
The end.
race of who eats more, white actually eats better here. Yeah.
That's
But you can take with the rook
better dinner.
simply. You can
Yes.
take with the rook and go queen somewhere.
Yeah.
e6, d8. I
black
don't
is
know.
fine,
I don't
yes.
know which was c5 maybe.
Mhm.
And yes, the bishop is a bit stupid. There will be a knight on e5. I think white might have enough compensation here not to be much worse, or maybe even any worse. But we're not playing for a win here.
And
I
if you
don't think.
go queen to e2
Yeah,
after
and there is no threat. This gives black time
No,
to
queen
play something like
c5,
queen
yeah.
c5. Exactly. Yeah.
yeah.
It just proves that position is really complicated
Mhm.
and with many options from both sides. Yes, it's not obvious why
Yeah,
white
back-
is
back to
better or
the live
something like that.
position.
Absolutely not. But there are many other games in this match
Well,
which
I
are
think
interesting.
time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
In the heart of Europe lies Budapest, a city known for its bridges that connect its rich past with the future. This September, Budapest becomes a bridge itself, connecting nations from around the world. Are you ready? After a journey from Chennai around the globe, and in the year that the World Chess Federation celebrates its 100th year anniversary, we will step it up a notch. From September 10 to 23, all eyes are on Budapest for the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. As the bridges of Budapest unfold, so too do the connections between nations and cultures through our beloved game of chess. More than 1,800 players will represent their country in the most prestigious chess event in the world. Watch live or join us in Budapest for the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad and be part of the game that connects us all.
Welcome back, chess fans. It's day number 3 of the World Chess Olympiad, and we decided to go directly to one of the key matches between the United States of America and Bulgaria. Fabiano Caruana is playing against Ivan Cheparinov on the first board. We had a look a little bit before, check this game, and what's happening right now? Yes, we have the pairings in front of us, but it's from the other.
That's a very interesting match as well. Italy versus
Exactly.
Netherlands.
But we were talking about Bulgaria, United States. Let's remind our viewers, Ivan Cheparinov is playing against Fabiano Caruana, Arkady Naiditsch against Wesley So, Petrov Martin against Levon Aronian, who is in a really interesting shape these days, and Petkov is playing against Ray Robson.
So far, I think Levon is hands down winning the competition for the most interesting first 2 games of the Olympiad, with the word interesting used in the streamer sense or commentator sense, where it often denotes not that great.
Right. Unstable, to say the least.
So why not stable? He sacrificed something on his first game, then second game, if we can call it sacrifice.
Even more material was sacrificed in the second game. And in the second game, it was even sound.
Right.
Yeah, compared to the first game, where it very much crossed into the blunder territory.
And he promised, actually, he gave an interview after that, and he promised to sacrifice something today, perhaps queen, he said.
There are some chances, but it doesn't seem like it's good right now. He has an option to do it more or less immediately, but it probably loses on the spot. So I hope he doesn't feel obliged to do it.
I would say unstable, as in the first round. He was maybe one move away from resignation.
More than once, yeah.
Yes.
It seems like more than once. But let's talk about the Fabi's games first. Fabi played the Sicilian today. He went knight c6 on move 2. Ivan played bishop b5. Fabi went e6. We have already seen some interesting games. In particular, Anish Giri yesterday played a very interesting concept game starting from bishop takes c6 here. But Ivan goes for an old line with castles and rook e1, which I think is supposed to be answered by knight d4 these days. People used to play a7, a6 in this position, but I think the positions after takes, and d4 have been a bit challenging for black. It's still playable, but I think white generally enjoys it quite a bit by the standards of this line. So knight d4 is much more critical. Takes, c3, the bishop gets driven away. Black supports the pawn on d4 here. The move b4, I guess, looks maybe a bit outlandish, but you're gaining space. You are, I think, importantly, you're stopping the bishop from coming to c5 and then perhaps dropping back to a7, which would support the pawn on d4 forever. And this way, we eventually will be able to provoke this trade. If black continued ignoring this, I suspect Ivan would have played a2, a3 here. And now with the pawn on a3, you do probably have to take. So
I feel you can even consider taking immediately. Maybe even
on
after
d4,
b5 or taking on d4 first.
Yeah, cd4, and then yeah, if I take with the bishop, you have d4, d5 here, starting to push my pieces away.
Yes,
that does look very strong. Yeah. So d takes c3, more or less forced, I guess. White took. Queen c7 is a very useful move in this structure, is provoking h3, and you will also see another use for this battery, because after castles, knight bd2, b6, a3, bishop b7, and c4, it feels like the bishop has to come to the e5 square, because you have to deal with arguably white's best piece here, which is the bishop on b2. But you pretty much always include this bishop h2 check move first, because...
To be honest, I never understood why. Maybe you can explain it to me. Why do you always give this check and then return to e5? I've seen this pattern.
I think the king is just worse on h5. In these types of positions, you don't play king h1 voluntarily. Like in endgames, it will be one move further away from the center.
That's a good point.
F2 maybe will hang in some positions. And as we will see in a moment, even here, Ivan played queen b3, Fabi took on b2 and played a6, a5. And this feels kind of untidy enough for Ivan to actually invest a full tempo into playing king g1. So if this is the outcome, clearly bishop h2 has been an unqualified success, because we just won a full tempo now. White is still, of course, doing completely fine, as is black. The question is, how will you proceed from here? My first question to you guys would be, do you like the endgames after queen e5? For instance, if you take and play queen e5 here, do you think?
Yeah,
I'll defer to you.
In general, I don't like to exchange queens. Let's start from here.
Okay.
That I would like to keep queens on the board.
Mm.
But I think after queens exchange, like white can immediately start pushing the pawns. Like I gave a couple of tempos, even like with f4, right? Why should I do this to myself? Like
Yeah,
asking this
you can
question.
get chased around.
Yes,
a little bit.
immediately. Like, and
Yeah.
probably if I want to exchange the queens, I should do it on my terms. This is what Yasser taught me during all our commentaries. Like, I wouldn't do it maybe right away.
I generally would not like to go queen e5.
Yeah,
By the
AB4,
way,
AB4 in the meantime
it's on the board.
has been played, so we'll
Yes.
see. If, I would assume Fabi plays something immediately because when you take on b4, you know what the reply will be. So yeah,
Yes.
and he does play, but he plays I think knight e5,
Knight
not
e5,
not
yes.
queen
Knight
e5.
f5, yes. Maybe he will try to bring the other rook on c8, I don't know, or like 4 square, yes, is
Yeah.
the critical
So let's maybe
square,
talk
yes.
about plans. The reason I brought up the queen trade is this is a position I'm honestly struggling to understand properly. I'm torn between thinking black really has no weaknesses that you can immediately exploit. So black in the Sicilian, where you get to move 20, you don't really have anything particular to complain about. You should be fine. But I'm also not quite sure what black wants.
What about move d5, which is typical move in, let's say,
I think it will be
Sicilian?
difficult to organize.
Is it possible, yes, to organize?
not with the knight on e5
yeah.
is the
Yeah.
problem.
You
Right,
probably
because
need
of
to
this
invest into
couple of
an
times.
additional tempo. And also, I think in the structure, they often go for the f7, f5 break rather than the d7, d5 break. So if you do nothing here, I don't know how to make a nothing move completely, but let's say you go rook a1 and black plays f5. The engine disagrees with it quite a bit and says that after, and this is why rook a1 wasn't really a nothing move. It is actually exactly where it should be. But this is interesting to me that in the situation where optically I opened the f file for my rooks, my bishop on b7 now has a much longer diagonal to operate on. Yes, I understand knight d6 is a threat, but there should be a way to deal with it seemingly. And the engine is really, really massively in disagreement with this and says your position was fine, now it no longer is.
Probably the reason is because it's so difficult to
Actually, knight d6 is a massive
stop
threat.
knight
yeah.
d6.
And
I
if you
think
have to take on
take
a4, yeah, then my previous speech is immediately invalidated. If this bishop is gone, there is never going to be any significant counterplay on the king's side.
No, I can probably even go f3 if I really have
Yeah,
to.
if you really have to, yeah, exactly. So f5 is not really a break that looks very attractive.
Can I ask you just a question, like here, why white cannot play a 4 move immediately and
That's a good
g3? Like,
I don't really like
yes,
moving.
I'm sure that
moving
Fabi is
things in-
provoking it, but I'm just kind
Yeah.
of curious, like, can we do it?
Well, the thing is knight
and
g6
g3
force.
for
Yeah, you
example,
will
yes.
also have to play g3,
Yes,
and I
weakening the king,
yeah,
right? That's
I think
the point.
it's very untidy.
Now f5 really
Yes.
you
Now
know, that's when
f5,
you
yeah,
wanna do it.
f5 is the biggest issue, I guess. Another potential issue would be an idea of
yes.
playing h5, h4, which you'll have to deal with immediately,
Yes.
because if it gets to h4, your position will just collapse on the king side. And in more general terms, in the current structure, it feels to me that I can imagine positions in which f4 and g3 will be okay, but you need to have a lot more pieces on the king side, and you need to actually be achieving something. Just driving the knight to g6, I mean, Fabi clearly wants it on
Wants to
g6.
go,
yeah.
Yeah.
So you're helping black do something that black probably wants to do voluntarily, and you're severely softening your kingside structure. So I
such
wouldn't be
aggressive
doing that.
moves are only look nice, but in fact they're weakening your pawn structure.
So
on the
something
king
like rook
side.
a d1 or rook a c1 is maybe more to the point. And the question is, are we actually suggesting we will play c5 if it's allowed? Let's say if black goes knight g6, are we playing c5 here?
I think so. I think you do.
Probably are, yeah.
And again, d6
No,
square.
the thing is, once the b pawn gets
Yeah, we
to be
won
active,
this.
You can also
yeah.
take with the b pawn, by the way. Just go knight c4, knight d6, as you just pointed out.
That's slower. I mean, I'm sure it's fine, but I would like to have a passer on the
The
b
passer
file.
is strong.
I think
Yeah.
the passer is stronger. So we take with the rook. Now all of the endgames will be at least a little bit better for us. We want to play maybe knight c4 next move. The queen has to go to some, I'm guessing maybe b8.
Yeah, basically,
then-
if you would be able to stabilize as black, queen b6, bishop c6,
Mhm.
and stop that passer from going b5, then
Yeah,
you would
like
be
if I
perfectly
make a
fine.
really stupid move here, like knight f3 and black goes bishop 6, rook fb8, you're probably okay.
Yes.
But unfortunately for black, b6 is just not a square you can keep the queen on.
Knight
You can
goes.
put it there, but you cannot keep it there.
So I think Ivan made a move.
I believe it's queen b3. I want.
Look,
to
I
say.
think you play queen d4.
Queen
yeah.
d4. Okay.
Queen d4, which is I wanted to say a bit of a draw offer, but I suspect the queen goes back to c3, not b2, if black chases it away.
Yes.
So it's not really a draw offer at all. And it's a very understandable move by Ivan as well, because the queen on b2 wasn't really doing very much. It wasn't a poor square, but the queen on the central square is always much, much stronger than anywhere away from the central areas of the board. So,
And perhaps he's actually getting ready for black to play f5 to
Mhm.
beat that. The queen
Yeah.
on d4, obviously a much better square for the queen, but also
Absolutely, yeah.
defending the pawn on f2. So yeah, I think he's anticipating, and perhaps Fabiano was hinting at the fact with this last move, knight e5, that he
Mhm.
wants to go f5 and open up the position in the way you just showed. Queen d4 specifically asked not to
Mhm.
play f5.
and another topic that I briefly saw on my screen, to be honest, I wanted to say consider, but I didn't really consider it. You probably cannot do it with the rook on a1 or with the black rook still being on a8, but let's say if black goes rook a e8 here. It's a bit slow, but a potential maneuver you could consider is knight b1 with the idea of playing knight c3, because that knight,
Yes.
aiming it at a square like b5, I think makes a great deal of sense. And Fabi played something.
I
Let's-
think h6. I
yeah,
want to
let's
say.
wait for a move. Yeah, Fabi, I think, is quite content just keeping this shape. I think the knight stays on e5, and he very much welcomes the idea of provoking f4.
Yes.
He really wants Ivan to play.
Yeah,
Yes.
and Ivan,
Now
Ivan,
I know
think
why,
is,
for sure.
Ivan, I'm pretty sure, is not going to do it. So
Oh, by the way, that queen on d4 right now
Mhm.
somewhat allows the move f4 because knight g6 can be met with e5.
maybe, yeah.
The problem is f4 right now. You also have to contend with knight,
Knight c6. But even the position you were discussing, I think suddenly black starts having a lot of hopes and dreams about
overextended, yeah.
I feel like we just don't have the pieces to be playing like this on the king side. There's just not enough support for it.
Yeah.
I'd be shocked if the pawn got to f4 in any kind of immediate future.
Can we move to the
Yeah.
second board? Because I
Sure.
think something happened there. At least evaluation bar is
Mhm.
going crazy. Maybe it's not the case, but it seems like the last move, knight d4 of black, and was a mistake.
Yeah, let's take a look.
But
This
I
is
don't know
Wesley
why.
against Nidich, and it began as an invitation to play in Italian. Bishop e7 is no longer in Italian. I think Nidich is paying homage to the host nation, because this is the Hungarian
Yes,
the
Hungarian.
Hungarian defense. And knight c3, castles, and a3. This is often a response to the bishop not being developed to c5. You stop d7, d5, you prepare to play in the center, and a3 or a4, honestly, this is a matter of taste more than anything else, is a move that allows you to make sure that the bishop can never really be trapped by knight a5, because if you want to trade it for something, and it will get traded for something, you want to trade it for the bishop on c8. Arkady played d6, bishop e3, knight d7. This honestly looks a little bit fancy. I'm not sure I think this is great in this particular scenario. Bishop a2, knight b6. This transfer of the knight from f6 to b6, it does happen in some of these e4, e5 openings, but here you're leaving your king side a little bit unattended, and Wesley spends some time preparing for some potential breaks in the center. Knight, as usual, doesn't really do very much on c3,
So he
unless you want to play knight d5, and with the pawn
now
a6,
it's
yeah.
not possible.
So it's going to g3 most likely. Arkady played d5, knight g3, h6, and a very, very cute move here, which I think threw Arkady for a loop a little bit. A very good move here by Wesley. You look at this position, White's position looks very harmonious, but you would like to exert more pressure against the black king side. And what you would like to do is to play queen d1, g4, of course, but it's not a
Would be
legal move.
nice.
Yeah, it would be nice. And then you start thinking, knight d2 looks logical, but unfortunately you take away too many squares from your own bishop. and you'll have to start sacrificing material with bishop takes h6, which doesn't even look losing, to be honest, after queen g4 check. But why do
But
it?
it shouldn't work.
Yeah, why do it?
Sure.
And then you come to the ideas of playing knight h2 and the move that Wesley played.
Knight g1.
And it's always very kind of striking when you make a move, your developed piece goes back to the starting square. But it makes perfect sense here because you want, as I mentioned, queen g4 is just a very, very
And then
useful
you
square.
can come back.
Then you
later,
can come
yes.
back. Maybe in some cases it will go to e2. Maybe in some cases it will go to h3. You actually leave yourself very flexible as to what you're going to do with this piece later. But getting the queen to g4 is massively, massively important.
It's against the rules a little bit, right? No castling. Like
Yeah.
you put your piece back. Like what's going on here? But
It's
it
a very
seems like a good.
slow-paced game. And the thing
Yeah.
is, once you take, you're ready for everything. Once you take on e4 as black, I can just recapture with the knight. I have absolutely no problems. I'm not going to allow you to exchange the queens. Very slow-paced game, and it's all about finding those optimal squares, which Wesley did magnificently.
I think, I think he's much better. And I think knight d4 is a sign of slight panic, honestly,
Yes.
because
Yes.
Arkady is clearly not happy with how the game is developing. So he is trying to change the course of the game. Knight d4, bishop d4, e4, I think, is played. And now, my first question is, I don't quite understand why queen takes e6 isn't very strong. But also, we don't even need to go for full grid here. If I start with knight f3, there is a massive threat of knight e5, knight g6. The pawn on d4 is hanging. I don't care about the pawn on d4 very much, but if I can take it for free, I will take it for free quite happily. In some cases, maybe the knight can even go to g5. Let's say after c5, a move like knight g5, I'm pretty sure is playable and might even be very strong. Because
Obviously, knight e5 is
Yeah.
probably a better move, but knight g5 also.
Yeah, and now a very cute mate that maybe some of our viewers haven't seen before would be king g8, and now rook h8. There is king f7, but I don't want to calculate it. I want to be lazy. And now with both e7 and f8 squares occupied, the king can only run away to f8, and then it gets mated on that square. This is a very famous
nice.
motif. So knight g5 is, as Cristian said, I suspect knight e5 is winning faster.
But knight g5 is,
But knight g5 is not
pretty
bad
convincing,
either.
Yes,
Because I would really, really like to take on e6 and fork everything.
it's very convincing.
Yeah, so...
Can you guess the evaluation now of the position?
After...
Like after bishop
e4?
takes d4, yes, here. like-
honestly, it could be +3. I wouldn't be shocked if
I
it's
would go
+3.
around there. Yeah.
Yes.
Plus
What is it?
You're right. Yes, it's about this. Just
Yeah.
I mean, it's nothing concrete, but you can understand that the position is so bad.
No, but
yes, for black.
just after, specifically after knight f3, if you look at the difference in piece activity, what is this guy doing on b6? Why is it there?
Exactly.
Why is it there?
And
That knight should be on
and white
f6,
square-
and the queen
white
should
square
definitely not be
strike.
on g4.
Yeah,
Basically, you cannot hit that queen on g4. And it's such a
yeah, this is
powerful
just
attack.
such a fantastic square, yeah.
And by the way, how do you defend against both of these threats that we just highlighted?
I mean, it looks lost, and we were just like, Anastasiya confirmed to us
Yeah.
that
Yes,
it actually is
it's
lost.
move
so-
15, 16 at the moment. Like it's, can we call it like opening disaster?
A little bit,
Absolutely,
yeah,
yes,
a little bit of a
absolutely.
disaster
For the
there.
moment.
I think, and once again, I come back to this decision to invest 3 tempi into misplacing your piece and then trading on e6.
It makes more sense, especially with a3 already on the board. Like, I have the retreat square on a2. You're not touching that bishop ever.
Yeah,
Why
if
would
you want to
do-
play bishop e6, you can do it now. And
He must have combined this with king h8 and f5. Like, that's
Yeah,
the only thing
yeah,
that
yeah, I
makes any
think-
sense. Bishop
I
e6
think
doesn't make any
that
sense.
would at least be somewhat understandable.
Double-edged,
Yeah,
you know,
king
let's
h
say,
and
even though knight g3 is...
once again,
sort of
yeah,
stops
this
it.
is why knight e2 was so clever, because now after knight g3 you have to, if you are going to play f5, it will cost you a bishop pair.
Yeah.
And of course, yes, you are preferring white in this position, but yeah, I mean, this is somewhat playable. If I get to play d6, d5 next, put the bishop on d6, maybe it's not even that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it seems to have derailed kind of unnecessarily once he went for this strange sequence with knight f6, d7, b6, and then bishop b6.
Anyway, I really like this maneuver of Wesley knight g1. This was really cute. You're
Yeah, I think
absolutely right.
he also underestimated
Yes.
just in how much danger his position is,
Yeah.
because he thought, okay, with the queen not coming to g4 anytime soon, maybe he's in time to play something like queen e8, queen f7, and then
Yeah, maybe
the
you
position
don't
will look
see
a
it.
lot more stable.
If you
Yeah.
don't see knight g1,
Yeah.
if you think
Mhm.
only about some other moves like yes, queen d2, castling,
Mhm,
like
mhm.
It's
then
an
you don't.
easily missable play.
Yes.
Knight g1, it doesn't cross your mind.
And it's one of those very impactful moves that doesn't look like it does as much. But once you look further and further, you realize that every other piece now comes to its optimal position and you're in huge trouble.
Yeah.
You have so many weaknesses. The light squares are completely busted on the king side. And that knight on b6, I mean, sure, you're going to create one threat. You're going to go knight a4 at some point and you're going to pretend that you have something. But I can even just not blink.
Yeah, I think we're ignoring it.
You still have to go
I think
back.
we're ignoring it, yeah.
Exactly.
It's a very sad position.
So, yeah, it seems like Wesley is completely in control. Let's take a look at boards 3 and 4.
Wesley's looking
Yes.
good.
Yeah, Levon is having fun again.
Yeah,
This is his
looks
position
nice.
against Martin Petrov. This was an Italian, a proper Italian, with black getting the bishop out to c5. And then it's one of those lines which we generally enjoy a bit more compared to the quieter Italians, where at least there's bishop g5, h4 being played, which provokes black to play g7, g5 often, or, as happened in this game, black tries to play bishop e7, bishop e6, queen e7, bishop e6, and unpin this way. And it got very sharp very quickly again, because what Martin Petrov here is doing, he pushed d3, d4, and he's keeping it on prise. He is not even trying to defend it, saying that if you want to take, you give a lot of additional squares to my pieces, and this is what happened in the game. White immediately goes e4, e5, and then supports the pin with this knight on e4. But after d takes c3, I don't like what he has done here. It's a very critical position, I think. And he kind of blinked here, because the way you play this position, I think, in most cases, is you don't actually cash in on the pin until you've completely exhausted all other possibilities. So the way I think you're supposed to play this is just go bc4 now. It's important to recapture this pawn. Also, it takes away the d4 square from the black pieces. And wait for black to react.
They might try to force you.
What about g5?
Bishop f5 or
bishop f5 or bishop e6. And after bishop e6, I suspect this is what he didn't like. But we can continue playing this kind of a slowish game, because dealing with the spin is going to be very, very difficult. g5?
G5, I mean, it's knight g5?
Well, knight g5, knight takes it, knight f takes e4.
Yes, I'm not sure. It's...
I'm not sure how well it works.
Yes, it doesn't, probably. Yes, so if not knight g5, then what?
Let's take a look at this. Yeah, we can no longer
Probably
really...
we can take on f6 and bishop g3. What about this e5 pawn?
No, but then previous play doesn't really make.
So maybe
much
that's
sense.
that was his concern.
Probably,
that's why he took on
probably,
f6.
yeah. And maybe he miscalculated something as well, because
after bishop e6, can we go bishop d3? And then
to improve something.
I feel like knight takes g5 should work right now with the bishop on that diagonal. Maybe some...
Yeah, we definitely improved our
h5
chances,
perhaps?
but I still don't immediately see how it works, sadly.
So let's go. Queen h5, what do you do?
I can take.
Right. And now I'm starting to
And then I want to play
pieces at
f6
you.
or f5, depending on what happens. But I would like to play f6.
Yes, seems like too much, yes.
It looks so close yet.
But not quite, right? It's the queen still covers all the important squares, and black is a full piece up, and this is a very solid structure. So yeah, I guess the more I look at this, the more I realized that maybe I was sort of my analytical abilities here were negatively impacted, as is always the case, by actually knowing what the engine says, without knowing why it says that.
Can we take on f6 with the knight and knight takes e5?
Yes. Once again, using all kinds of pins here. The idea is to meet knight takes e5 with rook takes e5, and it seems like a lot of our pieces are hanging, but actually none of them are hanging in a way that we need to
You can't force
worry
the
about.
queen trade though with queen e6 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Might be a little bit annoying,
Yeah.
to say the least.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm even losing material right
Yeah, I can't find a way to keep material, which is annoying me greatly.
Because if you take on d6, rook e4,
there is d6,
then you
d5,
have d5.
unfortunately. Yeah. Otherwise, maybe this would have been manageable, but d6, d5 just wins a piece on the spot.
So I guess I have to go rook e4, but that's just pawn now. Rook e4 first.
Yeah. Although maybe we have drawing chances, but yeah, this is not why we sacrificed all of this material for. Instead, Martin took on f6 and played knight h4, so he's playing in a very kind of a forceful manner, trying to play queen h5, knight g6 maybe is a threat currently.
Yeah, he's ready to give all the spawns on the queen side and try to find the checkmate. I don't know, Levon is thinking already for some time. You can see that from his body language, the position is really sharp and he has to find some exact moves.
To be honest, I like it.
For black? For white?
For
whom?
white, optically. Like,
yeah, optically this looks
obviously I haven't
very
calculated
attractive,
anything
but
right now.
Yes.
the thing is, let's say I play king g7. I am trying to figure out if I can actually afford to include c takes b2,
Yes.
but I'm worried knight g6 might be kind of stronger than I want to allow. I'm still not quite sure how I lose after queen d8, but
Queen
h5.
I mean, you can
And,
take the rook even.
yeah,
Probably take the rook.
I'm trying to be
Yes,
I'm
Yes,
trying to
I
be
mean, it's maybe too
as
much,
greedy as I can. Yeah.
Yes.
Do
Because
I
you-
at
you
least
have
a
to-
draw right now? No, I don't.
And then after king g7, my issue is this setup with the king on g7 and these 4 pawns. Again, specifically the attackers that white has. Why am I in any trouble at all?
I don't-
How am I getting
I don't
checked,
see
let
even
alone
check,
mated?
I
yes.
need
Yeah,
a rook
exactly.
on the third rank to go
Yep.
to g3.
Mhm.
And unfortunately, I don't have that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's say we go rook b1.
Yes.
No. Let's go queen h5 first.
Okay.
Because that actually
Yeah,
forces a reaction.
Yeah, I want to play king
And
g7.
now I want to get the rook to d1 and try to go to d3 as fast as possible.
Yeah. Levon did something else altogether, by the way. He played knight h4, f5.
So he's trying to.
After queen
bring the-
h5, he
isn't
will
that,
play what?
Isn't that like some sort of a draw?
No, I'm pretty sure he is not intending to take on e4 here. But what is he intending to do? Is he just going to go on king g7? But then knight g3, maybe queen g5.
I like
I
this
can take on
f5.
f5
You know?
right now, right? I can just simply take on f5.
Yeah, but then we finally take on b2, I guess.
Take on f5 first.
Take on b2.
No, but this looks like white might have a draw, right? Like queen g4 check, king h8, queen h5. Although I can actually do this again, yeah, because I have queen h7 at the end. Okay, let's take a look at this position and think instead of talking, maybe for 10 seconds.
That's ambitious.
I know. I'm not really saying this with any kind of degree of certainty, but,
Yes.
but I'm
10
willing to give
seconds.
it a shot. Yeah. I mean, it looks very attractive for white, but we are 3 pawns down. If we don't give mate, we will lose eventually.
Yes.
Yeah, and how to bring.
And to be honest,
piece.
knight d4 is a very annoying move coming along.
Let's say we go rook a d1 and black
d1.
goes knight d4, queen g4, king h8.
Thing is, I managed to get f5, your attack is more or less over.
Yeah, and this motif is happening time and time again because not only are we not getting mated, we're also pretty much getting the queens off the board because you can't really afford to leave the knight unpraised.
And I don't like the pawn on b2, which
Yeah.
is still on the board.
That remains. Yeah, queen
Yes.
h5
We do
played.
see a move.
Yeah, they're playing. Considering how complicated this position
play
is, they're
fast, yes.
playing really, really quickly.
Well, the
Yeah.
thing is, Petrov has to do it because he only has 24 minutes. He spent a lot of time on this one. I think we should leave it for
Yeah.
a second.
Let's take a look at board 4, and then
Ray
we
Robson.
have something to
It's
show
with-
to our viewers.
With white pieces.
Yeah, Ray is playing a very sharp Sicilian. This was yet another Richter Rouser. There's been a bunch of Richter Rousers in this tournament. Long castles a6. This is a move order that I think aims to avoid. I could talk about the history of this variation, but let's not. Yeah, bishop takes f6. GF. Obviously, you would prefer to take with the bishop, but you are going to have to play some endgame of pawn down. Those endgames aren't always lost, but they aren't very much fun. So people take with the pawn. F4, knight d4, queen d4, queen a5, bishop c4. So we got to this position, and this is a very, very direct type of a structure where white very often wants to play f5, f takes a6, soften up the structure in the center. And if you have time, like if black does quote-unquote nothing and white gets the knight over to d4, these positions become borderline unplayable very, very quickly. Yes, you can put the queen on e5 and pretend that they have everything covered, but eventually something bad happens to your position.
You put the rook on e1.
Yeah,
Sometimes you
knight
have some
f3,
knight
e5 or
f5.
something. Yeah, exactly. But because of where the pawns are, but black obviously immediately goes a6, a5 and says, I will try my damnedest to not give you the time to do all of those things. And I was wondering, because my first reaction was, can't we just play a4 and aren't we just much better after a4? Because obviously if you play b5 before, I can now go both knight b5 and knight e2 look very, very strong. I will probably throw in fe6 as well.
Yes.
So it has to be ba, I suspect.
Yes.
And then maybe just take with the bishop, take with the knight. You probably play queen b4. Yes, I will have to play b3, but I don't know. On the one hand, we kind of stabilize the bishop on e7 is very passive. I suspect all the endgames will be quite good. But also, maybe black is just in time to castle, and then go rook fc8, rook ab8, and launch.
Some sort of
Some-
an attack.
launch
Yes.
a lot of a very
Even
strong
though this
At
attack.
some
knight
point,
is so
d5
strong.
is coming. At some point, d5 is coming,
Yeah.
pawn sacrifice, and if I manage to get that bishop to e5, then obviously
Yeah.
things are turning.
Which I guess is why Ray went for a very forcing operation instead. He took, he played e4, e5, which is
Wow.
actually a very typical thing that happens in this line a lot, where white attacks in seemingly the most reinforced square in the black
But
position.
it's still a beautiful move when you
It is,
think
yeah.
about it.
Making this move is always
three
bit of a
captures are
thrill.
possible, but again, of course you cannot take with d pawn. You lose the
Yeah.
bishop.
And unfortunately for Ray, because normally what you do this for is to continue attacking in the center. But now after knight e4, queen c6, black is ready to play d6, d5, and a5, a4 remains a very strong threat. So Ray was forced to liquidate into this endgame, where I'm guessing black probably plays rook a7 here. I don't want to self-pin with rook d8 because I need to keep rooks on the board.
And a4 is still a huge threat.
Yes, you have to do.
I'm guessing we're playing c3
C3
because we
or
want it
eight,
on those types of
probably
squares.
C3.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The question is, does white have an advantage? Obviously, only white can have an advantage.
Because of the pawn structure.
You have the pawn structure, you have overextended structure on the queen side, rook b6, maybe I will be able to tackle you from behind. So there's a lot of ways in which I can try to get the advantage as white. At the same time, it's a very limited material position. So if I manage to exchange a pair of rooks, then I'm going to feel quite good about my chances to equalize.
Still a long way to go. I think Ray will still try to keep pressure and play descending.
big pressure.
He showed yesterday that he's capable, yes, to do anything.
Exactly.
Yeah. And
Yesterday was a triumph of sort of will over matter, because he won a rook and 2 against rook and 2, which you don't win very often, even though, you know, as those endgames go, the one he had was maybe the most promising, because it actually is quite tricky, and we kept on driving that point home yesterday. Cristian said many a time during the broadcast that people lose that endgame. You watched people lose that endgame.
And you showed me even how you
Yeah.
can lose it, so I knew, and I told you that I could definitely do it. Now that we were talking about the match between US and Bulgaria, it's time to check also the interview from yesterday of Fabiano Caruana, the leader of the team. So let's have a look, and we'll come back after that.
Doesn't need an introduction. The leader of Team USA scored the first win for the team today. Well, congratulations, Fabiano. Of course, you're still playing a bit lower-rated teams. So how do you feel so far generally about your team doing in the event? Wesley was struggling yesterday.
Wesley was the least one who was struggling. I mean, Levon was dead lost.
Yes, Levon too.
Of course, he's a very good defender. I mean, he pulled off a miracle, complete miracle. I would never, if I were in that position, never dream of saving it or winning it even, which he managed to do. So that was a miracle for us. And yeah, Wesley drew, but okay, 3.5 is a normal starting result. So considering the positions we had, it could have been, of course, 2.5. That was, I don't think we were in danger of not winning the match, but 2.5 was very possible. But today I'm far more worried that we might not even win the match.
So why do you think this happens? Like, could it be that everyone is in a bad form, or it's just, you know, difficult to find motivation when you play lower-rated players? You're all used to play, you know, in league tournaments, and could it be the reason?
Well, I don't think that everyone is in bad form, but at the moment Levon is struggling. So despite his win yesterday, his game today is still, I think, very dangerous for him. And if he loses that, we're in big trouble. So we can't really afford to lose a game, because we're playing a solid team. They made 2 draws, or they're going to probably make 2 draws with the 2 white games. Of course, I hope that I have some like outside hope that maybe Ray will try to win this and potentially succeed, but it's very small chances. And then Levon really needs to not lose. That's the main thing at this point. But of course, it's normal that he's playing someone like 300 points lower than him, even more than that. And he's with the white pieces and he's prepared, so he's fighting for a win. And then something went out of control. I don't know exactly what, but he was playing very fast. And sometimes when you play too fast, you have a tendency to rush some critical decisions. And this can happen. And sometimes the difference between a win and a loss is like one move, you know? So I understand the tendency because you see your opponent with like 3 minutes and you have an hour and 10 minutes, so you really want to like push them on time and hope that they blunder, but sometimes they don't blunder and it can be very dangerous, very double-edged to do that. But still, I hope that he'll not lose.
Well, suddenly, could it be not even such a bad thing to make a draw very early in the tournament, because then you go down in pairings and then for quite a few rounds you'll get easier pairings?
Yeah, but I don't know, because it also messes our tiebreaks up. And very often tiebreaks are important in the end of the tournament when everyone's fighting for medals. And like in Baku in 2016 when we won, it was on tiebreaks. I think it was us and Ukraine, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
And it was based on some, you know, some tiebreaks based on who knows what, some round that our opponents played and they had a better result and so on. So I would prefer in general not to tie a match.
Any points away.
Yeah, I would prefer this, but a draw is not the end of the world. It's just not very good.
Well, and obviously you're here as a team, you're trying for gold. Other medals, do you even consider, or it's just nothing? It's gold or nothing?
No, it's not like gold or nothing, but we have gotten gold and we have gotten silver. When I was on the team, of course, going back, of course, the United States team has won many medals, but when I was on the team, we won gold and silver, and so it doesn't feel like we're doing something for the first time, you know. So we're aiming for the gold again.
Can you give us an insight why Hikaru Nakamura is not playing?
I'm not the best person to give this insight. I mean, he says himself that he's not as focused as on classical chess. I don't know if it's the main reason. I think it would be better to ask him. Of course, I don't want to speculate too much, but I think this is more or less like one of the possible reasons.
Well, and finally, let's get back to chess a little bit. Maybe you can show the end of your game today, because it was quite a spectacular one. So I think this is more or less the position where your opponent went totally wrong. So,
but already c6 I think was wrong. So basically, I think that this was correct, and I think I put my knight b4. I wasn't 100% sure. Take, knight g6, and okay, white is slightly better, but it's not easy.
Very pleasant position, yeah.
Yeah, because if I try to get active, then he also gets active. This is the issue. Like I can play knight f5, but then he also will get activity at some point. He can play like king h7, and you know, eventually, like the rook can, if it attacks f2, like he has a very good bishop, and I can make a move like g3. Maybe I was thinking, I wasn't 100% sure, and then I just try to play king g2 and control the knights, which can move. So I thought this was correct, and then c6. It looked interesting at first. But then I saw the c5, I was very happy, because the point is that very often I have ideas like this. So he has to trade, and then he has to trade again. And then, for example, he puts the knight on d5, and
And then c6,
oh, no, sorry.
I thought
so here,
c6 is falling,
here c6 is fine, but this knight, and then b6. And then I have ideas like knight b3, knight a5. I wasn't 100% sure, like, if this is what I'm going for, because I also had this kind of, like, b6 move, but I was very worried about this. Because, okay, he can't take the knight, it's still immune. Queen c2, rook e2. Yeah, I guess there's something. Now rook d1.
Yeah,
okay, so there are some important details. Yeah.
So still a chance to mess it up actually, for white.
Yeah. But I was thinking, because I thought that this was very natural. I was thinking about this mostly. So, but anyway, it's, of course, cb5. Like first, I was thinking, okay, queen b7. Yeah, his idea is bishop b8. And then I was thinking even some knight d4 moves here, but clearly, it's not the best moment to do this, because he gets a very promising exchange stack. So then, okay, I started to calculate queen b7 again, and okay, bishop b8, knight d4, rook d4, queen b8, and he can sack the queen, but probably doesn't work out. And then the only thing left to calculate, okay, because b8, knight d4, everything is knight d4s, and then it was only this line.
Almost every move black plays, it's knight d4.
Yeah, every move. And here, okay, he can sack and exchange in many ways, but all his pieces are hanging. And okay, here he gets a nice check, but
it's only one check, nothing else.
And like he can try for more checks, but there's no more checks.
And it's funny because you are creating almost the same thing with your queen and your knight in the end. but yours is working.
Yeah, well, I'm with the rook. That's the important thing.
Yeah.
Because actually the two rooks, they always defend the first rank. Like sometimes there are, like if you can imagine the rook on e1 is gone, very often there's knight h5, knight g3, knight f1 ideas and so on. But here there's no such ideas. It's okay. Here I thought queen g6 is like very much winning, but this is even more clinical because now his knight also can't move because queen h7, so he has to take. Here and now he has to defend. Well, he can sack the queen, but he has to defend normally. And okay, this would like still, I don't know, I would still have to prove it, I guess. But yeah, I saw this one in advance and it's made on e8.
Yeah, it's just made in 2 moves. Well, thank you very much, Fabiano. A good game today, and good luck in the next games.
Thanks.
Welcome back, chess fans. It's day number 3 of the World Chess Olympiad, and we keep watching the games and really exciting matches. And some games are actually progressing. Let's jump to the match between Netherlands against Italy, right?
Yeah.
Right. We were mentioning at the very beginning that Italy doesn't have the leader of the team Vacatura today, but still they're fighting, of course, against Netherlands. And yesterday, the hero of the match, Jordan van Forest, seems like trying to win once again.
Might be the hero of the match again.
Maybe.
Absolutely, yeah. And briefly showing you the current position. Only one piece has been traded, but it's been a very, very significant trade. There used to be a bishop on g6, which obviously got traded for a white knight. And as you can see, there is currently a free pawn available on the g7 or g6 square, and white continues not taking because Jordan's position is so good.
You don't want to allow any h5.
Yeah, he can postpone the cashing in pretty much indefinitely. And with the king on b8, you also probably want to play c3, c4 at some point and start opening up the queen side. The reason he didn't take on g6 immediately, I guess, is it allows black to play knight g7, and yes, black will get to play h6, h5. You're still completely winning. There's never going to be any attack on the king side with the pieces where they are, but
Peter,
why allow it?
You keep telling, keep winning. I see the bar, obviously, but I mean, you have such a great level, Cristian. You too. It's obvious for you. You are smiling. I don't understand why white is like completely winning right now.
Well, here white is also a pawn up.
Yes,
but
pawn up, yes, but +4. Like, oh my gosh, what's going on?
In more general terms, I think if we are to talk about this position, none of black's pieces really make any sense at all. The bishop on e7 and knight on d7 are completely out of play. The king on b8. If anything happens on the queen side, there will be a mating attack pretty much straight away, so that's also not great.
Yes, so it's opposite castling, and the one who has an attack actually is the one.
And also, the structure on the king side is just completely ruined. And we have to go back. This was a closed advanced Caro-Kann with 3e5. And Luca Maroni here chose a very slow line with where black kind of plays a5, a4, and then starts maneuvering in their own camp. And one thing you just cannot afford to do, and a very important turning point here in this game was somewhere around here. So what black has done up to this moment is they created this very, very long pawn structure, which will serve as a deterrent for any kind of pawn breaks. It's going to be difficult for white to open the queen side. And the king side, for the time being, seems sort of contained. But there is a very big threat of just h4, h5, and the bishop on g6 is already is in kind of desperate trouble. So what he should have done here was, and that was the final moment where he could have done this. You can play bishop g5, and you either will be able to prevent this bishop from being taken on g6.
You trade this knight.
Yeah, you remove the knight off the board, you play h6, you play bishop h7. The position probably isn't a dream either way, but this is a massive improvement compared to what happened in the game. Or white can choose to take on g6. You'll take with the h-pawn, very, very importantly.
Yes.
So your structure doesn't get broken the way it got broken in the game. And I mean, I played advanced Karos my whole life. I'm probably still preferring white here, but this is very much a game. Compared to what happened in the game, which was queen b6, h4, now with h4, h5 being the threat that it is, black had to play h6, and taking with the f-pawn is just such an unattractive prospect here, because now the whole complex of these pawns is very weak. And also with the king still in the center, Jordan immediately uses the way the black pieces are by playing h5 at a moment where you cannot really play gh, because after bishop takes h5, you'll have to start running with the king, and it's very, very unattractive.
Yeah.
So h5, g5, bishop knight e3, castles, and bishop g4 happened, and now basically none of the white pieces will ever be challenged. There is no way to attack this bishop on g4.
I'm wondering whether it was a better idea for black to just simply short castle instead of long castle. Just for the simple fact that whenever you go long castle, I know what my plan is. You don't have any c5s. I'm going to go b3, c4. I'm going to absolutely destroy you on the queen side. But on the king side, it's a bit more difficult. You have more pieces next to your king.
And
I feel
play something like rook f7, queen d3, rook af8, and try to kind of hold on grimly.
it only ties together with this whole idea of taking with the f-pawn on g6, opening up the f-file. You might as well use it. If you don't use it, then you're busted.
Yeah, I mean, this probably is pretty bad as well.
It still looks bad. I mean, you take on f5, e6.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
that's
maybe even the simplest explanation. So you have to go for some kind of Petrosian type positional exchange sacrifices, which are not going to work here. But yeah, kind of completely busted by move 20 here. There were some moves further down the road. So black played rook hg8, and Jordan said, okay, I've prepared this enough. I will cash in with hg, knight g7.
There's no more h5, h4.
Yeah, and now that the knight is gone from f5, we can very safely play c3, c4, because the pawn on d4 isn't hanging.
Yeah,
Black played h5. I assume the bishop drops back to e2.
He's definitely calculating taking on d5 right now. Because that finishes the game if it works.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah.
Let's see. If you
CD5,
take, yes, so you cannot
the
take
point
knight
is
h4,
the point
knight
is we
h5.
want to take on d7, and black resigns.
And if you take the bishop,
then
after
you
CD5.
take probably on c6 with either the pawn or the rook.
I like the rook.
I also like
the rook. Probably queen b7. We go rook fc1. This looks completely lost.
I mean, threatening everything.
Absolutely everything. You have to play rook c8, I guess. I mean, there's no way this holds.
I mean, you don't even threaten to take on c6.
Yeah, I don't particularly want to calculate, but I mean, if I have to, something like bishop a5 with the idea of either rook c7 or bishop c7.
The thing is, first of all, I have a couple of pawns for
the piece.
For the piece. But also, that pawn on g6 is worth your knight on g7.
No, we're not even like honestly, we can start liquidating into endgames here. We don't need to go for mate. We can just do this. And then play, I don't know.
You can take on
b5.
Yeah, okay, let's take with the king. Yeah, let's take with the king.
With the king, yes.
Yeah. And then we can go, I don't know, g6, knight e6, knight f5, and just like queen our stuff on the king side. Yeah. It's just completely winning. Yeah, I like CD5. I think CD5 is a good way to kind of shorten your day at the office today.
Probably that's why he's thinking actually has time to think.
We actually did not calculate just c takes d5, take on g4, and take with the pawn on c6, which traps the knight on d7.
Actually, knight has no moves.
It traps the knight on d7.
Yeah, that is also
everything
is also pretty good. Yeah.
Yes.
So the Dutch team is about to go 1-0 up.
I don't know what about Anish actually.
Let's take a look.
I see this pawn on f6, and it kind of makes me wonder what's going on in this game. So let's have a quick look. Also, I see that Anish doesn't spend more time than his opponent. What does it mean? No more pawn on f6. Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing left on f6. This must have been some sort of a Nimzo, judging from the outline of the structure, and indeed it was. And white played this very adventurous bishop d3, knight g2, giving up the pawn on g2. And bishop f3. I mean, Anish knows everything. I'm kind of wondering why we cannot take on g7 here. I'm guessing maybe something like knight e4, queen h4, knight g4, queen f4. Queen h4 happens, and the rook might actually get stuck on g7. So white includes rook g3 for the time being. And now Anish goes bishop b4, sorry, bishop takes c3, first of all, using the fact that we cannot recapture with a knight for now, bc and bishop b4. And once again, unfortunately, you would like to take on g7, but it probably never comes back.
Yeah.
And if you do it by, if you start by removing this bishop, then the position after
Queen
f6, queen f3, or
yes.
yeah, I mean at
You're
the very
still surviving,
least,
but this
yeah,
not,
at the very
this
least
not
you will have to give up the pawn on c3, so it's not very attractive. And there is also, if we want to fine tune it, maybe this is even stronger, right? With queen f6 check
Cute.
coming in next
yes.
move.
Yes.
So white played queen c2, Anish took, knight h5, rook h3, g6. Optically, black is not very well developed. The king is still stuck in the center, but black is a healthy pawn up.
Full pawn up.
Yeah. If the king manages to get to c8, black will be massively better. So the intrigue here is Anish trying to deal with the immediate initiative that white does have. So e4, d6, knight g3. A kind of a sad move to make because we're trading a knight that is on the very side of the board, but you do need to create some threats. And black is about to play knight g7, queen e7, and just castle queenside. So knight g3 takes, queen takes, f6. I wonder why f6.
To stop bishop g5, to stop e5 perhaps. e5 and queen f3 might be something that he doesn't want to see.
Ideally, I would like to play something like knight c6 and only play f6 once you played bishop g5, right?
Yes.
So it's a bit of an interesting one there because Anish clearly saw something after knight c6
So for example,
like.
Knight c6, can I go e5 first?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, and it gets a bit awkward because let's say we do this and then the king gets stopped in its tracks.
I was thinking bishop g5 first. Actually.
Maybe even bishop g5 immediately. Yeah?
Like f6, queen f3.
Ah, that's very clever. Yeah, bishop g5, and if I play f6, you have this double attack with.
I don't know if it works, but it looks dangerous.
Yeah. So Anish goes f6.
This is why he's spending so much time. It's a high consequence game.
And interestingly, this is also a noteworthy moment because there is a way to win the pawn back.
Yeah.
And Anish is allowing it, and his opponent is not doing it. Because the resulting endgame, after you will have to take on d8, is quite unpleasant for white. Because now, how do you just stop the very, very normal play that, like, I mean, you can get the king to d3, but then black goes king e7, goes rook h8, and there is all kinds of weaknesses, that black will play for free against. This, honestly, this just generally doesn't hold.
Yeah.
I suspect it's close to lost, despite equal material.
If you would be able to exchange the h for the g pawn, h2 for g6, then you would be more or less fine. Yeah. Maybe.
Close to fine, yeah.
You're still struggling, but perhaps you're going to
probably making a draw, yeah.
But with those two weaknesses, well, one weakness on the board, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, so f6 was met with bishop h6. Of course, you cannot allow bishop g7 and rook takes h7. So Anish goes queen rook g8,
to prevent
e5, knight d7, long castles queen e7. So black is one move away from effectively ending the game by castling queenside. ef, knight takes f6. I'm assuming white goes queen f3.
Yes.
And then the question is...
I'm going to castle.
Still? Yes, so. Actually, it's a nice trick, right? That if you give this check, king d7, and please take the pawn on a7 if you wish.
We have connected the rooks. We don't really care about the pawn on a7 all that much.
Because rook a8 and rook a2
because the point is you can start with king d7, but then white has a tempo to do something which is much more consequential, the queen a8 check. I don't know, c5 maybe.
C5,
c5, bishop g5 followed by c5 maybe to stop knight d5 from happening.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Something like this. And the game is still very much in progress. I suspect black is fine. I mean, I can play d6, d5, for instance, to lock this queen out. And yes, I'm currently a little bit inconvenienced by this pin, but I will eventually unpin myself somehow. But starting by castling and then playing king d7 only with a win of tempo, once the queen lands on a8, I think makes a lot more sense.
Do you feel that white should do something fast? Because if black consolidate...
But how? What exactly is fast,
I don't know what,
but
just I mean that so many problems with pawn structure. If it goes to any ending, so many weaknesses.
This is your life now.
Yes, this is what you have to do. But what exactly? Yes.
I think this
I don't
is
know.
your life now as white.
Maybe
I
after
don't think.
castling c5, what you said, the queen f3 castling and c5 right away.
But then I hide, right? I go
Yes,
king
I know.
b8 as
King
fast
b8,
as
do you
possible.
have
Yeah.
time? But can we play c6? I don't know, just trying to
Yeah, you
Six
can.
is
create
queen d3,
something.
but
Yes,
you're-
queen d3, queen a6. I don't know.
If
I
you
mean,
could
I have-
fly
maybe I'm
that
not on
queen,
time,
if
yes.
you could fly that queen
No,
on
I'm not
a6,
on
Yeah.
time.
the game is over, basically.
Like c4. Okay, it's too much. Yes, I mean,
Doesn't feel like you're in time.
Mhm.
I mean,
I'm
I
not on time,
understand
yes.
and I actually kind of agree with the spirit of what you're doing, but I don't
Yes.
think you're in time.
because I don't like my pawns on f2, h2.
All right.
somehow.
I'm actually
Like, I
going to
feel
try
that-
to play this one with white. Bishop
Okay.
g5.
First bishop g5. Yes,
Yes,
with
let's
the
go
idea
bishop
queen
g5
f3.
first.
Yes, maybe no.
I'm choosing between castles and rook f8 here. I don't know which one I like better. Let's try to be ultra greedy.
Okay, fair enough.
Ultra greedy here.
All right, now I'm going to go.
Queen h4 with
I feel I
ideas
should
of
go
rook f-
c5.
Yeah, bishop g5 played. by
c5,
the way.
yes,
I played
somehow,
bishop
yes.
g5. Okay.
Bishop g5. Maybe c5 here. Okay, looks little
You
bit.
have this, by the way. I thought it was a joke, but then I realized it's not because rook
Bishop
f3.
g5 94 immediately answered.
Ah, Anish is on point. Yeah, Anish says, "Give me them end games." Yeah.
He's just going to the endgame, but you're losing the h7 pawn.
So
What
bishop
exactly is
e7,
this?
knight g3, and we have rook h7. We also have bishop takes d6 as an
Knight
option, right?
Knight e2,
Knight e2, king d2,
and
knight
knight
c3,
c3
or d4.
or d4. Mhm.
But I would very much like to get the light pieces off the board, actually.
It might
This
be a
is now
problem
okay.
with knight e4 after bishop d6.
Ah, yeah, that is a strong move, which was
Knight
completely
e4, yes.
missed because
Yeah.
knight f2 is. Although,
Bishop
honestly,
g3,
the way your
Bishop's-
pieces are, the way your
Ah,
your
I see
pieces
what
You
are,
are ready to give up this
I want to
exchange?
suggest your rooks are not as active
That's
as.
some sort of brilliancy.
Oh, and
brilliancy
then
point.
d5, d6, yes. Oh.
No, I suspect what. Ah, no, hang on. Rook f8, I can actually play
Bishop d6.
Yeah.
No, you're still fine.
Yeah. No, I wanted to say that it ends up being some sort of a draw with this repetition on the board. But I can even maybe play for a win if I want to by playing bishop d6, and the rook maybe has to go back to g8, and then I will play c5.
We have a move, yes.
Okay,
he
bishop
takes,
e7. Yeah,
he
of course he
course.
takes. The big choice will be after bishop e7, knight g3.
Knight g3.
Because he also has a more sort of a conservative option of improving his structure
Just
and
rook
taking
h7.
on h7 with check.
You have to go
c7
king
is
d8.
hanging.
You have to go
King
king d8.
d8.
Actually, white is just completely fine.
I'm not
Not
sure
very
about
fine,
this
or
idea.
maybe better.
Maybe better. Yeah, bishop g5 was just a
What
very
he was
strong one.
afraid of, Vanish, why he decided to go for this line? Maybe he thought his position is not
I
great
think-
after rook f8.
I think it's actually queen h4
Yes.
because, as I was about to point out, like I thought I will find an easy way to unpin ourselves, but
Mhm.
rook f3 is a threat. Queen f7 doesn't actually solve the problem, and queen g7 runs into bishop h6.
Oh,
So this pin is a lot more
unpleasant than it
potent
seems.
than
yeah.
I originally thought. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
just
that's why he
wanted-
played
Jordan
knight
actually won.
e4.
Jordan already won the
Of
game.
course.
Yeah,
by the way,
yeah,
yes,
that
he
is-
found.
that is not-
Yeah, he took on d5 and just the game was over.
Yeah.
Wow.
So very interesting moment now after bishop e7, knight g3, because I think hg is a kind of a very solid. Actually, even maybe fg. Fg, king e7,
No
rook
more king
h7.
f6.
And then you
now
have
my
this
rook
faster.
comes.
And if you
Yes.
go king d8, I can get the other one on f7.
Yes, yes.
Is Anish straight up in trouble here?
I think he is. I actually think he is. Did he just miss f takes g3? Because this is an easy one to miss. But
Yeah, you are so conditioned to take towards the center.
of
Yeah?
course. But
Hang
the
on.
consequence of taking with the f pawn and actually including your rook into
God,
the attack are
this just looks
humongous.
bad for black.
Maybe he was so happy that Jordan won.
And for a second there, I thought, okay, I will sacrifice some
That's-
pawns, but this is actually very cute, right?
You're getting checkmated. Rook f4.
Yeah. And
And
there's
h4.
there is no stopping h4
no.
with mate next move.
It's over.
So king d8 is the only move you can even make. And now after rook f1,
Good luck.
I am
to
struggling to
find the way to
name
defend.
the next two moves for black. Maybe we just run to h6,
Yeah,
but
you
we
have to.
lose.
You have to.
Okay.
You actually have
Take.
Yeah, if
rook
this is our
h6.
position, we just lose because
Yeah,
this
this
one
is over.
never actually moves from a8.
to.
I know,
Rook
I-
e7.
Rook e7
I cannot
or
believe what's happening now. It seems like he just blundered
Just king d2, rook gc8. I don't know. I can even keep it there. Just play h4. I'm pretty sure this endgame is winning.
Yeah.
Like
No, this is actually really bad news for Team Netherlands. The motor of the team, Jordan, for the moment, still scoring, which is very important. But Lodici right now might inflict a very painful defeat on Anish, because if he loses this one, after that opening, I have to say, and with the results that he's had recently, this is a huge blow for the leader of Team Netherlands.
Maybe we check the board number 3, how Max is doing.
Yeah, let's take a look at the other.
Just to make sure what's going on in the. Yes, just to have the whole picture.
On board 3, this looks pretty decent for Max Farmadam. I don't know if he is much better, but he should be better. This is a kind of an absolute dream scenario, G3, King's Indian.
But you are a pawn down.
You are, but it's still a dream scenario.
It's good. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, this is kind of a recognizable bit of landscape for me, because Prague has been doing this recently, and yeah, I know these types of ideas. B6, bishop b7 is a kind of a new way of playing this that is being suggested by engines quite strongly. And then, depending on what white does, you can go for a6, c5 ideas, or you can go for c6, d5 ideas. And what Max ended up achieving is this break in the center with c6 and d5. So bishop e3, d6, d5, knight a4, knight d7. White ended up cashing this in. And even if you do it in the most sort of naive way possible, you have to take with the queen. I think, because this pin looks like it will cost you
an exchange.
Yeah, I mean, you can still play rook ac1. I don't see how it loses on the spot, but this position kind of looks just, I don't know, bishop e5 looks lost, frankly.
Yeah.
Just like you will get mated on the king side, trying to protect this knight on c5. So I think you take with the queen, and we just go d takes e4.
Okay, but now I take on e7.
And you have, do you have knight c5? You don't really.
What if I continue taking on e4?
Yeah,
I'm just trying to exchange as many pieces as possible.
Maybe you do save this. I mean, it still is quite annoying, even if I allow you all the trades. This is still not equal, because
rook d2 or something like that.
Yeah,
just try to defend.
I mean, it's better for black, but it's probably within the margins if you defend carefully. Yeah. Do we have more? Can we start with rook c8? Does this do anything? And white, let's say, takes and goes bishop a3. Do we have a clever move here?
It looks a much better version for you.
Oh yeah, it's this might actually be worse for black, which we generally should not be entertaining.
No way.
Might. So? No, I don't think it is. But we are taking, compared to previous positions, we are taking some risk here. Is what I'm trying to say. No, I think it's fine.
Bishop c6 though.
Bishop c6. We go.
Now I can take on e4 is the thing.
You protected the knight, yes.
Yeah.
I don't want to take on b2, so yes.
You could include bishop c3, actually. I understand we are all very emotionally attached to the bishop as King's Indian players, but you can actually afford to do this here and ask the question. Yeah, black is, I think it's a very healthy choice as well, rook a8. So Max is, I'm assuming, better almost no matter what he does. But the question is whether it's an advantage that is already close to decisive or not. And
only move 19 if I'm reading it correctly, and
16 minutes for Francesco Sonis, yeah. And on board 4 we have Erwin
Brunello.
Erwin experienced.
I know these landscapes. I don't remember a single line, but I know where it came from.
Oh yes.
I know where it came from. It's a position which is, it's the flavor of my misspent childhood, because Karpov-Kasparov matches featured so many of these, both the matches themselves, and also I think they played this in tournaments that they occasionally played outside of matches. This is the Grunfeld, the sort of the classical exchange Grunfeld with bishop c4, knight e2.
You recently started playing after f3, bishop d7, yeah? That's kind of your...
No, I kind of switched.
You're still continuing with knight a5.
I haven't seen this position in a while, and when I do see it, I do neither of those things. I think I'm basically a b7, b6 player these days, or queen c7. But this is what I give in my course on Chessable, bishop g4, knight a5, because I think what's happening here these days is very much Bishop g4, knight a5, I suspect, is objectively the strongest reaction. Maybe b7, b6 is stronger, but those two are sort of the computer-suggested reactions to the...
Black really doesn't want
Yeah.
to learn all of those
Exactly.
lines.
But does White want to learn all of those lines? I think for many, many years, people were successfully scaring Black away from this just by saying, kind of look me in the eye, you don't want to memorize. In particular, I think a very big issue is having to memorize like 10 different lines starting from here, which is a position which arises by force if White chooses to play bishop d3 after knight
They
a5.
managed to scare me away.
Yeah,
I'm only playing bishop g4, bishop d7. That's,
when I was
that's the lazy man's approach.
exactly when I was an active Grunfeld player, I played exactly as Cristian suggesting: bishop g4, bishop g7 with the idea of playing queen c7, rook d8, rook c8, and just saying a game of chess, please. Today, I don't.
You probably have a better position.
Yeah,
but let's just play chess.
We're not equalizing, but yeah, please, let's just move pieces around instead of trying to memorize something that is very important to move 31 in those positions. But now that it's kind of come back into the collective consciousness of the Grunfeld players on both sides, we see this more and more. And bishop f7 is a diametrical opposite, I think, of bishop d3, because there will be very, very little risk. But unfortunately for Black, there is once again not a lot of fun to be had here. You're still not really playing for a win in these types of positions. e5, queen d5. I think there was some position in which knight g1 suddenly became a topic. Is it this one? Because I think in my course I am giving e5, knight c4 weirdly, specifically to avoid some position in which knight e2 g1 is a strong option. Maybe it's here, but queen d5 was chosen by Sabino Brunello. White played king g1, knight c4, bishop f2, rook f8, g5, queen f7. I'm pretty sure I have this position in the course. This knight a3 move is kind of very important because without it, White would just stabilize. White has a pawn up, and also with the pawns on g5 and e5, the future of the bishop on g7 is not very bright.
Yeah.
But the move knight a3 at least basically wins the pawn on a2 for Black, because you can't really find a way to deal with the idea of knight c2. So rook c1 was played by Erwin, queen takes a2, g3, queen c4, knight f4, knight b5. This is the current position. Material balance has been restored. Black has two potential future passers. I mean, they're already passers, but they're not really running as of yet. But as a counterweight, as I said, this piece is very, very miserable.
And somehow
right
I
now.
Want to attack you. I want to go h4, h5. Basically.
Yeah, and you could find yourself facing a very, very serious attack on the king side. Exactly, like h4, h5, put the queen on e4 maybe in some positions.
Yes.
You have to do it precisely because, I mean, currently queen e4 allows c takes d4, and knight c3, yeah, is even more obvious. Yeah, I don't know why I'm being fancy. But there is no threat, right? Because cd4, cd4, the pawn on d4 isn't hanging, for instance, after h4, because the queen will be attacked by the rook on c1, giving Black no time to take it. So you can start, in particular, I like the move h4. And
it's a very double-edged position, by the way.
Yeah, it's a very, very sharp position.
I think will be very important for the outcome of the match, considering the fact that also everything what you said has happened in the game between Danishvili.
So he did take with the f-pawn.
Yes, he did take with f-pawn. Danish really played king c8. It's just crazy what's going on.
We need to see his reaction right now.
Yes, I think he is in big trouble, and this is what's happening.
Yeah,
king is on a6 already.
Yeah, the entire line, not unexpectedly, frankly, because we couldn't really see anything strong.
Better, yes.
Yeah,
and
so
all this happened, and Anish is in big trouble right now, and he knows it. And we're very close to see what can be now 1-1 in this match, because Jordan
and by far the biggest single game upset of the Olympiad so far, because we haven't seen a 2700 player lose a game yet.
2700 scalp.
Yeah,
if you lose this,
if he ends up losing, which is still not an absolutely foregone conclusion. You still, I mean, rook endings are notoriously tricky. You can absolutely misplay them and fail to win even what looks like a crushingly winning position.
But the chances are not so great, because we can see how depressing this position is.
It is.
Like this rook on a8 is stuck, because once you move it, you have a checkmate. Not just, you don't just lose the pawn, you just get checkmated at this moment. And also this pawn can start running at any moment, right?
And I'm happy that right now we know exactly where the most contested match, at least up to this point, looks to be. Should we check on Magnus once again before we move to
Let's
the
take a
women's
look, yeah.
section?
Yeah, and I also
Let's
was
take a
thinking
look
maybe we
if
could
I
check
can-
legendary player Vasily Ivanchuk we were
Of course,
discussing
of
today
course.
because he's playing and Ukrainian team I think is
Let's check the big names
Yeah,
right
big
now.
names,
Let's
yes.
go with Magnus and Vasily.
yes.
And then we
Maxim
move to
already
the-
made a draw. I wanted to say let's have a look also.
Why Maxim?
But Maxim has already finished his game.
Why?
France is playing against Montenegro and
Oh.
he has
Our
finished.
seemingly very quiet hedgehog is looking nothing like a hedgehog. Magnus
Like dragon.
Magnus has done something interesting to his position. Let's take a look. We left it here, and just as I was giving the speech about d6, knight b d7, Magnus played knight c6, which is a very different approach. I expected bishop e3 to be honest, but white took on c6, which is also perfectly okay. Bishop takes 6, queen d3. And here Magnus started kind of freestyling because your normal approach here involves either giving a check from c5 or playing bishop e7, castling kingside and playing, okay, some pieces have come off, but it's still a hedgehoggy type position. Instead, there we go. With a very concrete idea. This is not being done willy-nilly. It's based on the idea of playing bishop d6.
Yeah.
And provoking either h3 or
G3.
g3.
But
h3
G3 you
is,
don't want to play.
yeah, exactly. G3, h4 doesn't look
H4.
great, and h3 is just bad structurally. You don't want to give black like h4,
Knight
and now
H5.
there's all these squares. So white will probably end up having to play f4, and once again, this is why we played h5. We gave ourselves this additional square.
Smart.
to
This H5,
attack.
I really like it.
e5, bishop e7, bishop d4, d6. White took, played bishop f3. I actually quite like how white is treating this so far. Takes, takes.
Playing a good game so far. The
Castles.
question is, do you lose the pawn on c4?
Yeah,
is
and
the big
he
question.
actually sacrificed the pawn here by playing knight e4, allowing this intermezzo with queen takes c4. You can't take on d6 because the bishop is hanging. He's played rook a d1. And basically what he's saying is, I will get to play h2, h3 eventually. And then, you know, if all else fails, I'll just pick up on h5.
Yes.
However, if we go bishop e7, h3, knight h6, queen h5, knight
Knight
f5,
f5,
you
yes.
still have to justify this tactically
And
because
it's
your
very
pieces in the
important that you
center
put the
are.
bishop on e7.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Otherwise, knight
yeah.
f6 would come in.
Knight f6 or knight g5 would be
Mhm.
game ending.
Yes.
It might actually still be playable here.
Playable as in for a draw.
Trying to
or-
make a draw, but
But you have.
oh yeah,
knight
we have
G7.
knight g7.
We have knight
knight
G7.
g7. Absolutely. Yeah, we're still watching
At the same time, the game
Giri
between
Mhm.
yes.
And the reason for that is that we just simply don't have a camera with Magnus right,
Right
now.
now?
Mhm.
I'm sure in future rounds we'll have that for you guys.
Well, in particular, if Norway
It's
wins.
their
yeah.
fault. Yes, it's
Yeah.
their fault. They made the draw yesterday. That's why they draw. So what to do? I mean, but of course, this game can be finished soon. So that's why we keep an eye on them.
A funny story about Magnus, because we were wondering what happened to Magnus, why was he late? Apparently he arrived on a bike in the rain. That's why he was wet. He came in biking to the round. I
What
don't
a
know
great
why.
day for bike.
I don't know why. Maybe he was afraid that if he calls an Uber, the Uber was saying like 20 minutes late, you cannot get to the round. So what do you do at that point?
Where did he get the bike? I have so many questions.
Exactly.
More
Yeah.
questions than answers. Yes. The only thing we know that the default time is 15 minutes, and he was
Yes.
really close to
Rental
lose this
bike, we're
game.
being told.
Yes, yes.
Well, I mean, obviously he didn't come here with a bike from Norway. But the question is, did he rent it like last minute, or
Yes.
did he rent it?
100%.
How do you know?
It must be. It must be. I don't think he was expecting, just like us. We did not expect the Ubers to be so late
Yes,
and
yes, yes.
the traffic to be so congested. But that's exactly what he realized probably with 5 minutes before the round. And then he was like, okay, what are my options?
Yes.
I guess I have to bike.
Yes, I mean,
Yeah.
great thinking, and our best-rated player is still full of surprises. You never know what to expect.
He didn't look happy. I saw the picture. He did not look happy. I don't think he wanted to.
What
No,
did
but
he do with bike?
that
He
is
threw
still,
it
that is
with-
still quite a story.
Yes,
Yeah.
we will keep checking it.
for
Thanks
everybody to know,
Cristian.
it's raining cats and dogs outside right now. I
Yeah.
mean, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yes, what to do.
All of this, including bishop b7, is on the board. I briefly checked what the engine thinks about it. Bishop b7 is the only move that gives black any hope of an advantage, but it does seem to favor black. h3, knight h6 works out. The engine tries to include b3. I'm guessing to move the queen away from this x-ray along the fourth. But then after queen b5, you might not be able to win the pawn on h5 as comfortably because it's now currently being protected. So yeah, a very fighting game being played out on board one of the Norway match. Not unexpectedly, Magnus always wants a very sharp fighting game.
While we are talking, I'm thinking about the challenge to come with bike tomorrow. Guys, are you ready?
Yeah, I wonder where they stay. We're like
On
3
the
kilometers
streets.
away.
No, there's
I think
street bikes.
they're very close to us,
Mm.
in fact.
So,
But
yeah.
also, with a bike, you need a GPS. You need your phone with you. You cannot enter with a phone. So what do you do at that point? You probably leave the phone somewhere. There's so many questions.
Yes,
Yeah,
I mean,
you
I want
just-
to
I'm
ask
sure
them,
tomorrow we will probably have the exact answer, but for the moment we don't.
for sure.
Should we go to the women's section?
And
guys?
Vasil, before we
Vasily
go,
also.
Vasil.
Of course.
Match
Yes.
number.
It's Australia with Ukraine. I think they're somewhere around 10.
Okay, let me
something like
let me
that.
find Vasil. Yeah.
And actually,
Oh, there it is. Yeah,
he's playing
I got
against
it.
Bobby, but not Fischer, obviously. Just see Bobby
Bobby Chan.
names.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
He's a good player.
Bobby Chan.
Very good
He
player.
is a good player, and it looked at some point to me like Vasil might be quite a bit better, but black seems to have stabilized somewhat. It was, whoa, this is not something I expected. Vasil playing the exchange French
Uh-oh.
against Bobby Chang is a bit. Honestly, this has become a very serious
It has.
option. This is not being done
It
to play for a
has.
draw.
Yeah.
Yes, let's discuss
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
Because, for example, in the last Singfield Cup, the last round of Alireza Firouzja comes to play the last one. He just needs a draw to finish the tournament, and he plays against Prague.
Mhm.
And Prague plays e4, e6, yes. And this crazy question, like you go for the exchange variation, you don't, and you actually need a draw, and he didn't go.
He didn't go
So,
for it.
why?
Yeah. Well, I guess he. I was involved with like the
With
Prague and his repertoire is something that I can speak to with some degree of authority. And honestly, we were expecting the exchange. I spent the evening kind of rechecking what we have against the exchange, trying to find some way to keep the game going. But I honestly thought there will be like zero hesitation, just e takes d5 and play. Because, as I mentioned, not only is this extremely solid, you also kind of have to play precisely not to be slightly worse with black. But what happened in that game is Alireza played knight
Knight
c3,
c3.
and in the previous couple of games that Prague had in the French, in the candidates he played it twice. Fabi played e5 against him, and Nepo played e takes d5. So nobody actually knew what the idea is against knight c3. Prague played knight f6, and after bishop g5, Alireza got slightly shocked by the move bishop b4. And for a second there, I was kind of hopeful, because bishop b4 is obviously a punt.
Yes.
The way to describe it would be, I think, the word punt is a good start.
It's a very old line.
Yeah.
Of course, it's sharp. And,
Yeah,
you
the
need
engines
theory.
kind of start at like 0.7.
Yeah.
Like you put this on your board, like you switch it on, and it immediately tells you made a massive mistake, and you're now kind of borderline lost.
It
And
used
I
to
thought,
be a big point of discussion
Yeah.
for the French players, but recently e5 followed by bishop c1,
yeah,
bishop
yeah,
d2,
yeah.
everything
And
seems
yeah,
to be giving
this is the
white
main
advantage.
line, and pretty much any of those three moves is
Yes.
very serious, and you have to be extremely precise with black not to be in a lot of trouble. But also there's a lot of price on every move. If you do this, you really have to know what you're doing. And for a second there, I thought maybe we're getting a very sharp game, because Prague really needed to win that game
Yeah.
Yes.
to get a chance to finish in the top three for the tour, which qualifies you for the
60
next
points.
year's
Yeah.
tour. Yeah. And then Alireza, he watched bishop before being played onto the board, thought for about 3 minutes, and went to takes d5.
Like, enough is enough. Yes.
And I
okay,
thought,
let's-
no,
let's go
not,
for
not,
a
not
draw, yes.
happening today.
So yeah, so coming back to the exchange variation, it happened in this game, and we
Yeah.
are a little bit surprised by
e5,
choice.
e5, knight f3, bishop d6.
Vasily?
And the point is, it's not with the intention of playing these very symmetrical positions after bishop d3. You wait for black to play bishop d6, and you play c4. And you get, very often, you get these types of isolani positions where, I mean, it's not an isolani yet, but it will be very soon, because eventually you have to take the pressure off in the center, because the knight on c3 is exerting a lot of pressure on the pawn on d5, whereas the knight on b8 doesn't really have the same impact. So h6 was included. Stopping bishop g5 is always a useful idea in these types of structures. But this looks like the absolute best isolani position ever, because black is still some way away from properly controlling the d5 square. The pawn on h6, yes, it stops bishop g5, but now you have to constantly worry that you will at some point blunder bishop takes h6, followed by the queen somehow teleporting itself to the g6 square and ending the game. But if we fast forward, black actually managed to exert a decent amount of control here. This is the current position where, yes, of course, white is still probably to be preferred. The bishop pair is not nothing. The knight on c5 is a very beautiful piece. But black doesn't really have any weaknesses. And honestly, in my experience, even these positions are very, very difficult to win. Like I get my queen out, then probably I try to trade a pair of rooks, and then we just stay.
The thing is, those knights protect each other so well, and protect the entry squares as well, especially that h7. If you manage somehow to provoke me to go g6, obviously you're creating a lot of weaknesses. But I'm just simply going to keep the structure as is.
Some games have clearly finished.
Was that Anish's?
No, Anish is still playing, but
yes.
that's
but I
a
know
draw.
that Levon Aronian managed to win. This is what we know.
That's a huge one.
Yeah, that's a huge one. I think Wesley is still playing, but
that's Anish, guys.
Yes, he finished, so he lost. Yes, we can see that white won the game.
That's 1-1.
It's a big, huge upset.
Biggest upset.
Let's get to that board. Let's get to that board and see how the game ended. But yeah, not a shock at this point that he did lose.
Because we saw that it was coming. Right now, Italy has and Netherlands. They have 1-1 score, and everything will be decided on boards number 3 and 4.
That is not the start Netherlands envisioned for this match.
No. So in this position, we were looking at king d2, king e2, but Lodici went for a much more straightforward conversion here. He went rook e7. I guess the point is if you play rook e8, there's this very usual tactic of rook a7, rook takes e8, and now we're 2 down, and the pawn on e6 is still falling. So Anish went rook gf8, a very nice little move there, king b2. You don't want to be cut off on the bottom rank. Like if you start collecting and then you allow the rook to enter the second rank, you might lose. You're definitely not winning. Yeah. So very nice, accurate move here, king b2, aiming for the very safe shelter on b3. Black played d5. White simply just took on a6, took on c4, and here Anish resigned because after rook takes h2, we can do whatever. Just take on g6, and then we can even probably win the a7 pawn. Yeah, like
you don't have any compensation. 2 pawns to the good. Yeah. I push my pawns g4, g5, rook a4, rook g7. This is a very, very shocking development, given the fact that Anish seemed just fine for the majority.
Yeah,
of the game.
I wonder if we could just briefly take a look, because I wonder what the engine thinks is the mistake. The engine is like in sharp disagreement with the move knight e4, which I think is understandable.
So
yeah.
Yes.
So the engine says you have to play rook f8, and after queen h4, you have to actually invest basically your entire queen side in order to shake off that pin. And it says, yes, white is better, because yes, you're still having to deal with this very, very annoying pin along this diagonal, and you're no longer a pawn up. But compared to what he got, and I come back to that idea that I think is just correct, what you said earlier, that he must have forgot f takes g3 exists. He thought,
100%.
Yeah, he thought what will happen here is white will take with this pawn, he'll take on e7, rook h7, and if he needs to, he can play king f6.
Yes.
Because there is no mate now, and if you go rook d3, black has time to avoid the mating net, because even if, let's say, the massive difference here, you can still you can still keep this king on g5 isolated, but there is no piece that gives mate to it.
No mate. Yes.
Yeah, and if instead you take on c7, we have rook gc8, and we are going to immediately launch some counterplay against the white king side. We actually probably make a draw here. This already looks like a position that we probably do not lose.
The thing is, the mechanism by which you actually miss this is you just simply forget about it.
That
You start
file is open,
calculating
yes?
h takes g3, you see the king coming to f6, you still focus on calculating that endgame, and then you just play it, forgetting that f takes g3, in fact, is an option.
Anish is going actually through difficult times. You remember he didn't play well in single cup either, finishing the last, and probably he still needs some time to gain his confidence back. And it's not helping, right? You come to play in this event, and everybody wants, of course, to win against you. It's team competition, lots of pressure, and yeah, I mean, you can miss something, and you don't have the same strengths.
This is
after
by far the
playing
most difficult year
event,
of
yes.
Anish's career.
Yeah.
I think he dropped from somewhere around, which, by the way, it was a year, if I'm not mistaken, that started quite well for him with that still.
He always does well in Vike. Yeah,
Yes.
Vike
Exactly.
is a home turf for him, and he's had a run of very, very good results in a very strong tournament there.
And I want to say he tied in that one, and Gukesh obviously won. Or was it? No, Wei
ended up
won
winning the tournament,
the tie breaks, but he did quite well in that one. After which, his whole year was a complete disaster. Obviously, the Grandchester did not play in his favor. The matches that he played after that did not play in his favor. And right now, he's somewhere around 27-20, which is not his usual.
And today will cost him about 8 points.
A lot.
Oh my gosh. I mean,
A lot.
Yeah, he is 180 points ahead, rough calculation, and yeah, a loss to somebody 180 point behind you.
6, 7, 8 points.
Yeah, I think it costs you
it's
8
rough.
points. Yeah,
It's
so,
rough.
yeah, it's,
Yes.
yeah, not been a good year for the Dutch number one, and not enjoying it.
Yeah, but now we see Fabiano Caruana and Ivan Cheparinov on our screens. United States is leading at the moment, and it seems also that Wesley So is having
Peter, you
whoa.
still
time.
the Dutch number one. He's still the Dutch number one.
But it's getting close,
Jordan
yeah.
is getting very close.
He
to him
continues
right now.
winning all the
Yeah.
games like
Jordan
that.
is on 3 out of 3, right?
Yeah.
I
At
believe
least 2
so.
out of 2.
Oh no, he didn't play the first match, I think. So probably 2 out of 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But the
and-
2 victories were against very decent players, high-ranked players. So he's winning some rating points in those ones, and he's 27, close to 2,700, I believe. Live rating over 2,700 right now.
Yep. So some update on what's happening in the US match. Levon has already won his game. They continued playing really, really quickly. Or at least Levon continued playing very quickly because, as you can see on your screen, his opponent ended up with a minute on the clock. So after Queen H5, King G7, White, for better or worse, this had to be played. And it wasn't. Instead, Martin played Knight G3. I'm guessing just missing the fact that Queen G5 exists. And now, after Knight F5, Bishop F5,
King F6.
King F6,
Yeah.
you have to start playing endgames, and you're playing endgames where you have no queen side.
And B2.
Yeah, you have no
Still
queen side,
there.
and there's a pawn on B2. So there's really it's not a particular shock to us that this did not work out all that well for the Bulgarian player. The pawn on B2 finally fell, but it cost
Yes.
too much. Yeah.
Everything.
Look at
How
this.
much did it cost? It cost
everything.
everything. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, look, this is a very beautiful final
Yes.
position, by the way, with black kind of completely dominating the center and the queen side, just
I'm sure
by
Levon
being
is
completely overrun.
happy about this game. He was never in danger in this one.
He will tell us, yeah, that it was
can be
never
sure.
in doubt. And
Which, by the way,
elsewhere,
puts him at 3 out of 3.
Yes. At the end of the day, yes.
once again, never in doubt. Never in doubt.
Yeah.
Elsewhere, Wesley is completely winning against Arkady Knightic. He played Knight F3 as expected. Black played Bishop D6. He went Knight H5, Queen D7, E5. And now, to add insult to injury, the bishop has no squares because you cannot go back to E7, interrupting the defense of the G7 square. Black has
Yes.
to give this exchange with Rook F3, GF, Bishop E5, but unfortunately the attack doesn't stop. F4, Bishop D6, Rook G1,
Oh.
Bishop F8, King F1, and Rook E1. White has all of the pieces very well connected in the attack on the king side, and the current position looks like this, where, well, the black position is just collapsing. You can't really keep anything afloat. You, I think, are not entirely unjustified in resigning somewhere around here.
Mostly a very strong, powerful start for the US. It seems like they're passing their first true test with laurels. What's happening in the ladies section?
Yes, let's
I think
go.
we should go there.
Yes, let's go to the
We haven't been
ladies.
there in a long
Yes,
time.
remember we were checking the game between Harika and Alexandra Kostyanyuk, and India is facing today US. Oh, sorry.
No.
India is facing today Switzerland.
But they are facing a big
Yes.
test. Switzerland, again, no joke.
Yeah, let's start from there. Looks like Alexander Kostyanyuk is at least a little bit better against Harika. It's somewhat reminiscent of that game we were watching between Anish Giri and
Same structure, Darda.
Daniel Darda. Not exactly the same structure, but very close, and from actually from a different opening. I want to say from a similar opening, but no, this was an Italian, and Anish's game was a Sicilian. I think if this pawn was back on g7, I would be a lot happier about Black's prospects. But this kingside is very soft. You constantly have to watch for some queen d2, rook cf1, and attacks on the kingside.
Especially in the absence of dark square bishop, which was on the board in that game that you just referenced.
Exactly, yeah.
Which was, by the way, the bad bishop. Let's call it that way, because the pawn was on a5 instead of a4, and the structure was more or less compact on that side.
So slight advantage Switzerland, I would say, on board one. Elsewhere in this match, Vaishali is enjoying this position, I'm sure, against Ghazal Hakimi Fard, but there's not a lot of material left, and the question is it enough to win? Black to move, the threat is,
I really want to say that it should be a very difficult defense for Black.
It definitely is, but
that pawn on h6.
Yeah, my initial idea was, how are we dealing with very simply playing bishop f3? But
d3.
Yeah, there is the d3 square for the bishop, so we can maybe for now play f7, f6.
b3.
I want to dig from that side.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, I'm not even sure why.
Yeah, because you cannot.
Because I want to go g4, so I will take on
yeah,
c4.
so takes and g4.
G4,
and I would like to be able to play bishop b4
you
here, but
cannot.
as Cristian correctly dug from the other side, we are now looking.
Some
We are
pieces.
now looking at material losses.
So you have to go bishop b6 or
But
what?
then I finally go bishop f3.
Yeah, bishop
Ah.
e6.
Feel like I'm happy.
Bishop e6 is a huge concession because we go bishop f3, and my issue with this position for Black is, let me just make a couple of moves just to illustrate my point. I suspect, I don't know it for a fact, but I suspect this bishop ending is lost.
This endgame might actually be lost.
And this is why, you know, starting with AlphaZero and all the engines now following in AlphaZero's footsteps, this is why it's so important to get this guy parked on h6.
I might need to be careful just because I think you have f5 right
Yeah,
now.
exactly. Yeah, you still have to calculate.
Bishop d5, bishop e6.
Exactly. This is what I missed originally.
But I'm pretty sure I can find a better version when I play e4, and this endgame is extremely.
Looks like this game probably ended on a draw.
You know, even from his look, yes, what is the result of the game?
Yeah, he seems unperturbed, but also not very happy.
Yes,
so
so
content.
should be a draw.
Looks like a draw. Looks like a draw.
Also, judging from his career, we 90%.
Shots fired. We used to be.
Be careful, Anastasiya. We're in Hungary.
I know.
We used to be great competitors. Like for our viewers old enough to remember when, and today is a day of remembering Twig. The Weekend Chess used to actually have a column. And that column was run by my old friend, who I miss dearly. That is not to say that anything bad happened to him, but I don't see him nearly enough. Mick Gringard, who invented the chicken index, which was he did some rough stats on the number of really short draws people make, and I was pretty much always fighting specifically with Peter Lecco for the top spot on that index. So
not good. It's really not good.
How often you were winning?
well, you need to dig up the old issues of Twig to see who was kind of in front month to month and so on. But we were definitely top contenders for that particular accolade.
But I wonder why, because your openings in general were very sharp.
Yeah, honestly, and at that point I kind of stopped offering draws. Looking back, I think I figured it out somewhere around 2007 in particular. There was a very kind of a watershed event for me, which was the Mexico City World Championship, I guess. It wasn't the format was like the Candidates. It was an 8-player double round robin, in which I made a number of completely unnecessary draws in playing positions. And after one of those, I remember I made a draw against Boris Gelfand in a position where there was really a lot of play left because Boris offered me a draw and I just said yes. And as I was leaving the hall, I kind of crossed path with Alexander Morozevich, who was also playing in the tournament. He was going the other way. And he looked at the TV screen, which was showing the positions. He saw I made a draw and he kind of turned to me, smirked and said, "Dead drawn position, right?" And I thought, why am I doing this? Yeah, it stung.
Right, right.
It stung. And at that moment, I sort of asked myself, so what's the cause of this and am I happy with this?
Right.
And I figured by that point, I wasn't offering draws as much, but I was basically accepting every half reasonable draw offer.
You start questioning your life choices.
Yeah. My problem was I felt, if it's on the table, I should take it kind of thing. And it was impacting my play a great deal because I was still a pretty decent chess player and it wasn't like I was unfavored if I continued.
Mm.
And somewhere around that point, I made a choice to kind of do this less.
Yeah.
And I think it prolonged my career amazingly.
Just softer rules you need
And
at
that
this
is- and
moment.
that
Maybe
as
it
well,
helped.
and
Yes,
that as well.
it should have helped. Yes.
Anyway, not about
You're just
me.
a very kind person, peaceful person. That's why maybe it.
Let's wrap it up. We're not
Yes,
we're
you're
not
right.
maligning the good name of Peter Lecker, and I shouldn't talk about myself so much. Board 2, Vaishali is. I mean, I'm still sticking by my evaluation that Vaishali is significantly better here. Look at this: A5, A4.
Preventing the 3.
Yeah,
That will really not
But-
bode well in any sort of bishop endgame.
yeah. Like this is
But-
really making sure.
You're
you-
asking for it.
Yeah, you're really losing every endgame now. But I think maybe I can make an argument for it because I really liked your B3 plan.
Yeah.
And she's not, I mean, I'm pretty sure she's not doing it with any kind of a sense of joy.
No.
Yeah, but
She
realized.
feels she has to.
Yeah.
Mhm.
She feels she has to, and maybe she's even correct.
She wants to keep that bishop on the b1 f5
Mhm,
diagonal
mhm.
right now. The only way to do so is b3. Unfortunately, that's c4 being softened. It's a big problem.
Mm-hmm.
What about Divya game?
Yeah,
I think
let's
she's
take a
doing
look.
really well. now.
Okay, let's count the pieces. Actually,
Yes.
equal material, despite black looking like black
Yes.
is a bunch of
It seems
material
like black is
because
very
yeah.
close to the king.
But the king on e1 is not very safe. White, on the other hand, has a bishop pair. So my first impression is if we solve the immediate issues with king safety and also f5, f4 being a massive threat,
Also F takes
maybe we're
C4.
not doing that poorly.
I feel that's big if.
But yeah, exactly. I'm not sure if we can.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we're getting there. Okay, so we like this for India. And on board 4, in the game between Maria Manko and Vanzik Agarwal, White has sacrificed the exchange. You can win it like either of the rooks is available. We can also throw in something like rook c1. Like my immediate reaction is, if rook c1 works, it wins on the spot, because then I will cash in so much that
I just want to show a fun tactic. If you
Okay.
go queen g5 and try to get your counterplay, queen takes c8.
Knight f7.
yeah,
looks
this is very nice. But my question is, do we have a win after rook f8? I wanted just to take on e6 here, and I wanted to pretend that the combined threats of knight f7 and knight c8 are very strong, but there
Rook
is rook
c7.
c7, which I missed originally. Knight b5, though? But somewhere here, I need to start calculating queen g5s and rook e8.
Bishop f8.
By the way, I also have knight b7.
Knight,
b7.
yeah, this might be, yeah, attacking absolutely everything is maybe stronger, yeah. Rook b7, bishop f8, and this has to be winning.
Yeah, knight b7, queen e8. It's still somewhat of a game.
Yeah, this was missed by me.
But
Hmm.
it feels I'm so close to
Yeah.
finding the breakthrough. But
But on the other
still
hand,
not
we've
there.
misplaced the piece quite
That's a bit of an
quite
issue.
badly, yeah. So first impression is, I mean, honestly, white is probably quite significantly better if you just don't do anything fancy at all, and you just go for this endgame.
We're seeing some moves. So
Yeah,
I have a
I
feeling.
think
we're going- Yep.
she has actually done this. Yeah.
Yep.
So we will get here,
And rook c1. I would say.
and my issue is, whoops, sorry. My issue is that if I could play king e4 here, I'm fairly convinced I will win.
It's over.
But we cannot pass the f3 square without allowing knight e5 check.
So she needs to go king g3. Let's try that. At least I'm going to provoke some weaknesses. If you go e5 or g5. Try to stop.
And
Let's
then
see.
king f3.
Okay.
Honestly, like I confidently predicted this is winning, but maybe if the king gets to d7 quickly enough, maybe it's not as winning as all that. No?
Okay, I'm going to go b4.
My hope was
Now
I
I'm
would
gonna
be
go
able
bishop
to
b2.
play b5. Yeah. I mean, I'm greedy, but I hate the idea of playing e5, but I also hate the idea of just giving up on
Yes,
e4
yes,
for
yes.
nothing. So
And the
I'm
c5, yes,
unsure if
next
I'm
move.
supposed to stick or twist here.
Yes, I mean, it looks good for white.
Yeah,
I don't know,
I mean,
winning or
the
what,
question
but
really
king
is if
c5.
we are already completely winning.
Yes.
Another way to go about things would be to play something like bishop d6, king g8, bishop b5, and just say, gimme.
You're not in time.
Yeah, I think we are winning the pawn on d4. I guess what black does is black plays d3 to at least break the structure up. And sometimes it takes a while to win these positions, but they generally are winning.
Generally, you're winning.
Yeah. So even if we assume Alexander Kostyuk on board 1 is doing well, and whoa, there's been a lot of developments. Hang on a second.
Changed a lot.
Yeah. So after d4, e4, Harika took on c4, and I really don't like dc5 and rook d2.
It feels slow, right?
Yeah. The engine suggests we should have played e5, and this, like, once again, we kind of need to be playing for the king side, because all of these major pieces on the queen side very heavily, I think, indicate where our focus needs to be here. So e5, trying maybe to play knight e4. The position doesn't seem completely lost, and the engine does defend it. Like, it starts by playing queen d8 and says, yes, white is better, but there's still a lot of game left. But yeah, I just don't like, this is such a major improvement for black that the queen is now actually in the game, right?
Yeah.
It was on a5 and kind of cut off from all action, and now on c5 it's on a very good diagonal. Now the knight on h7, which was on h7 and parked there and was not really doing anything.
You will take your pawn back, but
yeah, how even?
and actually you
b2 is hanging.
It's actually not that clear how you take the pawn back.
Honestly, I think this is a massive change. I mean, we can do this maybe.
Let's do that. Let's actually do that.
Yeah, we can do this. The big question is, can I be fanciful here?
I think you can.
And queen e3 in the
Queen
end,
d1.
right? Queen d1. Yeah, it doesn't quite work out. I mean, there's compensation, but I was hoping I will get through immediately, and I don't seem to be getting through immediately. Now, still a very sharp position, but the inclusion of dc5, queen takes e5 seems to be a massive improvement in Harika's fortunes. Looks like India is
still doing well,
on course to do well in this match.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll come back and check some more matches in women's section.
Sure.
Yes.
See you
Stay on
guys.
2023 saw the start of a battle. Now, witness the next move. This is Chess Amplified. Every move is a statement. Every sacrifice, a strategy. And every win, a declaration of power. 6 teams, 6 icons, 24 superstars, 6 prodigies. The world's biggest mind game, Global Chess League, coming soon.
Bobby, dude, your decimal course is taking forever, man.
What are you wearing?
Dude, I always wear this.
Well, why are you wearing it?
Dude, I'm going on Piers Morgan in 5 minutes.
You mean that Piers Morgan?
Wait,
Hans is on right now.
what? You interviewed Hans instead of me? God.
ticking. How will you respond to Igor's first move while ready to win?
Who's gonna swing across the channel? I'm a strong swimmer. Who's gonna swim across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say lighthouse. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
Welcome back, chess fans. We're ready to discuss the matches. Everything is happening right now, and we go straight to the match between India and Hungary because things are developing. It's a match between Hungary B, because we have many teams from Hungary. It's a
And the reason I wanted to start with this is I want to compliment Peter Prohaska there, who allowed this very picturesque mate onto the board. He was lost for quite some time, but the conclusion of the game is very spectacular. I'm not going to do any particular commentary on it, but we start from here. White is clearly breaking through on the king side, and it's very instructive to see how he opens this diagonal. Removing the bishop on f6 will win the game pretty much for white. Black takes, we go e5, shift the bishop away, it goes to h4, we go e6, rook f6, hoping to establish some sort of a blockade. And now a very nice move, luring the queen away from the f8 square, and then for style points, queen takes h6.
Yes.
And you can resign here, but the correct thing to do, I think, is what Prohaska has done.
Yes.
Which is to make those moves and allow Arjun to finish a brilliancy by actually delivering mate on the board. So this is India on +1. Vidit made a draw quite early on. His opponent in the French, Gabor Pape, found a perpetual there. As you can see, white is currently a rook down, but there will be a perpetual on the g5, f6 squares. And Prague is close to winning his game as well. They played some kind of a reverse King's Indian. The position seemed fairly balanced for quite some time, somewhere here. I don't think you probably prefer black because black has more space. There's pressure against the b2 pawn and so on, but it shouldn't be anything disastrous. But white from this moment onward basically switched to passing. Looking at my screen, white played rook c2 and then continued playing knight d2, knight f3 and bishop e2, bishop f1 for the next basically 5 moves.
Didn't know what to do.
And black did find, after shuffling for a bit, black found a way to make progress, attacking the pawn on b2. I guess Tamas Banush was hoping queen d5 will do something, but unfortunately there is this very beautiful shot, c5, c4. The queen gets driven all the way back to a2, and now this very nice geometrical motif with knight b4.
That must be something that he missed.
cb4 and rook takes c2, and after knight takes e5, the position is about to collapse. The cleanest, I guess, is to play queen c7 and start taking on b4. If rook takes a5, rook takes b4. Rook a7 would have been a very painful move, but the knight on e5 is unsupported, so you cannot actually get to the f7 pawn. And on the other side of the board, if you just play knight f3 and allow rook takes b2, everything collapses along the second rank.
And also, if you start with knight takes f7,
hoping to get rook a7,
yes.
I
think
it's
you
not
can
working.
just take on b2.
Yeah, rook b2, queen takes e6, rook takes f2, and this will be mate very, very soon.
We'll have to defend the pawn on g3 with king h3, but unfortunately that doesn't
Then
work.
rook h2 is mate. So India will win on board 1. Gukesh is also enjoying a very, very nice position against Adam Kozak. This is a truly, truly abysmal position for black. No space. Every single piece white has is better than every single black counterpart. The only question is how to win, but we'll find a way to open
Reminds
things
me
up.
this rule: if you can catch all the pieces with one hand, something is wrong with your position, right? I mean, if now
I've never heard it, but I will use it from now on.
That's a good one.
This is a very good, yeah, I've never heard this before.
Yeah, but, I mean, except queen, you can actually catch
Pretty much, yeah.
pretty much all the other pieces.
Yeah.
And,
By the way, Adam has 34 seconds on his
That as well, yes.
That's a problem.
Yeah, we kind of know how this movie ends. The only question is what the breakthrough, the eventual breakthrough, what is it going to be? But there is no way to hold a position like this if white doesn't make a massive mistake somewhere. So India likely wins 3.5 today.
I think the big clash of the round, of the day is Ding versus Fedoshev.
Yes.
Should we go
of
back
course.
to that?
Sure. Things have progressed quite far from what we've seen when we saw it last.
Many pieces left the
Fedoshev
board.
is now having to defend this endgame, which I suspect is closer to a draw than it is to a black victory, but it's not pleasant to defend, obviously. White still has the better bishop. White still has a very beautiful blockading knight on d4. You probably want to play king g3, king f4, and start hinting maybe of getting it all the way to e5. But
black got a pawn.
yeah,
It's
black
a pawn.
is just a healthy outside passer up. And if we want to see how that happened, we left it somewhere around here, c3, rook d8, and instead of what we expected, a quiet move like queen e2, Vladimir Fedoshev went for a very concrete idea with b5 and c4. gaining space, but also giving black this very useful square on c5. And I think he just generally continued pressing kind of past the point where he needed to be pressing. Looks like he is pushing on the queen side, but what he's doing really is creating weaknesses for the future. And as we've seen in the current position, the pawn on b6 did get picked up at some point. He went for this tactical operation. There's this fork on d3 and f3. You can play queen f4, solving it tactically, seemingly, but black can and did take knight takes b6. Ding maybe could have even gotten a slightly bigger advantage at some point in this game, but what he has is a very comfortable pawn-up position, and as you can see there, he is trying to figure out exactly how to convert it, probably. I suspect that the clocks are... It's move 42, but I'm pretty sure they haven't spent the original 90 minutes.
30,
so
30
effectively, this is 39 minutes against 41.
We're expecting something like bishop d7, perhaps, try to go b5, get the king to b6 behind the pawn.
Yeah,
maybe that's the plan.
Yeah, the issue is it's not really running very far past the... You can get it to b5. Getting it to b4 will be a very, very difficult challenge because your pieces don't really support the crossing. Perhaps. Yeah, you can put it on c4, but once again, you're not really creating threats. I probably want to put this rook on b1 to maybe hint that given enough time, I might have some counterplay.
I do have to be careful because you have knight b3, knight d4 ideas to maybe even force a draw immediately.
As I said, converting this into a full point is not at all a given for Ding Liren, but obviously you still take this. Yeah. It's a good outcome. I think he was slightly worse out of the opening, so being a pawn up in an endgame by move 40 is quite good. Yeah. Magnus is
doing well, and maybe we have to jump there because his opponent doesn't have much time, even though Magnus started with less time in this game.
Almost 15 minutes, almost.
But his opponent now has
almost lost
30 seconds, and his position doesn't look promising either.
Yeah, black is 3 up. And it doesn't seem like White's attack on the king side, I'm using the word attack here kind of guardedly, is going to succeed.
Who's attacking who?
Yeah, like bishop d6 check maybe is a good start, driving the king back to g1 and then playing queen c1 and kind of hunting the king down. It looks horrible, and yeah, Magnus will win this, and we got a little further in the story.
Cristian, probably you can tell us.
Yeah,
what yes, on Magnus. Like, we watched the interview of Maria Emelianova, and now we know a little bit more.
Yes,
apparently what happened.
Magnus came in, and he was almost sure that he lost the game on time. Didn't realize that there was a delay because of official transportation, which definitely helped him. He was aware of the fact that if he is late more than 15 minutes, then he's in trouble. But we had questions. We were like, okay, how did he enter with his phone? Apparently his phone and his rental bicycle were returned by Maria to the hotel, perhaps also through the rain. So kudos to Maria for saving Magnus and saving our excitement as well.
So he didn't have beige, this is what we know, and also now we know that there is some hidden entrance which they used, which raised more questions for organizers.
We probably should not mention
speculate.
That on air.
Yeah, but it was already mentioned, so we're repeating what we've heard. But in any case, happily we have him playing, and it seems like he's doing well.
Look, yeah, he is now completely winning.
Yeah.
He didn't have the badge, but I would assume people were recognizing Magnus. Okay,
you never
really
know. By
Magnus?
the way,
yes,
you know what happened
Magnus.
in GPT event? Do you remember in Poland that once he couldn't go through security because nobody knew who is Magnus, and they didn't let him in, and he didn't have his badge, and only our manager saved his life.
That was security. Yes.
So you never know what
those
can
are
happen.
Those are often quite tricky.
It's
Those situations where you would assume people inside know who you are, but you can't bank on it very confidently.
What we really know that what Magnus didn't know whom he's playing against today. His first words were like, "Whom I playing?"
Because he needed to fill in the score sheet, and the name of his opponent escaped him. I'm pretty sure he knew who he was playing, because it's really a failure of the captain of the team if your board one does not have any idea at all who his opponent is. But yeah,
it could also very much be by design. Magnus is like, okay, I'm not going to actually prepare against this.
That is,
I don't know who
fair,
we're going to play. I just want to slip in. Don't tell me who I'm playing against, and I'll just show up 10 minutes late.
Have you ever done something like this, Peter? Like ignoring the fact that
these days, what I do very often is, if pairings are known in the evening, I make a concerted effort not to look. I tell people around me not to tell me who I'm playing, because I want to have a decent night's sleep. Because otherwise, it kind of invades my dreams a little bit, and I don't particularly want to dream about chess positions.
Chess player.
But once you wake up, you still look. Like, I don't think I've ever had maybe in some rapid and blitz tournaments where I legit don't look at all.
Yeah.
But in classical tournaments, you wake up, you have breakfast, and then you look.
Fair enough.
Wesley won his game, by the way, just to give you guys an update, with Levon Aronian already winning his game. That's 2-0 for Team USA in that match.
Potentially quite a close match developing between Austria and Hungary A, because in that match, Benjamin Glidura on board 4, another full mate on the board, by the way.
Oh,
I don't know
really?
why I didn't realize that. Yeah, twice in one round, people allowed an actual mate onto the board. This is a very picturesque final position in the game between Glidura and Bloberger. There's also a draw on board 2, as we mentioned, Peter Lekod making a draw with the white pieces against Markus Rager, 2 very, very strong theoreticians. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if they have worked together at some point. They feel like they may have done some work on chess at some point.
Match.
Yeah. So draw there, but
Richard
Rapport at least was in tremendous amounts of trouble earlier in this game. Now I suspect he might even win. Let's take a look.
What about this pawn?
Yeah, it feels like maybe white gets mated now. This was a reasonably quiet position which arrived from a Rossolimo. It was a bishop b5, g6 Rossolimo, where white, after castles and rook e1, e5, white takes on c6, and then we enter this kind of a maneuvering phase. White played d3, a4, a5. Eventually, this pawn got traded on b6. White bishop got traded away. This really shouldn't be anything much. But if you look at the position, this is currently move 13. By move 23, the situation changed quite dramatically. Richard kind of went all in on this idea of giving mate on the king side. As you can see, there is no longer a pawn on c5. And the queen side will continue falling apart. White played queen b6. You had to invest a tempo in queen e8. Queen c5, g5, knight b7. Instead of knight b7, I checked briefly. I think knight takes e5 here is kind of winning, because if you play bishop takes h3, white probably has an additional option of going knight takes e6 even.
With some knight e7 later.
With ideas of landing it on a7 and winning just everything with forks. Not that knight b7 is a bad move, but it lets black into the game slightly, and this is now becoming a bit of a mess. I think the best move in this position was supposed to be knight d3, which is a kind of a move that is not very easy to make. Yeah, moving backwards when you have options such as knight g6, which is what Valentin Dragnev played here, I think is very difficult. But after knight g6, queen e6, suddenly you realize that maybe your intended knight takes f8 runs into queen g4.
Some checkmate
and
ideas.
this looks like mate. Yeah, this just looks like mate, frankly.
Yes.
So you have to play knight f5, black took on g6, gh, black played rook ff7, and we haven't won nearly enough material in the center and on the queen side. We're only one pawn up now, and g5, g4 is about to happen. Yeah, so this is now an absolute mess. Rook a8 check, king h7, knight d6.
By the way, perhaps maybe you should like go f3 at that point.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe we could have played in a more restrained fashion.
Stopping it because h5 is also coming in that position. So,
but we can't really delve. We can't really delve into that properly. This is the current position, and honestly, it looks like black is just much faster. At the very least, the pawn will be on f2 in a couple of moves' time, and that should give black at least plenty of counterplay and maybe more. I'm reluctant to ask the all-seeing eye what it thinks about this position, but by feel, I'm picking black any time of any day of the week.
King e2. Let's
I want to try king e2. Yeah.
Step by step. Do you go f3, f2?
I wanted to. I thought this is clearly like the first port of call is trying to make this work. I think probably queen e4 check is a useful intermezzo. But then maybe king g7.
King g7, I was thinking knight e8.
Yeah, I missed the square existed. But maybe it's not that bad, because now there is no pin on the back rank.
Now I can take on...
You can.
C7.
You can
Just on
actually,
C7,
yeah. And queen takes C1. And yeah, the king is about to actually get to where it badly needs to
Which,
be.
by the way, instead of taking on E1, maybe putting a queen on F1 is better.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, takes.
And
I have to play king D2 because king E2 at the very least loses me a queen. So king D2. I still don't see an immediate mate, but it
So
looks
rook
like it should be.
F2?
Ah, yeah, just rook F2 and
King D1, but where's the mate? I still don't see the mate.
there's still no mate because
yes,
this
rook F8
is a very picturesque way to
rook
lose a game.
F8, yes,
Yeah.
this is really nice. You cannot take
Yeah.
it. Oh,
Yeah, this is very messy. White has no time at all, by the way, just to point
speaking
out.
about
This is,
Messi, if we have Richard Rapper playing, it's good for him. Because normally
He's
he likes,
enjoying these positions,
He
yeah.
could
yeah.
enjoy
In
it.
particular, considering what his position was earlier, he is very much enjoying this.
So what are the prospects for the team right now? So we have
Well, they're one and a half up. I'm not sure what the position is on the remaining board. I can briefly
just briefly
check.
check the current situation.
Yeah,
And
Sanan Sagirov is doing fine. The position is probably closer to closer to a draw than it is to anything else, but Sanan is definitely not worse. So as long as Ricci doesn't lose,
then they
Hungary will win.
will
The
win
question is
match.
with which score. Yeah.
It's happening right now.
But when Ricci was in a lot of trouble, much was
the move?
very.
What's the move? Because we have some moves.
This is Sanan's board, so hang on.
This is Dragnev. This is
Yeah.
Dragnev versus
No, I mean
Ricci.
on our video
yes,
screen,
yes.
that is. So king e2, he just went bishop takes d6 immediately. I am guessing with the intention of meeting ed with rook e7 check, which does
Wow.
win. But white included queen e4
This
check,
is
king
cool.
g7, and e takes d. He
And
played
now
f3
F3.
check. Ah, no, he wants to do it in a kind of a very contained fashion because he can just play queen takes d6 with check, and after king c1, just I guess play f2 and win this position kind of prosaically. Queen g. Ah, hang on.
Wait-
Queen
wait a
g4,
minute.
queen g6, rook g8.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, how prosaic?
I'm not sure.
How prosaic is that? Not very is the answer. Not very. Okay. So what's the plan? Are we maybe playing f2
I think you start with
first?
F2. You started with F2, King, Rook F1, right?
Yeah, because dc7, rook d7 is regrettable for white.
Yes.
Then you take on a1.
Yeah, so f2 forces rook f1, I would assume. There is queen d4 check, but I don't think it's good.
That doesn't seem
Yeah, so let's check this.
to be helping.
We have
We're
a
seeing
move.
a move. We're seeing a move.
Yeah, 3 king d1, all of this is up to king d1 is on the board. A good thing for Dragnev here is that this is move 40. He made it with 10 seconds to spare, but at least he will get half an hour.
Right now, and
He'll get his half an hour and he will have time to think.
Should we get the bar update?
The
on this
position,
one?
yeah, the position is whoa.
It's actually close.
It's pretty close, yeah. And interestingly, the best way to continue for black is to go for this endgame, which looks promising, but you want more,
But it
obviously.
doesn't look winning.
Yeah,
yes.
you would like to actually win the game on the spot. And it appears that there is no way to win the game on the spot. If you play f2, yeah, the correct answer is rook f1. And even the inclusion of f2 and rook f1 doesn't, because of that trick with queen g4 and rook g8, you pretty much never have time to play rook c7. What you would like to play is rook c7 here, but unfortunately for you,
Queen g4 and checkmate, or
keep on
you
keep on
your
losing
queen.
this material. Yeah.
By the way, not a very easy decision for Ricci also to
Yeah.
go for this endgame
He-
because
how
you
much
want
time he
more.
has?
You really want more.
Yeah, he
6
has-
minutes
6
and only one
minutes
move.
and
Only
one
one
move.
move to win.
Yeah,
So,
he has 6 minutes for one move, and he doesn't have to make the decision yet.
yes.
After both queen d6 and f2, he will get his additional half an hour, and he will have plenty of time to assess.
Then he will
what's
probably
going on,
realize
and-
that he needs to go for that.
Mhm. Yeah.
But still, this one looks good. Looks like Hungary is probably. gonna
Hungary
take
will
this
win.
match.
Yeah, seems like Hungary will win.
What
Where do we
about
go?
the match Croatia-Uzbekistan? We haven't checked today the winners of the previous Olympiad.
Let's check the
Yes,
champions.
the champions are fighting. At the moment, they won one game
Mhm.
on the board number 3.
Yeah, Sindarov won on board 3 against Levon Levaich. Seems like a very comfortable victory there for Sindarov. But 3 games are still in progress, and they seem to be quite well, not anymore. Yeah.
So what's happening in Nuremberg game? He got an exchange up right,
Mhm.
at this moment. And
Well, black for now is solid, but you end up probably picking it apart.
My question is,
slowly
why
but
is
surely.
it so bad?
Yes,
Why is the
exactly.
bar so
because this
so
knight on
angry?
e6 looks like keeping.
I guess you just take on
control.
b5 most likely, and then go rook c4.
You
perhaps?
take, you play rook c4, and yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm also a little bit surprised at just how unhappy maybe, you know what? Is it possible that we play rook f5 here, and we go after the f7 pawn? No, the bar disagrees with that. The only way I thought might
the
be
bar is
like a
making fun of
forced
us,
win
yeah.
is to go after the f7 pawn straight away, but.
Maybe it's 9d8
Let's check the
or
other
something,
positions,
yes.
because one thing we know for sure as AB5 is being played on our video screen is that Noribek will not lose this position.
Yes, no.
100%.
And they already are 1-0 up. On board 2, the other Noribek Yakuboyev, is playing a kind of a typical endgame you get from Grunfeld. Sometimes it was not a Grunfeld, but it's kind of Grunfeld related, yeah, with two bishops and 4 against 3 on the king side, and black having an outside passer. This is very, very level. Black has good control in the center, but the fact that white can pretty much always trade the dark squared bishop for the knight and make a very comfortable draw once that happens, I think secures this for white.
Vohidov?
And Shamsuddin Vahidov on the last board is, I'm guessing much better. Yeah, playing an absolute legend, somebody who
Stenko.
Maybe the young generation doesn't know as well, but I played a bunch of games against Denko in the late 90s, early 2000s. The player who, in my mind, is kind of synonymous with the Richter-Rauser.
Yes, yes.
Just an absolute giant of those structures with the black pieces. Understood them intimately. Was a really, really good player of those absolutely messy positions with opposite color, opposite castles, and attacks on opposing sides.
Like
I
Clash
won
of
against
Generation,
him
yes?
in the Richter-Rauser, and I made my final 2 norms because it was a European champion, and I got the double norm. And that gave me the title.
Yeah, I beat him in the European teams in '97 in the Richter-Rauser, but the game was just such a mess. I remember. And he's also, at least he used to be an absolute time trouble merchant. He was always on 5 seconds.
Yes, yes.
And I think in that game, both of us were on very, very low time, and neither of us had any idea of what was going on. But I think I ended up somehow clutching it out.
Yeah, at some point, the Richter-Rauser, maybe also because of him, was such a fashion in the world of chess. Everybody was analyzing those type of structures.
Yeah,
they were just fun to analyze.
But at the moment, it seems like white is struggling,
yeah, he is struggling.
right?
Yeah, he's struggling. Once again, if you put the pawn back on f2, you put the knight on d4, you play h3, it's probably a comfortable draw. But with the pawn on f4, the king is never going to be safe. If you imagine this rook somehow getting into the white camp, white probably gets mated. It's not immediately obvious how you get that, because the moment the rook leaves the e square, e file, queen g4, I want to play. That's clever. h3, rook c8, yeah. He's played queen e4 instead. I would use my time here with white to make some kind of a luft, just to give myself an out to go towards h2 and not f2 if the king is ever checked. But this still requires
Maybe
work.
like rook e6.
Rook e6 is a good move.
This still requires work. Let's go king h2.
Rook c6.
No, sorry, yeah. You told me rook c6, rook c6, so I believed you, yeah. Okay, I'll start with queen d2 then.
Queen d2. Yes, knight d4 was not possible. Queen e3. So like
I need to wait for the rook to go somewhere from the e file, and then I would put the knight on d4.
That's a problem.
Still some work to be done.
Absolutely, yeah. This is not easily winning, but once again, considering that, let's briefly check at least the final position in the Sindarov game on board 3. With that victory on board 3, every single position the Uzbeks have is comfortable. Some better, some very safe. So they will win. The question is whether they will win +2 or +1.
You know what?
I do want to go back to that Netherlands match just because.
What about yes? We were following it. We were following it.
It
closely,
seemed like very
we have to check it. Yes. So let's remind our viewers what happened there. We have Anish Giri who lost the game on the first board, and
we have the results. To show
Jordan who won his game. So it's 1-1.
Where did it go?
Maybe it's
hiding.
It's
hiding from me.
Maybe it's over.
Hiding from It can't be over. Can it be?
No, it's not.
Where is it?
It's hiding.
Yeah,
Sometimes when it's over, it goes to the results.
I don't think it's over. No, no.
No, it can't be. It can't be done yet.
I also not see it. Yeah.
No,
Let's replace the
yeah.
Netherlands
Yes.
for the moment.
What I can see, what is interesting now, Germany seems like losing.
Really?
Yes, Germany, Lithuania, they.
Lithuania is a very
Vincent
dangerous...
lost on the first
Oh,
board.
Whoa,
goodness.
whoa,
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 We
Okay,
kind of lost.
we need
it.
to check that.
Yes, so.
Whoa.
Yeah, and
What
I think this is
happened there?
it's this player who it's actually the board 2 of the Lithuanian team is the guy I thought of, the guy who beat a lot of very strong players recently, Putinevichus. But on board 1, Vincent playing his first game of the Olympiad today lost to Titas Trimavičius.
This is second surprise we have. So Anish lost today, and also same happened to Vincent. Wow. What's
By the way,
So
Vincent making his debut
Mm-hmm.
at this Olympiad and losing the first game. And again, we were discussing with Jan. It wasn't because he didn't want to play in the first couple of rounds, but because there was something wrong. We don't know the exact details, but maybe those are playing out in this game.
Yeah, maybe he's still feeling the slight aftershocks of whatever was ailing him. It was a close Catalan with bishop b4, bishop b7. No, again.
If you give me 1 second, let me update you. I found the results, and I'm
It actually
completely
is done,
shocked.
yeah.
Yes, it's done. Netherlands lost to Italy 3-1.
Whoa.
I don't know what happened, but
Max
yes.
Warmerdam lost that
position
to Francesco Sonis.
Same happened in the game of
Erwin lost on board
We will
4.
definitely come back later to this because some games are still in progress. But just I wanted to update you. Like,
that was the only explanation for why I couldn't find it, because just for our viewers to try to slightly excuse my ineptitude. The moment all 4 games are finished, the match drops to the very bottom of the list, and it's a long list. There are 90 teams playing each other. I mean, more than 180 teams in the tournament. So scrolling all the way down when the match is finished is
impossible.
Kind of.
Yes. So we will come back maybe later and find
anyway, back to the game between Strimavičius and Vincent. Vincent is another convert to this idea of playing h6 on move 3, g3, bishop b4 check, bishop d2, bishop b7. Bishop g2, and now, as we explained, I think yesterday when we saw a strong player do this with black, that was, I think, Gukesh, right?
Yes.
The idea is just to play a Catalan, give white a little bit of a head start. Of course, h6 is not the most obvious move in these types of positions, but it's a fight. But compared to the Gukesh game, I think maybe even specifically here, yes,
c4,
yeah, this is the Gukesh game, right?
Yes.
Maybe even exactly this move order.
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
We saw this yesterday, and instead of this, Vincent goes for b7, b6, allowing for the following kind of a forced sequence, which we've seen before, at least. I mean, it's a kind of a typical long line where black seems to allow this blow up in the center, which should lead to absolute catastrophe. If you go d4, knight e4, you're pretty much instantly completely lost, because d file is open, c file is open for the other rook, the knight will be on d6, your king side is also not safe. The point pretty much always is to play d5, d4, rook takes d4, and now with the pawn on e4 surviving, both the bishop on g2 is much less active, and the knight on c3 doesn't have the best square in the world to aim for. And now you play g5, and you try to win the pawn on e5. But after bishop e3, bishop c5, queen e2. Queen e2 is actually a very cute little move there by Titas Trimavičius, saying that attacking on the king side and preserving the pawn on e5 is much more important to white.
And at this point, look at the clock situation. 1 hour and 26 against 1 hour and 6 minutes. So definitely Titas was still very much aware of what to do in the position, while Vincent was not. So this type of exchange sacrifice was definitely on cards, perhaps in his preparation.
Possibly, yeah. And Machine says queen e7 is the strongest, but Vincent chose the e8 square, and that allowed, the reason queen e7 is much stronger is that white had a very strong opportunity here to play rook d6, which is another thematic idea of continuing to offer this exchange on an even better square.
Yes.
And the difference, of course, is if you go knight takes e5, after bishop c5, bc5, the rook is just better placed on d6 than it is on d2, and white continues attacking. So in the game, rook d2 happened. Black played bishop a6, which is correct. Queen d1, knight e5, bishop c5, and f4. And it's almost the same position that we were discussing, but the inclusion of bishop a6 and queen d1 makes it easier for black. The rooks are now connected. It's not as bad. But it feels like somewhere here maybe Vincent lost his way, because he went for this long sequence, trading the knight on e5 for the bishop on g2, and now fg5, hg5, and e4, e5, and
so he didn't take the knight immediately.
the knight is still surviving, but the
Mhm.
black king is in terrible danger.
Yes, it looks like
And
that.
also,
E5
I just want to
powerful
say,
move. I
I'm
like
really enjoying how the Lithuanian player has played this game.
Yes.
This is
I mean, knight comes to
playing
the
ambitiously, playing for
Very
an attack.
brave.
Yeah,
Yes.
just an all-round very, very nice game. And of course, what you want to do is you want to play knight e4,
knight
and you
f6,
want to
and
give
you
mate.
just finish the game. So
Yeah.
actually, what
Looks
to
like
play?
maybe the best way to play was queen b8, with the idea of meeting queen f6 with queen d8 and trying to chase this queen around.
Mhm.
Vincent made the second best move, which is rook b8. But now, after knight e4, f5, which is the best move in the position, ef, bishop b7, rook takes g2, all of these are correct. Queen g6 is correct, rook e1, sorry, rook e2, and now a very strange decision by Vincent, honestly, because his troubles are sort of over, because you can take on e4,
Take on f6.
take
yes.
on f6. Yes, your pawns look iffy.
Ugly.
Yeah,
For islands.
but it is a position with a dramatically reduced material. You play king f7, you try to play rook b4, you try to play rook f5.
Mhm.
If at any point you get to play a5, a4, I think the position equalizes more or less instantaneously. It's not very attractive, but it does feel like you should be saving this. But maybe even more importantly, if you don't do it, which is what happened in the game, he played c5, c4, a move I really don't understand, and white played rook f1. And now, how are you going to take on f6?
That f6 pawn survives, and in fact, the whole position collapses.
It's just a very, very strange decision.
How much time did he have at this point when he played this move
1
c4?
minute.
Can we?
Yes.
Oh, this was a huge thing for him. 5
Yeah,
minutes.
he spent
Actually,
five
6 minutes.
6 out of 8 minutes he had here, and went c5,
Oh my gosh.
c4, which is a very, very strange choice. c4, rook f1,
Maybe
and
he
now
thought
you're
he's
basically
losing
lost.
that ending anyway.
I
don't
don't think
know.
so,
I
But
don't
you
know. There's
you still prefer it over this, because
Yes.
this
You-
it looks
you don't
lost,
like
frankly.
it, yes.
Once again, the dilemma, hey, do I go for, let's say, something that might be unpleasant to defend, but I don't have any chance of winning, or keep some chances of creating a mess in the position? And
reminds-
that was his
yeah.
decision. The problem is it's just
Yeah,
too
and
bad.
maybe he, looking at what my engine tells me, it seems like maybe he calculated up to here, and he thought this might hold, because the only two moves here that are winning are h4, which honestly is kind of missable but understandable. But more importantly, what he could have missed is he thought, okay, f7 I'll take with the queen.
Yes.
But unfortunately,
Rook g6, nice.
unfortunately for him, rook g6 followed
So
by queen
nice.
h5 if the
And
king goes
easy
to
miss.
h7.
That's
Yeah.
very easy.
I think maybe this was missed from a distance, and f7 is just made in a few moves. He went king h8, and now queen c3, queen g7, and rook h6 is also
nice,
made.
yes. So it was on the board?
No,
No,
he
okay.
resigned after queen
somewhere
c3.
here, yes,
but,
okay.
yeah.
So now Germany has a very difficult task. Somehow they have to at least equalize the score in the match,
Yeah,
and I don't see
take a
what's
look
going
what's
on.
going
Let's take a look.
elsewhere. So Bluebaum playing white against Pulcinevicius. This will be a draw.
Yes.
Rook ending.
This looks like
Yeah, because white will take on c6, and looks like the b pawn and the c pawn will get traded off. And this is the person I was talking about, Paulus Pulcinevicius, who I think has made a lot of waves recently in open tournaments.
He's a
He-
very good player.
Yeah,
Very
just
good.
a
And
straight
he
up
has
very
been
good player.
around 2600
Mhm.
for a couple of years already.
So not really a shock. He is doing completely fine today against Matthias Bluebaum. On board 3, Alexander Donchenko. Yeah, he'll have to win this with black. And it's not impossible that he does. You just, like, the d5 pawn is falling, but you just start pushing.
Yeah.
You go h5, bishop takes d5, bishop, I don't know, f5, and you start pushing. Objectively, maybe it's not that bad for white, but...
Now maybe I can take actually with the bishop on e4 and just start, keep going.
h4, f5, king
f5,
e7.
f4.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Either that, or the alternative way would be to play takes, put the bishop on d7, and claim that there's really no entrance squares on the c file. We control all three. The
Very
bishop on
possible
g3
as well.
actually doing a good job controlling c7. The d-pawn is not going to run further than d5. And here we go h4, g5, g4, h3, and so on. This actually, I think, presents black with decent winning chances. And
that leaves us with the last board.
Yeah,
Yes.
board 4, Frederick Svane is playing Thomas Lauras's.
Looks like better for white.
Yeah, white probably is for choice.
But by how much?
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is possible to hold this position.
At the same time, you do have queen c7, rook e7 coming along. If you do exchange the queens, then I invade via... Ooh. Okay.
The funny thing is that the
So you're
captain
trying to exchange
of the
fast.
team, I think...
Yeah, and we see some score sheets
result.
being
I don't know
signed.
what is the final result. Maybe we'll see from the kings.
That seems to be
Is
a
it
win for white?
No, this is this is Kostyuk beating
Ranavali, yes, which is a big result, of course. What I mentioned is that the captain of the team is still reading his book. It seems, no, no matter what. Yes, Vincent lost.
Yeah.
Mess on all three boards. Unclear what will happen with the match. It's important to stay calm. Yes,
Is that
especially
No, that's the other captain, but they both were reading books.
Okay,
Yeah,
good for both of them.
yeah. Rook e8 wasn't played. Instead, he
it's
chose
right.
to play queen d7. I guess that's actually even rook d6 only move, I guess. And we play queen f5 or queen f7, but I like queen f5 better.
Let's see.
Black might just be fine because this king is also not that safe, honestly.
Yeah.
If you
Can I go
imagine
queen
h5
f4
coming up,
perhaps?
yeah, queen f4, queen h5. I'm enjoying this with black.
Yeah,
no?
yeah,
He played rook c6. I very much understand that decision because it really wasn't doing anything on d6. If you can put it on c6, you should put it on c6.
Queen f5 should still probably.
Well, we can try to drive it to d6, but honestly, I would like this bishop on the e4 square. So it's an achievement for white to provoke bishop c4.
I like this maneuver by the way.
Yeah,
with the
let's
c6.
go queen c5 anyway.
And now
queen
queen
c5.
e3, you're probably going to go bishop d3.
But maybe what we do here is we play bishop d4, and what we've achieved is we can meet queen takes h5 with rook c8, which is massively important, which probably equalizes on the spot. We're not going to win, but we're also probably not going to lose, right?
You're already thinking that black might be
Yeah,
playing for
yeah.
an
I
advantage.
kind of switched to... I missed queen d7 completely, and once I saw queen d7, I became kind of worried we might have to find the quality here for white, yeah.
So let's go. Rook to c6, queen to f5.
Mm-hmm.
What if I go queen e3? And I'm saying I'm banking everything on the a pawn. Obviously, now I have to worry about d4, which is a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, let's play bishop b4. It's the best square.
Yeah.
I wanted it on the best square.
So I guess I have to go queen d4.
So you're saying I have no attack. Yeah, queen h5 e6,
E6,
and I
yeah,
can't actually get to any
How
good
do you
squares.
get to
yeah?
g2? Yeah. You
Yeah,
get my g2
there's
pawn.
no way for me to attack the g2 pawn with the queen, which is taking me by a bit of a surprise, honestly.
It's a
but
bit
yeah,
of a weird construction.
yeah. Interesting. That's a very good point. Yeah, that's a very good point.
So this match is still happening
On the
right
edge,
now. I mean,
yeah.
it's
This one is
really
on the edge.
important. It's a very important match, of course, after Vincent
Tell
lost
us where
his
to
game.
go.
Denmark, England. It's all three games are still on the way. It's the score is only there is only one draw on the board number 3. Luke McShane, I think, made a draw against Jesper Thibault, but all other games are still in progress.
Okay, let's check starting from board
Yes,
1.
Nikita is playing on the board 1 right now.
Yeah, Nikita is a pawn up. These positions are very difficult to win, though, because your king is never entirely safe in these opposite color bishop endgames. One slight ray of hope is that maybe actually some bishop endings might be winning because of this very nice pawn group in the center, and also potentially maybe you can, in some future endgame, you can organize a passer on the h file. But black is...
But even those are...
Yeah, even those are
they
very
have to be
close
very
to a draw.
precise.
Yeah. And also black probably doesn't really cooperate in terms of getting the queens off. So I mean, Nikita is better, but I don't know if it's enough to win.
I feel Jonas has very decent chance to equalize this, to maybe make a draw.
Board 2, Mats Andersen is a pawn up against David Howell, but black seems solid. I think this will be difficult for white to even prove that you're much better. This bishop on b5 is a very beautiful defensive piece, But as an attacking piece, it's not really doing very much.
Difficult to find a plan, yes, for white
Maybe
to
bishop
improve.
c6, bishop d5.
Giving up the pawn.
I'm not sure if right now, yeah. But,
Yeah.
but let's go for it. Bishop d5. Like how do
Yeah, I
you
don't think I can take because
if you take on d5, I have bishop d4.
bishop d2 or no, this is a check. Yeah, you can't actually do this because this is a check.
Yes.
But I can
Forgot about
start
the
with
check.
bishop d2,
Yes.
creating the threat of
Rook
bishop
d3?
d5, and now rook d3. I'll just take on a5. I think
Uh-huh.
this is an improvement for me. I would like to
For sure.
win the pawn on a5 for the pawn on c3. But I think after bishop c6, black can start maybe with king f7.
Yes.
Now I want to take this one. This one is much more tasty.
Tasty pawn.
Mm-hmm. So you have to go back or what?
I think David is fine, frankly.
Yes.
Let's check board 4.
Board 4 to see the whole.
Yeah. Gawain, this must have been a King's Indian, knowing it's Gawain in
It's
particular.
Gawain.
This yeah, this
It's
must
Gawain.
have been a King's Indian. White, I want to say white probably holds this. The a pawn does run, but if you just add these two moves for both sides.
Yeah, I don't think you're losing, right? Is there a way to lose this one? For
No. Black is always fine. The question, I'm looking for advantages for England. England are
I don't see it.
start as a favorite in the match, and which board are they supposed to win?
That's a good question.
It's now-
At the moment, it's like seems
Probably
like
this
draw,
one. Yeah,
like a draw.
Probably this one. I mean, 200
Probably
points
this one.
difference.
And Nikita will play forever, but I don't know if it's enough, if his advantage is enough for a win.
We might actually see 4 draws in this one.
Not unreasonable to expect, yeah, this to end in all 4 draws. Yeah.
And the main idea being that if we go back to the beginning of this position, you cannot play bishop to b4. I mean, you can, but it's not going to help you because of knight c4, rook b5, and knight takes a5.
Mhm.
Oh,
And,
Yeah, this
like,
makes an
that's
immediate draw
important
for.
point.
otherwise, you lose the b pawn and then you lose
Yeah,
the game.
then you
But
lose the game. Yeah,
You obviously
absolutely.
have this
Yeah.
nice
That's a
advantage.
very good spot there by Cristian. Yeah.
Perhaps we can jump to the match between Australia and Ukraine because I'm surprised to see the score for the moment. It's 1.5 to 1.5, and there is only one game in progress.
Vasil lost that game.
Yes, I don't know what exactly happened,
Whoa.
but
Okay, let's
You lost,
briefly check
yes.
what happened there.
because
We
we
left
were
it.
following it.
Okay, they actually got the position I was describing
Yes.
with the 2 bishops against 2 knights. And let's scroll forward a little bit.
So this is exchange French, right?
Yeah, this was the exchange French.
At the end, you
So
can
they
even
shuffled,
Mhm.
and then Vasil, not satisfied with this draw
With
with
this
queen
draw,
f4, queen g4, he took
exactly.
on f6, and then played queen f4 back. And this is actually strategically quite dangerous because
Okay, but it shouldn't be lost. How do you lose this one in
Yes,
a
let's
matter of
see.
moves?
Let's see what happened.
okay.
Something major must have happened.
Yeah, now obviously you can trade, but with a knight on c5 and the king coming to d6 very quickly, you're not as happy as you normally are playing knight against bishop against knight on 2
Still
flanks.
probably a draw.
Still probably a draw. Instead, he played queen f3,
Okay.
knight b5. Should still be
Oh
okay,
my
but
goodness,
then
he
yeah,
took on c6.
he took. I think.
Knight d4.
Oh my goodness.
No.
Yeah,
Oh.
I think he forgot that the queen isn't hanging.
Can't believe it.
No, you don't blunder knight d4, but I'm pretty
Oh.
sure he thought knight takes c6 is just not a
Not
legal move you
possible,
can make.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, very
It's a very
painful,
unfortunate.
This is very
painful loss
painful, yes.
for.
I know
Vasil.
that the trainer, the captain of the team is famous Grandmaster Bilavsky, of course, now not having great time watching such a game, but still it's not over for Ukraine. Ruslan Ponomaryov is playing the last game of this match.
Yeah, so far
I don't
in
know
terms
what's
of
going on.
results, on board 1, Timur Kuibakarov for Australia drew against Andrei Volokitin.
Yeah.
Anton Korobov on board 4, which is very low for him actually. Kind of surprised he's playing board 4.
Me too,
But he beat David Smerdon. And on board 3, we have a game between Zhao Zhongyuan, and Ruslan Ponomarev.
This has been a strategy for them for a long time, actually.
Yes,
putting
to
Korobov
have
on board.
Korobov on the
I know that
board.
because I lost against him on board 4 in 2018.
Yeah, fair enough.
Did he tell you after the game, this was my strategy to beat you, to meet you
No,
at the
but
board
it's pretty
number
obvious.
4?
It's pretty obvious. You put such a strong player,
Yeah.
he's going to score a lot of points. And I think he actually won his board
I'm
during that Olympiad.
surprised to see actually Volokitin on the board number 1. I thought that Vasily belongs always, no matter what happens, Vasily should be on the board number 1. And I'm sure Maxim Varshelyegrov is very disappointed now because his plan was to come to this Olympiad, meet with Vasily Ivanchuk and finally have chance to beat him, because he told me he has never ever defeated Ukrainian player legend in his life. Yes, so but now it's not possible.
What do we think about this rook ending?
I think.
I mean, definite winning chances, but I'm not sure if it's actually winning. You probably play king d6, white will put the rook on h7, and I'm guessing the way to try to win this is you have to abandon something on the king's or on the queen's side. Maybe we do it this way, yeah. Rook c7, we go king 4, and then we try to play king g4, h5.
Probably go for d4, h7.
At some point, d4 has to be
right now.
Maybe immediately. Yeah, rook g3, king
d2, maybe
d2, and then rook c6 or something.
Yeah.
And it becomes a calculation exercise. But from experience, these positions are more often drawn than they are winning for black. But obviously, Ruslan will try
his best, for sure. He's very experienced. Actually, he is from those players who try to play until the very end, and he will try to use all his chances. We see Fabiano Caruana on the screen. He's still playing. He's the last one who left.
But he is in a very comfortable position because they are winning.
They won the match already. Yeah, so it's not that important. I saw also the match between quite important match between Iran and Georgia. Maybe we can go there. It was the moment I was passing by. It was 1.5 on favor of Iran, but still the match was not over.
Yeah, Parham beat Mikhail Mchedlishvili on board 1. There was a draw between Luka Paichadze and Amin Tabatabai on board 2. And 2 games are still running. Badur Jabava is playing black in this really messy position against Bardia Daneshvar. Black is 2 up. But the white king is much, much safer. Like in practical terms, I think I'm picking white here.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, you can just take on b6 if you want to make it.
Yeah. That's an important thing to point out is that, white has an immediate draw at his fingertips if he needs to. But I don't think he needs to.
And speaking about the situation in the match, like probably he's looking for some winning chances because at the moment Georgia is losing this match.
No, but Iran is white on this board.
Sorry,
so honestly, in practical, let's take a look at board 4. Okay, Georgia. I wanted to say is completely winning on board 4, but are they?
Yes.
No.
This is such a strange position.
No, they should be. They should be.
And black just resigned here.
No. This should be.
Okay, interesting. How do we
escape
from
the spin?
I've seen this silly endgame a couple of times.
We need to explain to the viewers why it's so completely lost.
I will just bring my king.
The king like goes to a7 or something. Yeah, and then we play bishop a6 to a check or something.
Yeah, I was trying to get your rook to b5 so I can go rook e8.
That as well, but yeah.
you have enough squares. So king f1. Let's just king e2.
Yeah, we actually don't care about the g3 pawn at all because not only do we get unpinned, we also immediately start giving mate on the other side of the board with rook e8 coming in. Okay, so we don't care about g3. And if we don't care about g3, my one remaining question, I kind of agree with you now, is what happens if we play f6 with black here?
No, I can take.
You can take and then rook h8, but I want to take with the king. If I wanted to take king takes f6 because rook f8, king e7 doesn't really help very much.
Yeah.
But I guess we just continue with our
same idea all the time.
No, the argument I was trying to make, and I understand it's not a very convincing argument, is without the mating net with the pawn on e5 still alive, I will be taking on g3 here, and I will be claiming that this still remains to be won.
Yes.
Although it probably is just winning.
Okay, I'll show you a nice idea.
Okay.
In this position, after rook b3, I will go f5.
Okay.
Rook f8.
But
Bishop
are you?
f5?
Yeah, I know what.
Yeah.
I know what. But
that was my idea.
But is this even winning, Cristian?
I'm not sure.
Because remember, it's a wrong color.
Actually, my
bishop,
idea was rook g8.
Yes.
Just rook g8.
Rook
Just rook
g8.
g8.
Sorry, yeah.
Because you cannot
this is
go
nice.
king f7.
Yeah. This is, this is better. But anyway,
once you lose the f pawn, though, it becomes a bit iffy.
So the Iranian player has resigned, decided not to check any of this stuff out,
So
and
it's
this
all
means
about one game. It's 1.5 to 1.5 right now, right? And it's all about the game between Bahadur Jabava
and Bardia Daneshvar on the white side.
Whether
So
Bahadur
yeah.
can survive this is the big question.
Well, and once again, we know Black is two pawns up, but I maintain quite strongly that with White I'd be looking to continue. I would be looking to play something like King G1 and try to launch some kind of an attack. But maybe it's speculative. Maybe it's actually the way the pieces are.
I want to say that even Queen B6 will offer at the end of it a pawn for the good for White.
How?
Queen takes B6. Not in this position, from the beginning.
Oh, okay, hang on.
With the king on H2.
King C8, Queen B6, we take, Rook A6.
Bishop takes A5.
Maybe Bishop. Let me try playing Bishop D3.
Bishop B4, and now you have H5. You're in time. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm in time to play H5. I shouldn't lose this.
Yeah,
It is a
yeah,
bit better
yeah.
for White, but I shouldn't
No,
lose
it's
this.
not enough. Not enough.
Yeah, so this is actually an interesting moment to stop and kind of discuss team strategy. And 'cause you often find yourself in these types of spots in team tournaments where you're the last board playing, and there are two kind of dramatically different approaches to the position you can take. You can take a massive amount of risk because after all you are two down. Like King G1, maybe you still have Queen takes B6 next move, but if you don't do it next move, you probably will not do it
That
ever.
A pawn can be a weapon in the position.
And honestly, now that I've had some time to consider, maybe he solves it by purely calculating. Maybe he doesn't need to make a kind of a hunch decision. He can just figure out that after Bishop C6, it's very difficult to stop, let's say, I don't know, King B7, Rook A6, and B5 from happening. And then you really will regret not having taken an earlier force draw.
Absolutely.
He has played King G1, by the way. But this doesn't...
This is a free move.
Yeah, he still has...
You got the free move.
He still has the same thing on the next move.
Next move, you really have to take on B6, or you enter a completely different territory.
And for Bahadur, he can play Queen C6 or Bishop C6. I don't like abandoning the long diagonal. Something like Bishop D3 feels like you're running, like, I don't know, Rook E6 or something. You're really asking for trouble.
First of all, just Rook E8. Oh.
Rook E8, King B7.
Bishop B6.
It's a check.
Again, Rook B8 idea. It's
a
check.
check.
Oh no.
It's a
I thought it's Rook B8 idea again, but
it's a check.
King
And
H1.
yeah, Bishop 6 already played. Yeah, Bahadur is not interested
By
in...
the way, in that case, why did he put the king on H1?
Exactly.
Yeah, good
King
question.
H1.
King H1.
Good
Yes.
question, yeah.
Yes.
But
After
then Bishop
checking,
C6 is
yeah,
coming.
I mean, he knows Bishop D3 isn't coming. So I think he is assessing this kind of sanely.
let's jump to women
Okay,
section.
yeah, let's
I
take a
want
look
to
at-
update you with some results. India managed to win the match, although Alexander
Not an
Kosteniuk
easy one.
won against Harika Dronavali. All the rest of Indian players won their games, and it was 3-1. Then we have also Uzbekistan won against Hungary, Romania, and Georgia are still in progress. And I wanted to draw your attention to this match because still we have two games which are not decided. Nana Dzagnidze is playing against Irina
Nana is
Bulmaga.
much better
And-
against Irina Bulmaga, and on board two.
Yes, so that's a point.
Mihaela?
Mihaela
Whoa.
is doing well.
In fact, just simply winning.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Against
Nana
them.
will have to. Yeah, this is the position in the Sandu Javakashvili game. Now she goes Rook D7.
And the game.
And in order not to get mated, you have to play Knight E7, and you are going to have to play a position of full piece down, which you are not going to save. I mean, you have some runners on the queen side, but they aren't going to run very far. And once this pawn gets to H6, you kind of resign.
And taking into account the situation 1-1, what does it mean? It means that
Yeah, Nana is,
Georgia is losing 2-1,
but Nana
and
probably
Nana
wins
probably
this. Yeah.
needs to win this.
Yeah,
But it's
because
still,
the rook isn't behind.
Yeah.
The problem for black is you are quite a long way away from where your pieces need to be in these types of endgames. I have a feeling even like the immediate b6 might be winning. b6, ab6, ab6. You have to play rook e1 or rook
yes.
e2. But honestly, like I wouldn't be shocked if we are so far ahead that we can just do this.
Yeah.
And
King f6, king
Bring the
e4,
king. Yes.
king e6, king d4. And like if you could play king d6 here without losing the f7 pawn, maybe it would have been a conversation worth having. But you can't. You are nowhere near fast enough to start counterplay on the king side, and king c5, king c6 is coming.
By the way, I just want to point out the fact that this was not a peaceful 1-1. for the moment.
Yeah.
Not at all.
And especially that fourth board win for Romania. That's a 300-point rating difference.
Yes. Bella Hotinashvili
Ooh, okay, well,
yes.
I need to see if...
Yes.
Whoa.
Oh,
Whoa.
do you know the player?
Yes, I
Alice?
know
Uh-huh.
Alessia, yeah. She's a young player, around 2,200 for a
Yes.
very long time. I mean,
And we know, of course, Bella.
Bella, yeah, she's
Yes,
a
Yeah,
legend.
but
Hotinashvili, of
Bella, I guess, thought... But this is where I have to question what happened here. Okay, she has a minute, but she's playing against somebody who played a decent game of chess against her and is not rated 900.
Yes.
And the white player goes rook takes g5, and you just think to yourself, a knight was blundered to me? This doesn't seem right. Okay, rook takes d4 maybe is a difficult move to find. Like, the first line of the machine is to do this, which, okay, is not very obvious. On a minute, this is very missable.
What about rook g8?
And rook g8, you maybe don't want...
Are
yeah,
you
but like,
worse or what?
my initial reaction is just do this, or if you want the f7 pawn not to hang, you start with f6 and then you play rook g8 next move.
Right.
You're completely fine.
Sure.
Because the king on g1 is also very, very unsafe.
And
also,
instead, she played queen e2.
she played queen
and she
e2.
lost this.
Yeah, she played queen
She
e2
lost
and
this mate.
resigned.
This is
Yeah.
the resignation. It's
No, but the
made.
thing is, let's say you don't see it immediately, but like to play queen e2, you have to assume that rook takes g5 is a blunder. Because white did have other options. Like, this is not a position where you're completely helpless. You can play, I don't know, h4 is a move. You can play, I don't know, rook gf2, h3, king h2, knight g, whatever. Like, this is a decent player giving you a free knight in one move.
Yes.
Your alarm bells should be ringing, and Bella is an incredibly strong, very experienced
yes.
player. So it's a
Something went wrong today,
unusual
yes.
mistake from
It
her.
does seem like there's a bit of a curse of the fourth board for Georgia so
Yes,
far.
last
Melia
round
Salome yesterday.
she lost. Yes,
Bella right now again making a huge mistake in an innocuous position.
and it seems that Romania will draw this match. Will make
Very
a draw,
likely,
which
yeah.
is
Very
which
likely,
is
very,
big
yes.
actually news for the team.
Absolutely, it's a
You
huge.
should be very
result.
happy.
I'm yes.
For your
but
team
I'm
right
an
now,
unbiased
yes.
commentator.
Yes. But still,
As
sometimes
are-
we can be
as are
yes,
all
a
of us,
little
of
bit.
course.
Yes.
Oh,
No, but I think that Romania is doing a really great job lately, and the fact also that Grand Chess Tour came to Romania helps a lot for chess development. We've been there this summer, and we could see what's going on. And Romanian Chess Federation is very active.
and
recently.
they have very good players. Also,
Yes.
Irina has been at the top for quite a while.
Yes.
Right now,
Same for
Mihaela,
Mihaela.
despite the fact that she's 22-40 right now, she's been a mainstay around the 2300s, 2350, and she's done quite well, if I remember, at one European Championship. Very close to winning the title, if I'm not mistaken. Nevertheless, again, she
And
can
also-
compete against the best.
Yes, and Carmen Voiko, also experienced player. And of course, we know all these names, and
Yeah.
I
And
think
we have
it's
the
good
new
news.
juniors that are coming. Alessia, who obviously proves to be quite a contender.
And seems like a pretty close match is being played between Greece and Poland.
Yes,
all four games
are-
are still being
You're
played. So
right.
let's go through it a little
You're
bit.
right.
Board 1. This will be a draw between Stavrula Tolakidou and Alina Kashlinskaya. Stavrula is even better, but you don't win 2 against 1s with G and H against G7. This particular one is very difficult to lose because the passers you can create eventually are just not winning.
Yeah.
Both players actually are very strong, and they were just playing in one of the FIDE Grand Prix events. And we know Stavrula is like she was world champion in youth events, and she decided to come back and give it a try and play
Very
professionally
interesting.
now.
Yes, because she was at
in US.
The university in US at St. Louis University for 4 years.
Yes.
In fact, but immediately after she stopped university, she graduated, got her degree. I think she gained about 100 rating points.
Yes, exactly.
in a few months.
She's playing so well lately. Also, she played really great in European Club
Something
Championship.
unlocked
Yes.
inside of herself.
And
and
our
right now
producer
she's playing
Satiris
incredible.
correctly points out it's because she came back to her Greek roots, and that obviously
It helps a lot. I know. what he's talking about,
returning
yes.
to
Sun.
sun.
her
Yeah.
native
Yes.
to the native country, the sun,
It helps a
and
lot,
the
yes.
water and everything. Board 2, a lot of 2 against 1s. Another one which is very, very easy to hold. You just don't create any problems here.
This
Monika
one, draw.
Sochko will not lose this. Actually, interestingly, it's
both Polish players.
Yeah, Greeks are pawn up on both of those boards. Doesn't matter. Will be two draws, but still, moral advantage.
Upper hand.
On board 3,
Pavlidou is winning.
Yeah, Pavlidou is just completely winning against Alexandra Maltsevskaya. I assume starting with queen takes f7, because otherwise I don't see why the bar is screaming at us that this is winning.
Yes.
She has to calculate rook f6, but I assume somehow in these lines, eventually the king has to cross.
I don't know what's going on here.
King, I mean, queen d7 is, this is a very beautiful little mate. Yeah, this is a very beautiful mate.
Don't be tricked, by the way, by the rating. You know, Ekaterina Pavlidou is a very experienced player, and I don't know how many Olympiads she has played already.
And if you have to play king f5 after queen d7 check, white will be able to. Okay, apparently this is not the best move. What is the best move? Something.
Rook takes h5.
I thought about it, but king goes to e6. No.
No, but that doesn't.
After you take and take,
that doesn't
does
quite
not
work.
do anything.
Yes.
Maybe just queen.
Queen b3 or something, and.
Really?
Something like
and
that?
just give mate somehow with quiet moves. But even queen d7, like it's not the optimal solution, but white probably is still winning. Because eventually I will be able to protect f2 somehow, and then combining the attack against the black king with attempting to queen the d-pawn. So this looks winning for Greece, but on board 4, Olivia Kolbasa is just completely winning against Marina Makropoulou.
Also, we were discussing lately that Marina is playing, I don't know how many Olympiads, but definitely more than 10, maybe even more. And it's, how many? We are trying to find out. Our producer is helping us.
Playing since the 80s.
Yes, I mean,
she's been playing really, quite a few.
Yes, we cannot really calculate.
Maybe more than 10.
Yes.
More than
20. More than 20.
That sounds like more than 10.
So she's a real veteran. Probably missed a couple of them, but not many of them for sure.
So honestly, Romanian origin, right now representing Greece, obviously.
Yes, exactly.
And seems like a very hard-fought match, which is now likely to end 2-2. So we're seeing favorites starting to drop points.
Yes.
Elsewhere in the women's section, China will win comfortably against Italy. They're already 2.5 half up, and Juiner is better on board 1 against Marina Brunello.
Peter, what's going on with Israel and Ukraine? 4 games are still in progress.
Let's take a look. Board 1 will be a draw. This is just a very, very comfortable draw. You don't even have any winning chances with the knights against rook with 2 against 1 on one side. Just we can announce this will be a draw. Anna Oshanina, I guess, is slightly, ever so slightly better against Masha Klimova on board 2, but you don't win those. I would say hard to imagine how black loses this. Somebody is winning on board 3 though. Inna Gaponenko is completely winning on board 3, and on board 4, another seemingly drawish rook ending. Evgenia Dolukhanova is a bit better. She's a pawn up, but with the king on h3, it's hard to imagine how you make too much progress. 2.5 points for Ukraine is the likely outcome here. Yeah.
Going to the open section.
Yeah, let's go.
I think we should call the match for the US.
What happened?
Because they did clinch the match. Right now it's 2.5 to a half. But we still have the game of Fabiano, which I think he's making some progress.
I'll switch to that in a moment, but this match we were covering quite closely, and I just want to say that Bardia eventually did decide that securing the match here and going queen takes b6 is a good solution, and this will end in a draw.
You mean securing the match
for a draw?
For a draw.
For a draw.
Yes.
For a draw. Yeah. It's currently 1.5 with the win for. Parham for Iran and Levon Pansulaya on board 4, and this game continued like this, and with the rook slightly awkwardly placed on g5. If anyone is better, it's black, but it really is. I mean, nobody is better.
Minimally.
Yes. Nobody is really better here. Yes. So this will end in a draw. Let's briefly take a look at what's going on in Fabi's game.
Fabi is trying to gain some rating points, and he's happy because the team has already won this match, so he can happily just play.
Those rating points at around 2,800, they don't come cheap.
Yeah, they are hard to come by.
They don't come cheap.
Yeah, and this is a kind of an interesting game because in some respects, Ivan has broken every single positional rule of thumb you can break. Like all of the white pawns are on light squares. with the bishop on d3 basically being a glorified pawn by this point.
Yes.
White also made these huge holes in front of his king. The knight on h5 can jump to g3, can jump on f4, on any of those squares. It cannot be challenged by anything.
But your rook cannot come into play.
Yeah, but the a file is
You really need
occupied
that
by
rook.
the rook on a7. The queen on f2 is covering all of these entrance squares on the king side. And FIDE has been so far, I mean, they've been shuffling from
Yes.
somewhere like this
It's
for the
same
last,
position,
yeah,
yes.
for the last kind of 10-ish moves. And so far, FIDE has been unable to find any progress.
Yes. No, you need that rook. Somehow.
What about the time? The time is like a little bit, FIDE is a little bit ahead, but nothing crazy.
18 against
The
11,
moment,
but
yes.
once you get down to the last few seconds,
Mhm.
that's when, you know, this...
I think the usual procedure
push
is
is
like,
going to
right?
come.
Yeah.
He's trying,
You
yes.
shuffle, you shuffle, you shuffle, you wait until you're both down to 2 minutes. And then if you know what the break is, you prepare and you go for that break.
If
What is your
anybody-
break? Like
if-
a 5? Do you want to play 5?
Trying
at
to
any
push for a
moment?
5, but that's maybe playing for a... It's both playing for a win and playing for a loss. Because giving the rook on a7 the full control over the 7th rank is generally not how you approach it.
Also a
Bishop to
question,
f1,
do you want to
okay.
exchange the queens?
Well, for example, right now, bishop f1, knight f4.
Okay.
What's your next move?
Mm.
The idea being that you cannot play bishop to e2,
Let's go queen e1.
queen e1. Queen e1.
Yeah. Rook h8, h5, g5, g3, but we're not going to have time for that.
Okay, let's
Feels
try it out.
unlikely
Okay,
we have.
Let's try it out. Again, we don't actually have a lot of
Okay.
options.
Queen d8?
Yeah, maybe.
Why not?
Yeah, I've been protecting the pawn and
It's
trying
not like
to...
white has anything to do, so we can actually take it as slowly as we want, pretty much.
Why not?
Maybe put the queen on c7, c5, and then go rook h5, rook g5.
But
I don't know.
pawn
I
on
feel like this
h4 would be-
probably holds for white, but as we've already identified, this game will be decided on the last couple of minutes. And the good thing for FIDE is a very, very ambitious player, but if the score currently was 2-1 and not 2.5-half,
Yes.
maybe he actually kind of takes a draw.
Yeah.
He dislikes it. He feels very meh about it, but he maybe just takes
To
a draw.
clinch the match.
Yeah,
Yes,
just to make
that's-
sure that no accidents happen on the last.
And that's why
seconds.
it's very important that the match is already clinched.
But with the match being completely secure, he can absolutely go for broke here, and I expect he will.
What's your feeling? Will he manage to win this one?
Generally, he does. Generally, he
he
does.
converts this
He
advantage,
usually
yes?
converts this type of
Mhm.
advantages. He finds a
Okay,
way.
it's not easy to play against humans.
I remember him, in fact, needing victories with white or with the black pieces, and in fact, winning them in the Berlin,
Mhm.
which is not easy to do. Somehow he shuffles, he pokes around, and then at the right moment finds the entry. We'll see. This is a big game for him. Obviously, a victory would give him some very much needed rating points. Not 100% sure if he's going to catch Hikaru, who has not been playing a secret match with Magnus.
For good or for bad.
But he's still a couple of rating points ahead of him. I do believe that with this one, he might become the new #1 in the US.
So
If he wins.
good,
That's a
good
good
point,
motivation.
Good point,
That's a good
motivation,
motivation.
yes, to
Whether
keep
it
playing
lasts
for-
one day, it
for a
doesn't
couple-
matter.
So we still have some matches in progress. Austria, Hungary is still on the way. Richard Rapport is
He's pushing for a
playing.
win, so
He's pushing.
Hungary will win.
Yes,
Now that Richie is completely out of danger, Hungary will win quite comfortably because they are a point and a half
Mhm.
ahead with a victory for Glidura on board 4. And this is currently the position in the game between Dragnev and Rapport. I'm not sure this is winning, to be honest. I think we can probably even go King E2, Rook E7 check, Rook E3, and start simplifying into these endgames because they feel like they aren't even very dangerous with potential C3 later. So my impression is this is probably much closer to a draw than anything else, but Richie doesn't mind. Richie was, I mean, I'm pretty sure he
just
knows he
plays.
was in a lot of trouble early. King E2 played on the screen there.
Mhm.
And on board 3, Saman Sugirov, I mean, he will play on from here, there's no risk, but you very rarely win these types of positions. Rule of thumb, I
chances,
think 3 kind of pretty much always win, and 2 kind of never win.
Yeah.
Hungary B India. Still Gukesh and Prague are playing.
Mhm.
Happy fans keep watching.
For a second, I thought you said Hungary beat India, and I was like,
Mm.
wait a minute.
No,
No.
Wait a minute.
Beat
Anastasiya.
BB.
The position in Gukesh Kozak, as expected, eventually it kind of opened up, and once it opens up, the position just collapses for Black. This bishop on a8 is
Yes, still
cutting a very sad picture there. Before b5, I guess, is the biggest threat right now, with rook landing on c7 and white delivering mate. But you can find other threats if you need.
Peter, has Ding made any influence?
Let's
I
check
think,
that. Yeah, hang on.
he made a draw, if I'm not mistaken, and the match should
Really?
be over.
You think he has
Yes,
finished?
I think they have finished already
Let's-
because, you know, as usually if you
We
don't
cannot
see
find
them.
it.
Oh, yeah, it
it
disappeared.
Yes, it disappeared.
does
No,
seem like
he made a draw. I
they might
remember.
have
Okay.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
there is-
Paid
managed to
attention.
win
Yes,
it.
he didn't manage.
Maybe I can actually. Okay, yeah, I found it.
Was a draw, yes?
Yeah, it was a draw. It seems like we left it somewhere here,
Yes.
and he didn't even try for very long. He went bishop d7 here, allowing g6, and in fact, allowing g6 probably actually limits your winning chances quite a bit, because your structure on the king side becomes even more vulnerable. And after knight b5, knight e2, knight d6, he just basically immediately found a repetition. We have seen this pattern in St. Louis. I don't want to draw too many comparisons. This is a different tournament. This is a different position. Honestly, once this trade happened on the g6 square, the engine does suggest that the advantage is very, very nominal. And some of the positions he kind of refused to play out in St. Louis were just
He had,
very,
like,
very
big
big
advantage.
advantages for him.
Mhm.
But we kind of did see this pattern in
Yes,
St. Louis,
yes.
where he plays a very good game of chess. Then at some point he decides, I do not believe this isn't winning enough for me to actually win the game. And he sort of wraps it up and says next. Yeah.
For me, he had a couple of misassessments of the position in St. Louis, which strike me as odd. Trying to remember exactly the game that
Against Fabi was just such a
that
strange.
was one of
And
them, but there
Wesley.
was another
Wesley
one in which he
also.
got a very good position out of the opening. I think it was a Slav. It might have been against
Yeah,
no,
Slav
not
against
against
Nodirbek.
Nadirbek.
Nodirbek.
Nodirbek, yes.
Yeah.
That was a very strange misassessment, because it felt like his position could never be worse.
Mhm.
But somehow he got spooked by the two bishops and the potential opening of the position, which was never coming.
But to his
Bit
defense,
strange.
I would just still say that with this draw guaranteed good result for the team.
Yeah.
So
team
with this
wins,
draw,
yes.
he
Yeah, this is a
guaranteed
team
victory.
competition.
Yes, so
It's a whole different dynamic. I
Yes.
don't want to criticize
Yeah,
the
yeah,
decision
yeah.
too much.
Yes.
But
But we have this pattern, and you're
Oh,
absolutely
yeah.
right. And we saw it in St. Louis, and we worried a lot about it.
And we see, by the way, that's Predojevich Borki. Who is he captaining? Is he captaining Italy?
I thought he was. Uh,
this looks like Italy, yeah.
He's originally from
The match is
Austria.
over. Why is he still there?
Austria. No.
That's
No, no.
Italy.
No,
but why is
he's-
he there?
Yeah, he's definitely sitting under the big cross table. I don't know how to describe it exactly, but
I think he's just hiding.
yeah.
So we just probably, yes.
But he's captain of Austria, we're being told. So he's just chilling where there's nobody to prevent him from chilling, I guess, is
Good
the way to
point.
describe it. Yeah.
This is a good point.
We're being admonished by our production team. Anyway, where do we go? Uzbekistan, maybe. Uzbekistan is Nodirbek is now completely winning. They will win quite big, I guess, because this. If you remember the last time we checked this position, we were somewhere there. Black actually had a king side. Black
Not
more.
anymore.
Black no longer has a king side
No more
because
king
White
side.
managed to invade with the rooks, and once that happens, once the rooks get to those types of pawns, your position just absolutely collapses. And rook h8 is a nice little touch, because after rook f2 king g1, the threat of rook e8 is just absolutely crushing. So Nodirbek will win. They're already 1.5 up, and elsewhere in that match,
Germany, right?
Yeah, we'll check Germany after immediately. I
Germany
think,
was
yes.
the big one.
Yes, we have one draw there.
Yeah, and this is the game between Zdenko Kozul and Shamsuddin Wahidov. And I want to say Zdenko is making a very good fist of it, because with the rook on g6 not really participating in the attack all that much, in this construction, it's just well known that knight plus king is a very, very good defensive construction against even a queen. E3, E4 being, I think, a very important move here to give yourself an additional E3 square to run to. And you also start kind of pushing in the center a little bit. So Zdenko is still fighting to save the game against Vahidov, but they probably will lose -2 even if Zdenko draws. So Germany match, yeah?
Some updates, yes, we have a draw on board number 2, as Peter
as expected,
predicted,
yeah.
as expected. And still 2 games are in the progress on board number 3 and 4. Germany is losing the match at the moment.
But
It's wins and
Donchenko is
lost.
much better now.
Yeah.
Donchenko is, I think, very much in control. You just need to find the solution to... Knight on h3 is a very strong piece in some respects. It's supporting your push, it's protecting your pawn on f4, it's stopping white from going rook h1 because knight f2 will be very painful. But it's also a little bit in the way of our stuff. Yeah, we would like to continue pushing, and it's kind of stopping our own pawns from getting to good squares. How do we solve that
So
problem?
he needs to find some harmony, right, for his pieces.
Yeah, we can start by playing. I
maybe
can't
G5.
imagine. I can't
Yes.
imagine G5
It's a good
being a
move,
mistake.
always.
Yeah. Although
Even the bar,
the bar,
No,
the
the
bar
idea was
does-
like maybe.
the bar is laughing at us.
yeah.
That was my return ticket for the knight on h3.
Maybe that's the reason. Yeah. Let's.
So perhaps king f6, king f5, and then knight g5.
Yeah.
But then you have bishop b4.
Yeah, Indian starts with king h6 or even the move h5, h4, which I guess because this really cannot be touched by anything. We have all the time in the world to make eventual progress. I think the way the machine wins this is it goes h4, eventually it goes bishop f, like something like this might happen. I'm making very nonsensical
moves. G5, yes.
moves on g5, and then at some point we just go g4. We don't really care. Pretty much.
And if I take on h3?
There's just
You
too
don't
many.
care,
There's
yeah.
too many of them. They will actually cost you
Yes, h2
a
and
lot
that's
of
it, yes.
just h2 and
you
then bishop
threaten to
f4
take and
Mhm.
yeah.
So that's the
That's
way you win.
great.
You don't actually evacuate the knight from h3. You just kind of move past it.
I
So
just don't understand why it's not possible to do it immediately g5. Why do you need h4 move?
yeah, I wonder why the machine criticizes it so much.
Why it's
It
so
doesn't
bad?
like giving white knight c3, knight e4. I guess it's an improvement for white to get that. And I guess if you don't do it immediately, like if you start with king h6, knight c3,
You
I'm
have this
guessing
knight
guessing
g5.
knight g5 is winning on the spot with f3
Right.
to come.
I just want to point out the fact that this is not actually an easy
No,
conversion.
no, it's still tricky.
Donchenko is still running some risks of not winning this one.
Mhm.
And if that doesn't happen, what's happening on
One
the
more
last
board, yeah.
game?
Let's take a look. Currently, we keep on returning to that. Anish Giri lost. Sorry, Vincent Keimer on board 1. Anish Giri also
Yes.
lost.
Yes.
Not in this match, yeah. Vincent Keimer lost on board 1. Bluebaum drew on board 2. And this is board 3. Board 4 is Frederick Svane. We've seen this position.
We have, yes.
We were kind of making all of these moves.
We were, yeah, around here somewhere.
Predicting.
Mm-hmm. The engine seems to think this is fine for black, but this is a tricky position to play because, for instance, you can play g4, queen g6, bishop d4, and it might be that the only move that doesn't lose on the spot is
Rook
rook
e7,
e7 because
yeah.
rook
Rook
e6, rook
e7 is
c7
fine.
would be quite painful.
Yeah.
G7
But
is
after rook
hanging.
e7, weirdly, it seems like there is no way for white to make much progress
But it's
because.
a scary position to be
Oh
in.
yeah, oh yeah.
It's a very scary position to be in. You go king h7 and it feels safe.
Maybe
but-
h6, h5 is an idea. Maybe the way to explain to yourself why you're not worse here is you want to play h6, h5, and then you want to start digging at at the white structure.
And sometimes that's actually a very important point. You have to convince yourself you're not worse.
Mhm.
Otherwise, you just basically give up, not find the right moves, and then you lose. Especially with 2 minutes on the clock. And I do believe this is a second time control. I
Mhm.
might
Yes,
be
of
completely
course.
wrong.
Yeah, I
but-
think
Yes,
I think
no,
it is. Yeah.
it is for sure.
So this is probably what we'll come back to, but for now let's take a brief break and we will be back with the conclusion of round 3 of the Budapest Olympiad.
welcome to 100 Endgames You Must Know. Over 200 mini videos that our Chessable team edited together, synced with our move trainer, and made it a seamless learning experience. So thanks for watching, happy studying, and enjoy the material.
In the heart of Europe lies Budapest, a city known for its bridges that connect its rich past with the future. This September, Budapest becomes a bridge itself, connecting nations from around the world. Are you ready? After a journey from Chennai around the globe, and in the year that the World Chess Federation celebrates its 100th year anniversary, we will step it up a notch. From September 10 to 23, all eyes are on Budapest for the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad. As the bridges of Budapest unfold, so too do the connections between nations and cultures through our beloved game of chess. More than 1,800 players will represent their country in the most prestigious chess event in the world. Watch live or join us in Budapest for the 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad and be part of the game that connects us all.
Sis, you already went viral throughout your round for being late. What happened this morning, Magnus?
Yeah, it was a bit of a mess. I'm at a different hotel from the others, so they were supposed to pick me up on the way to the hotel with a car. Then like they suddenly told me that traffic was horrible and they were going to be at my hotel at 5 to 3. So at that point I'm thinking like, well, what am I supposed to do now? So I thought like I couldn't get there in time by a car, so I thought like biking might be faster. The problem is I didn't really know where to go, and like I got a bit confused a couple of times, like trying to navigate as well as biking as fast as I can. Finally I sort of found the way, but then, you know, for every traffic light that I was stopped, I think like, oh, this is not going to work, I'm going to be late. But I thought I should try and get here, and then I thought there was a chance that the round was going to be late because probably a lot of people had traffic problems, and so yeah, got here as fast as I could, luckily the round was delayed a bit.
At least you can ride a bicycle. I can't, so I would have been in a little bit of trouble. But getting into the game, settling the nerves, because you thought you wouldn't make it in time, right? How was that process?
It was okay. Once I started the game, you know, I felt all right. At least I got warmed up, so it was okay. And like the game itself was really complicated. I'm always a bit nervous playing classical chess after a long time, but it worked out okay, and our team did fantastic. So overall, I think I got a good story and a good day.
And a little bit more about the team dynamics. Of course, yesterday the match against Canada didn't go too well. What were your impressions of that? And did you speak to the team after the game?
Yeah, I mean, we had a team meeting afterwards. Generally, if you lose 2 games in one round against much lower rated opponents, that's not ideal. But it's a draw. We're going to concede some points over the course of the tournament, and now with a big bounce back win today, I think we're just fine.
What do you think will make this a successful tournament for you and the team? What will make you happy at the end of the day?
I think we should just focus on one round at a time, obviously, but anything in the top 10 would be very good for us.
Well, good luck with that, Magnus, and let's see how late you get here tomorrow. I hope it's early enough.
Yeah, I'll try and, if I go by bike, I'll go a bit earlier tomorrow.
Thanks, Magnus.
Thanks.
And it was really great interview of Magnus Carlsen, who really had great warm-up today before the round.
Yeah,
and,
that was a good quote.
Yes, by the way, Norwegian team managed to win the match with 3 points, and still Ariantari is playing his game.
Seems like his position is drawn, but 3.5 is still a very good result, as Magnus said. Very nice bounce-back win for them, and he maintains very kind of a sunny dispositions, and I think he is right in saying there's no way to go through the Olympiad without dropping some points. Of course, they would have preferred not to lose yesterday, but it's a long tournament.
Absolutely, and we hope tomorrow he'll manage to get to the playing hall a little bit earlier, as he also mentioned, and we'll see what will happen. But it was
to be honest, I think he's going to take some precaution from now on.
Yeah.
Obviously, this was a close call. This was a matter of maybe a couple of minutes.
But I really like the fact that he was fighting until the end. You know, this is really champion's character. He calculated a few moves ahead, thinking that perhaps we'll have some delays today. Great attitude of the champion. So perhaps it's time to jump to some other matches which are still in the progress. What do you have in your mind, Peter?
I guess we begin by the one that is still kind of unclear, the Germany-Lithuania match, and this is what we have on the screen here. This is Alexander Donchenko playing black against Valery Kozakovsky.
The situation is not great. Yes,
the current position is like this, and this is an improvement for White. It's still a position that is not great, not by any stretch, but it's maybe the best position White has had in a while. We left it somewhere around here. King h6 was played, king d2, bishop c8 maybe wasn't strictly speaking necessary, rook h1, bishop b4 check, king knight c3, knight g5, rook f1. And here the engine suggests that the way to win, probably the cleanest, was to play bishop f5, rook takes f4, and knight e6. But I don't think if this is very obvious. Yeah.
Yes, you don't want to give the pawn, right?
Instead, black played knight e6 straight away. White played d5, knight d4, king d3, and I think he just played f3, which is probably the way to go. The point being, this way you remove protection from the rook on f1, and now in this position we take on f1. Yes, after knight e4, the pawn gets to d6, which is not something you probably would have preferred to allow. And you still need to work a little bit. Let's say you play bishop h3, white goes king e5, white pushes d6, d5, d6. But my impression is, with precise play, this ends up being winning for black.
I think it very much matters whether you can get your king back, right? Like king g7, king f7, king e8. Otherwise, maybe I have enough time to go bishop e2, bishop b5.
But you don't have king f7, it's knight g5 right now, yes? So you need to spend
king
one more
f8.
time.
Probably king f8,
yes.
yeah.
King f8 the engine doesn't like, because knight g5, knight e6 check apparently generates enough counterplay. So the way it treats this is it starts by playing, I think, bishop f5 or bishop d7. Bishop d7 is honestly kind of more logical. Let's go bishop d7. If knight g5, I guess the big difference is bishop c3 check, and then we, after king d5, we have the f6 square for the king. Not immediately, but we can provoke knight e6 and then put the king on f6. And this is now completely winning.
By the way, they're going straight down that path.
Absolutely, yeah. They will be here. I'm pretty sure Kozakovsky will play knight e4. There's really no other move that even comes to mind, frankly, in this position. And yeah, this is not going to be a tension-free conversion from here for Alexander Donchenko. If he, obviously, you always prefer to kind of win the game by hand. And somewhere around here, it felt like maybe just pushing the pawns down the board will just lead to a very, very clean conversion where you don't have to calculate. He definitely will have to calculate now, but still I think favored to win. And importantly for Germany, there is now a little bit of a safety net in that the position on board 4, which at some point was, I think, completely fine for black, is now a risk-free advantage which you can push forever.
So it's just pawn up on the queen side, right? And it's opposite color bishops, and we know that these games can last forever.
I think objectively this is a draw, honestly. I don't think this is enough to win if black defends really, really well.
But white is going to bring the king in.
Yeah.
Bring the king in, try to make use of
the king in, put the pawn on b6, try to get the rook, I don't know, to c7 instead of a7, because currently...
the thing is, at some point, you will also have ideas of just giving the exchange up if your king is too far away.
Yeah.
On the other
Some
side.
kind of a setup like this is incredibly difficult to shake, but if you somehow imagine the rook getting to c7 and black not being able to block it with rook on d7, then things start happening.
Yes.
And also importantly, both of them have a minute.
Oh.
So
good chances, yes.
Yeah, this will be a position that will need to be played very, very precisely.
And it's much more difficult to play for defending side.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And the rook, by the way, is somehow already on c7. What I was describing,
I don't know how it
what I was describing has actually transpired. So king e6, rook c7. So, and black played bishop d5.
Laurusas is trying to defend actively with a rook from behind, not on the side.
Rook g7, I guess his point is he wants to play rook b4.
But
and
king
then
e3?
Combine giving those checks with...
With what? No, I go king d2. I mean, you take a pawn, I take a pawn. And
yeah, I'm not sure why we allowed this, to be honest.
Isn't this already starting to become extremely likely to be a win?
This is just going to be very, very difficult to defend.
Which is good news for German fans.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because they were losing the match since Vincent lost on the board number 1.5 to half, and now they actually suddenly have chances to win this match.
Yeah, if everything goes really, really well for Germany, it does seem like they have a decent shot at even winning the match, despite currently trailing 1.5. So this is one position, and the other position, just to once again remind our viewers where we are. Donchenko is, of course, still better. It's, as we established, you have to play precisely. Now white has some counterplay for the first time in ages, but 2 bishops, extra pawn, you should be winning this with good play.
I do want to say that there were probably, perhaps an hour ago, 30% favorites to draw the match. 30% chances to draw the match. Now there are perhaps 70% favorites to win the match. which
yeah,
is
I don't know
a
if I
big
agree with
swindle.
those exact percentages, but I think they are now favorite to win.
Yes.
Situation
Maybe
is
not.
changing, right?
Yes.
Everything is
Yes.
possible still.
Everything is very fluid.
Well, Donchenko was equal 1 hour ago, basically. And then they entered in this endgame and he got the advantage. But it wasn't clear. That's giving Jan Gustafsson, of
Some
course.
hopes, yes.
Yeah.
We'll have some
hopes,
updates
but also
during
heart
the
attack.
dinner.
Yeah,
during
he
the
will
dinner debate.
enjoy the trend in the match. Just briefly, in the match between India and Hungary B, Gukesh, yeah, there's a very kind of a exemplary final position in this game. Black kind of hung on grimly with not a single active piece on the board, and eventually things got opened up, and everything fell apart. And Prague seemingly is now winning on the last board there, because White's position is now G3 pawn is falling. You can also probably throw in D4, D3 if you wanted to, but taking on G3 is not going to be a bad mistake anyway. Yeah, just knight takes G3, and then we want to play G3 and rook takes F4. Yeah. The position,
victory.
White actually came close to holding there. Prague maybe did not convert in the cleanest way possible. There were some drawing chances at some point, but it looks like they are now completely gone. So India will win, if this is converted by Prague, India will win 3.5. Uzbekistan is
they already won.
Yeah,
They won,
2.5 half ahead and a good position on the final
What about
board.
Iran? Daneshvar versus
Jabba.
Are they still playing, or was that?
No, I think that was
They
a draw.
disappeared.
I think that was a draw because it's no longer there.
Denmark, England is still, Nikita Vitigov is still playing on the first board.
Just mentioned that was a draw.
We
That
have
basically the
all
whole
draws,
match.
yes.
Yeah,
became
there were 3 draws already.
Mhm.
We were kind of waiting for that to happen, and this is the position in the game between Vitigov and Jonas Bulbier.
And the big question is, can you take on F4?
Yeah, like, why are we giving up on G2
I want to
exactly?
take the G2 pawn. Why
Well, I
not?
mean, it's a healthy
Why
pawn.
not? Why not?
Why are we not taking it?
Why not?
Hang on a second. What am I missing here?
Maybe Queen F5. There's nothing missing or anything. of that
No.
nature.
No, it's just a healthy pawn for really not very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like 4 draws are still a massive favorite. White is, obviously you would have preferred to have this pawn still on the board, but White is still not worse in any way
And
here.
I think something is happening in the match Kozul played, you remember, against...
This looks like a draw,
Oh, the
right?
Uzbek
Looks like
player, yes.
Zdenko held, but
Zdenko.
it is not saving the match for Croatia.
I don't know, still on the way.
Oh, no, yeah, no, Zdenko is still playing. And Zdenko is actually now in quite some trouble. Look, the position kind of moved upwards. White's entire structure moved from E2 and F3 for the
King
king
is
and
on
the knight
D6.
to the king on D6. And honestly, these positions are trickier to win than they might look, because with the pieces bunched around the white king, giving mate to that king is not easy. You now have to contend with white having his own counterplay with like queen f5 check, and you need to be calculated and so on. But the engine does suggest that this is winning now for Shamsuddin Wahidov. What
But
else
people
do
are
we
not
have to?
engines, and still the position
Yeah.
is not
It's still a
over.
mess.
It's
Yeah,
not
it's still
over,
a mess,
yes.
and
Mhm.
but as usual, and we pointed that out with Cristian. We both played at least some games against Zdenko. He never has any time.
And
He
it's
has,
normal,
yeah,
yes.
34 seconds means that he made the last move, which is queen d4, d5, with
With
4
4
seconds on the clock, and it will continue being.
I'm just seeing on your screen Canada versus Czech Republic. Canada
Mhm.
was the sensation of last round.
But
How
not.
are they doing?
Hang on a second. Wait a. Whoa. The hero of yesterday was probably so exhausted from his game against Jon Sebastian Christensen that he lost. Well, I mean, losing to David Navarra has happened to the best of us. It's
Right.
okay. It's okay.
It's not a
Yes.
shame.
But Canada is 2-1 up.
Against Czech
They won
Republic.
with black on board 3, where Shyam Tavandiran has beaten Stepan Zilka. I guess in the final position, the point is queen f1, queen c1 is actually mate on the board.
By the way, Kozul just resigned.
Just resigned actually after.
I guess
spoke about this was
maybe
the-
he lost on. He generally
time.
doesn't resign unnecessarily, so I
Yes,
assume maybe he
maybe
forgot
something
about the
happened.
clock and lost on time.
Mhm.
And on board 4, Razvan
On
Priotu
time.
has beaten Jan Krejci
Two wins in a row for Prior.
2 wins, yeah. And against players outranking him quite a bit. And here, once again, a very nice final tactic with the queen getting to the h7 pawn. And
no g6 because of the bishop on
e5. The pin
no
prevents.
h6 because of queen takes h6.
Yeah, we can just do this. Meaning that on board 2, if Raja Panjwani doesn't lose this, and it doesn't really look like he will, because currently the h-pawn is costing black a rook, you can go rook e3 check, but then you cannot take on f6, because once again, this is a threat of a full queen. Yeah, you have to go back.
H3.
We go king e7 back. It just looks like a draw.
So as tie right now, do you go g4 and just hope?
Well, you don't have another choice. The match is being lost. So you do this. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. You do this, but it's not
you might
really,
lose, actually.
It's not really a winning attempt. Yeah, it really isn't a winning attempt.
No, if anything, it's a losing attempt.
Yeah. So Canada creating yet another huge sensation. So far, real giant killers of the open section. They did not win against Norway yesterday, but they made a very creditable draw, won 2 games with the white pieces, and today they're beating Czech Republic, which is a very, very solid team.
Yeah.
All chess fans were watching the Candidates tournament in Canada recently, so I don't know, maybe something is happening with chess in the country. Chess is booming.
So normally when you get a sort of you bring a very, very big tournament to a somewhat new country, which maybe hasn't had too much access to top-level chess, and you give interviews where you say that maybe like in the playing hall today, like there are these school children who came on a trip, and maybe one of these school children will in 20 years will fight for the world championship. Looks like the chess boom in Canada took 3 months. Somehow there is
progress was done quickly.
No,
it's because of Arian Tari. Arian Tari was there.
Accelerated,
he was the grandmaster on residence, so called. He was in the fan zone playing with everybody, like hundreds games per day. So maybe something happened at this moment. Who knows?
And then they took revenge on Arian.
By the way,
being nice, right?
Yeah, they paid him back by not losing to his team. Yeah.
Or perhaps Arian partied too much with the chess bros. The chess bros didn't join the team, and that's why they're winning. I mean, there's so many scenarios.
Many things have happened there, and probably we shouldn't.
Enjoying the hypotheticals here, but yeah, we don't really think it's to do with Toronto, but it's a nice theory to explore for a second there.
Exactly.
The top game.
Where do we go?
Of the open section. Fabi is still playing right now. How is this one?
Well, he is doing better than he was. Actually, it seems
things
like
have changed a lot.
2 moves ago, maybe he was close to winning.
Yes.
It seems like d6, d5 here, but this is just such a difficult choice to make. But the point is, maybe you can actually arrive at that decision. The point is, if the rook gets to the back rank, knight e2 check and rook takes f1 will be mate.
Yeah.
So if you go d5, if white takes on d5, I'm guessing rook c8. Rook c8 is just mate, basically.
Okay.
So you have to calculate both rook b6 and knight b6. If you go rook takes b6, machine go. Oh, okay, yeah, this is not easy.
Yeah.
Rook e8 with the idea of e4 and trying to get the rook to e1. Fabi also left himself a minute, so none of this is going to be very obvious.
I think we should stay with this one just for a simple fact that both players under a minute right now, big time trouble and still very complex position.
Absolutely.
In the meantime, I wanted to say that Ukraine, you remember, was had a drawish situation in the match, but Ruslan Ponomarov had really winning chances, and I think he finally managed to win.
Okay.
Yes, and what else was going on? It's women's section. Some results.
Okay, we see a move. We see a few moves, in fact. I do think we're probably falling behind right now after bishop e7. Bishop e2 and d5.
Bishop e2 looks like a mistake, because now you cannot go c takes d5, because rook c8 will instantly collect everything.
This might actually just be over.
Once again, the same motif of bishop f1, rook c1, and there's no stopping knight e2, and this is just mate on the f1 square. Yeah, bishop e2 must have been a massive, massive mistake. The way to keep the position going would be just to make a move along the a file, rook a4, rook a1, one of those moves. You obviously would prefer to keep it on an active square, but the most important detail here is just not touching anything on the king side. Bishop e2, d5, and I think, cd5 played, now rook c8 is just winning.
Rook c8 just finishes the game.
Yeah.
I'm expecting maybe knight to e4 to still knight to e4. And
Yeah, maybe
then-
this is what he missed. He thought, okay, I'm getting this beautiful, beautiful square e4 for the
Yes.
knight, but it changes absolutely nothing. King h4.
What next?
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
like you're actually threatening,
You threaten checkmate.
you're
you just
threatening
wanted
mate
to
of your
stay.
own, but it doesn't come fast
Yes,
enough.
rook
You're
c1.
too slow. Too
It
slow.
doesn't
Where
come
first?
fast enough.
Too slow.
CD5 played,
is
and I
checking.
think he realized what's going on.
Yeah,
I
but
think,
25 seconds and Fabi should make a move.
yeah,
And
this
He
is
just
a
made
this
a
is the
move.
face
He
this is
made
the
it.
face of a
Of the-
man who just realized what he's done to his position, and there is just no coming back here.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can play knight d1. After knight d1, you don't get mated immediately because knight e2, king f1, you're still kind of alive. But after bishop takes d5, your position will collapse. King f1, both rook c2 and rook c1, like all of these moves are just instantly
No,
winning.
knight e4 is on the
Yeah, he's gone knight e4, and after knight e4, I think he actually gets mated. Pretty much.
Yeah.
King h4 played. I guess you are not getting mated after rook a1, but after rook a1, you're down a
just
piece and
lose your
still
bishop, yes.
losing. Yeah, and still losing.
wow.
I think he's just going
Which
to resign
means
right
that Fabi is really doing well.
Yeah,
great
today-
start for
Great start
the
for-
US.
for
And
the
to be
US
honest,
team.
again, we were mentioning this. As the leader of the team, you have to score points. You
Mhm.
have to infuse that
Yeah.
confidence
It's a
in your team,
handshake.
and that's exactly what he's doing right now.
A victory for Fabiano Caruana in this match.
With black pieces, never easy against such a powerful opponent.
Yeah.
Wow. So American team scored 3.5 points in this match, which is, like, of course, great success. But we can also check some other results. Still, some games are in progress. But I want to say that Nikita Vitsugov made a draw, and as we predicted, it's a draw in the match.
4 draws in the match
In the
between
match.
England and Denmark.
We're already starting to see a bunch of equalish matches, right? And some surprises. We've seen one big surprise in last round. Right now, we're seeing way more than that.
Yeah, India, of course, won as we Prague already won.
Yes, the
game.
big favorites are still
Mhm.
winning, but only the big favorites are having an easy time right now.
Germany is still playing. Still,
Did
two-
he actually go
two
for that?
games.
Wait. It's,
Ah, no, he after rook e3, White did not play king d6 or king d7. He went king f8, king g7, which makes g4. We'll wait for the position to appear on the board.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So this is the Raja Panjwani game against Taidan Wan Win, and with the king on g7, playing g4 is a lot more justified because you don't have rook g8 here, and
isn't this a really
my
bad
screen is
decision?
suggesting that thing.
No,
Whoa,
but this is a really bad decision by Raja
yeah, that is.
to go king g7 for absolutely no reason. Well,
Yeah.
king e7 just finishes.
And the engine suggests that
match.
White might actually be losing now because there's just no way to stop a very simple plan of king e3 and king
yes,
f2.
yes.
He still had a draw here. He needed to calculate that he has a draw here, which is really not that easy. But you do, and the usual construction is you continue attacking this pawn until the king goes to
comes,
g1, and then
No,
we
you
take
pick
on
it up.
d4.
Yeah. Yeah.
This actually wasn't even that difficult.
Not that difficult. Not that difficult.
He should have realized he has this.
Look, he had 7 minutes. This is a huge misstep.
Yeah,
by
this is.
Raja.
I mean, it's still a very good result for Canada.
Yeah, 2-2,
but,
yes, again.
but they were basically a move away from beating Czech Republic 2.5 half.
I just want to tell you, Peter, that you actually called it a win for Canada.
And when you do it,
I
yes.
will stop doing.
You jinxed it.
I will stop doing those things. Yes.
Yeah. Again, what a bad decision to go to g7.
Yeah. Well, I mean, after king d6, like rook e6 loses on the spot because this actually becomes a queen, so you don't have to worry about that.
He just thought that he's winning this match, this game.
But he
King
doesn't.
f8,
He
rook
doesn't
h3.
need to, and this is what we were talking about when we were discussing Fabi's situation. Canada is not 2.5 ahead.
Yes.
Canada is only 2-1 ahead.
Very good point.
You really need to make sure that
it's
nothing
strong,
wrong can
yeah.
happen on
Clinch
the
the
board.
match
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
And honestly, I mean, king f8 doesn't lose. It's not like this is the decisive mistake. But why even allow this?
Well, king f8, rook h3.
Yeah, actually,
You go back to
go
e7.
back to e7. Yeah,
You go back to e7. You repeat the position. You make a draw. That's
Yeah.
it. Game over. Match
Yeah.
over.
He
I
wanted
think-
more.
I think you told me this is a relatively young player, right?
No. Raja Panjwani is not that young.
Hmm.
Well, he's a bit older than I am, which means he's pretty ancient.
Hello.
We're pretty ancient nowadays, Peter.
Yes.
Okay, let's put it this way. He's not like
No, but
his 20s.
then honestly,
No, he's not in his 20s.
Okay.
No. He's in
this really is a poor decision then, because if you have some experience, you should really be taking care of the team situation first and foremost, above whatever is happening on your own board.
Yes.
There is absolutely no reason not to just snap repeat here.
Yes. No,
honestly,
as a captain, I would be very upset.
Yeah, like this doesn't look like this will win for white. With the pawn on g2 and your king on g7, it's not like it feels like you have winning chances.
No.
And if it doesn't feel like you have winning chances, you have absolutely no justification for... And also, like I'm looking at this, just take on d5 twice. What are we doing here?
Yeah, of course.
Just take on d5 twice,
G2, rook
play
d1.
rook d1 and just make a draw this way.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
No, absolutely unrecognizable decision.
Yeah. On the meantime,
not only
Richard
because of that,
made a draw.
but Roger had 5 minutes. You need to calculate. Like this is a technical position.
Yeah.
You
Did
need to
he actually
calculate
think he
everything.
has, like, but even after king f3 has 0 winning chances. Like I understand he missed bishop f3.
It's very strange.
But
it's a very
he's not
strange
winning this
sequence.
position either. Yeah. So just make sure you find a forced draw, make that forced draw, and go celebrate with your team after beating one of the top European chess teams.
I want to say this is nerves.
Yeah, also possible. And we just saw that Richard Rapport drew his game.
By the way, has this been already over?
No,
No,
the game is
and
still
Fanan
ongoing.
actually, I think, managed to make a draw, and then which means Hungary.
Yeah, Hungary will win
wins,
+1. Yeah.
+1, yes,
Mhm.
this match.
So what is there left to watch apart from this Canadian game, which is very
Germany. Very sad. I see how disappointed you are, both of you.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like a letdown because they played such a fantastic match against a very, very strong team, and you kind of wish they get it home.
What's happening in the ladies section?
Yeah.
We haven't seen them in a while.
Let's take a look.
I know a lot of the matches were already pretty
Yeah,
much
there's a lot of
Ukraine is still playing.
Yeah.
Ukraine is winning 2-1, but Anna Shenina is still playing. You remember it was this match with Israel.
Yeah, and she will now win. So I guess they will win +2. This is now winning for Shenina, and it's not even, I think, a difficult conversion from here because you can go
G6, G5, or King F6.
King F6, King F6, I guess, right?
Yes.
And then G5, and you cannot get the king over to G8. Like rook E1, G5, and I will return the king to G7 if you give me a check, and you cannot run. With the king on G8, this would be
a draw.
A draw, but you can't get it there.
But we can say that even draw gives Ukraine victory right now. So definitely Ukraine is
Bulgaria, Slovakia is still going on.
Yes,
but Bulgaria is in control there, 2.5 half up.
With Nurgul needing to not lose. Against Eva.
No, I think they're 2.5
the match
half
is
up.
over.
Yeah,
The
match is over.
Match is over,
Yeah, Nurgul. This is a fun position. And we see it's a draw, but it doesn't feel.
Actually, if the other rook is moving, it's checkmate, Queen H5.
That's why
so
Queen F5 is the only
important to move.
Only move is Queen
right
F5, but
yes.
also what else can you play? And I guess the Queen actually holds here.
It should hold.
Yeah, because there's always a good check you can
It's
give.
funny, yes.
King H8 with
both players want to give checkmate.
Queen F8.
Yeah, just Queen F8, and if rook G8, we find a square. Yeah, like we go Queen F4 or something.
Yeah.
It looks scary, but the Queen has so many checks that it's not really such a problem.
Estonia and Netherlands, it's 1.5
by
to
the way,
1.5.
By the way, it's currently equal scores, but yeah, not a very exciting position on the last board for Marlies Bensdorp. She'll win this. I mean, the game. I don't quite know why the game isn't over yet, but it will be soon. You can remove any of the white 2 pawns and it's still winning. So. Vietnam is beating Singapore, and that disappeared off our screen just as I was reading this out. There's not a lot running in the top board.
Very
Seems
few
like,
in the women's section. It seems like perhaps we should go back to the open section.
Actually, basically we have from the top boards we have Germany left, Hungary. No, Sanan I think he finished, but I still have it on my screen.
Do we have updated results? Is my question.
Yes, I do have some results.
Maybe as graphics, if sorry, what? What is this, Peter?
No.
It says draw.
What? How? What? You can't? Can you offer draws?
No, but this is not possible, right? First of all, there's no reason Taiwan has
no, but the game cannot be over. Yeah, our producer is telling us probably arbiter, but that still means that they finished the game in this position. And the game cannot possibly, like, what?
Let me see.
Excuse
What's
me?
happening?
By the way, I think king to e3, which is, by the way,
Yeah.
a very, very
No,
normal move.
but wait a second. I see the score now. It's Canada 2.5 won the match against Czech Republic.
Correct.
So Raja offered a draw here, and it was accepted by a 26-47 player with his team losing to 1.
I do not believe that. I
That
refuse to believe that.
that cannot be true.
I
But also
refuse
it
to believe
appears
that.
to be true.
It appears at least this.
We
what I
need
see.
we need clarification
Yeah,
on
we
this.
need to find out. Yes.
Like I'm making sounds with my mouth, but
Yeah.
they don't make any sense.
So
The problem
we will
is,
check it
right now,
soon.
is king to e3 is just simply a very easy win. There's no way to pretty much make any move.
No, okay,
I go king
easy
f2
win is
next.
maybe a bit of an overstatement because you have to assess precisely that, like in a position like this, you
But I'm
definitely
holding on to
don't.
my pawns.
Yeah, like king g7, and
Like I
then
can go bishop d5.
knight e7 is a draw, right? You still have to calculate some lines.
Okay.
But your team is 2-1 down.
Yeah, so you kind of you never
You play it out.
No, no.
It
You
doesn't.
never
It doesn't
accept
matter
draw.
what the evaluation is. You just play it out.
If this game is over, it's not with a draw.
But also White doesn't resign. Like the game cannot be over. Is my point.
Yes.
It's one of those situations where
But if
whatever
without
the
moves-
result is, if it was achieved in this position, I refuse to believe it.
My guess is that they're still playing, or we didn't see the moves.
Maybe
being
we're
played.
missing some
We're
moves.
missing
or-
moves.
Yes, or maybe
Yes.
something was
I
wrong
don't
with move
understand
order.
this. I don't understand this at all.
I will find out and come back later and
What
update
other
you.
matches do we have?
Yes.
How's Germany still doing? Have they
Germany
won
still
their-
playing.
Let's take a look.
I think that's the big one right now, still happening.
Is it still going? Because it's gone on my screen. Yeah, like the highest rated match with still active games going is Latvia versus Venezuela on my screen, where Latvia probably ends up winning.
Yeah, Germany managed to what? To
win,
lose.
yes.
What?
It's 1.5 to 2.5 to Lithuania. Let's go to the game and find out
Okay, hang
what
on.
happened.
What?
Kazakuski won that endgame against Donchenko.
No, I guess 2 draws maybe.
No. I see the game right now on my screen, and it's like
No, it says Kazakuski won that, but
I don't know how.
Okay, this is a little bit
Yes, Black made some.
a little bit too much for me. Oh my!
Yes.
Oh my god!
Yes.
Oh my god! Okay.
Big news, and shocking.
Let's
actually
find
news.
that.
Let's
We
find
have
that
to
game.
find this
We
game
really
and
need to
show
show
it to
this
you
and
because
show it
the moment
to-
we called it victory for Germany, basically, or
well,
at
not,
least
and
draw.
Frederick start with the with the relatively sane news that Frederick Swane did manage to convert from here. So the G7 pawn fell, and then the G5 pawn fell, and yeah, you cannot obviously take because of the skewer. And then White defended all of his stuff and started pushing. And yeah, from here, honestly, even this is not trivially winning. But in practice, you pretty much always win because it's just so much harder to defend than it is to attack in positions like this. And then we get to, I will need to scroll all the way down again because it's gone. Give me a second.
Yeah, we're looking for the game of.
What I would like to tell you, Peter, is that you should find your good friend
Lawrence Trent and apologize or something.
No, Jan Gustafsson.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And take him out for dinner.
For a drink.
And pay for it because
you can't stop the sentence at take him out. I'm not fulfilling contracts on Jan Gustafsson right this moment. No.
For saying that.
So what happened here is Donchenko played h4, d6, h3, which I kind of disagree with. I'm not allowing the pawn to reach d7 normally. d7, bishop b7, knight d6.
Yeah.
And yeah, it gets tricky. It just starts looking like it's tricky. He played king g5, king e3. Maybe he missed king e3. Maybe he thought knight f7 is kind of forced. And then after king f4 followed by bishop g2, he will win quite comfortably. But yeah, this was not allowed. White played king e3. He played king h4. White played king f2 and knight f7. And yeah, sadly for black now, you can't really push forward. And then he made this really horrendous mistake with g6, g5. And The problem is even d8 is a draw now, but knight e5 actually
Oh my
wins.
gosh. Because you cannot defend.
Because this
it's
is
a
a mating,
checkmate.
it's a mating threat
Incredible.
with knight g6.
Incredible.
It's not only the fork, it's checkmate threat.
Yeah.
So if you play g4, it's you are losing the bishop.
Yeah,
but-
we're losing to knight g6, knight e7.
and you cannot stop the pawn. as
Yeah, I
well.
guess you can play bishop d3, but then after knight takes d3, g4, like they get to here, but they don't get any further.
Or
Yeah,
you can simply go back.
Actually,
Just
even
go
you
back.
can even go knight e5 back, g3, king f1, and it's just completely lost. It's just heartbreaking.
Yeah.
He played bishop c5 check, king e1, bishop b4 check, king d1, but now unfortunately for him, d8 is coming. You have to play bishop
Back, and
e7
you
and then
lose.
knight g6 and king g3, knight e7, king f3, d8, h2, and
That's it.
queen d5. And I
Nobody-
mean, any move wins, but the chosen move was queen e5 check, and white just collects everything with checks.
I want to say
Wow.
this is the biggest surprise of
This is
the day,
the-
alongside the loss of Netherlands, 3-1.
Yes, and then
So
Germany
two
also
favorites from the top 10 lose in round 3.
shocking news, of course, because we thought that Donchenko will not lose this game at least. Most probably will win, but you can see everything is still possible, and
Yeah.
with
No, but
not
when-
too much time in the time trouble,
Exactly.
you can
Yeah.
lose anything.
You get down to the final minute on the second time control, and strange things could happen, and they did happen in that game. You should not be losing this with black.
And I feel with that match being over, there's not much left
Yeah.
out of the top ones. And
I think that's probably a
it's-
wrap. Yeah.
It's time for us to wrap it up. Anastasiya.
It was fantastic day, actually. I enjoyed it so much, starting from the very beginning and waiting for Magnus and his warm-up and bike ride and everything, and until the very last moment when we had all the shocking results. What about you?
So much excitement today. I have to say I did not expect it. I thought that the favorites would continue storming through the ranks, but obviously with, once again, the Netherlands and Germany falling in round 3 so early, that's a big setback for them, and they will need to recover in round 4.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We'll see what will happen tomorrow. Expecting more matches, more fights.
More
Stay with us.
drama, more heartbreak, but yeah, same time, same place tomorrow. See you then.